Oh, and you know what? I didn't even remember to do my thumbnail. Y'all gonna have to forgive me. I gotta make a thumbnail real quick. Wait a minute. There we go. What about a crossfade into the larger side here? Yeah, that works for me. A little bit rushed. Sorry about that. All right, new thumbnail applied. Only took us a couple minutes. What are we working on? We're working on the base, and we've got a storage system established in its infancy, I suppose you could say. Well, let's start by getting some of these damn bushes out of the way. If I wanted to have a nice clear driveway, a couple of these trees would be ideally slaughtered first. Do I have an axe up here yet? It doesn't look like it. And I say a proper wood cutting axe because I already have a crude stone axe, but it's not going to last long at all against trees. It would be a waste. to use it on a tree. Alright, quick inquiry. Which one of my vehicles has the biggest trunk? Because that's the one we need to use for logging operations. I got 184, 175, 175. Yeah, the restaurant van continues to be my largest vehicle. So that just means what we got to do is we're going to go ahead and move it up to the construction area, assuming it doesn't need any gas. Okay. Yeah, it's alright on gas. And what we're going to do is we are going to... It's actually a really good thing I haven't built the rest of the walls yet. I'm going to do something that I won't be able to do for a little while after I build the walls. I'm going to back it right up to the storage area and pull the garbage bags out. We're not quite ready to start sorting this yet, but at least we can get it right next to the sorting area, right? Now, quick recap on my base design. It's divided into 4 quadrants. The north in this area is workshop crafting. The left in this area is the kitchen. The south is just sort of fun stuff, and then the right side here is clothing and firearms are up against the wall. So that means both this set of military clothing can go here, and the firearms can go here. And then the rest of this stuff is, I think, book-related, so I think I'll just drop it there. So I have a general idea that books are going to go up against the wall on that side, but that was in a previous design when I had a little bit less horizontal real estate, so I might not even need to have the library on that side. But we'll find out. It's a little bit TBA on that. The trunk of this vehicle is now empty. What about the passenger seat, glove, both empty? So we have a logging vehicle now. We're going to attach the trailer to it, so we have a logging vehicle with a trailer. So that's 184 plus 104. 288? Yeah, 288 encumbrance total. Do a little math. That's exactly 24 stacks of logs between the 2 containers. Although it's not going to be even, I don't think. Yeah, so because you see the problem is it's divided between the 2 between the trailer and the so we'll have to figure that out. Good approximation, though. What am I forgetting? I'm forgetting the wood axes. Did I bring them up here already? I can't remember. I don't think I did. No, I'm almost 100% certain that I didn't. I will go ahead and park the quote-unquote logging vehicle right here in the middle of all these trees. What did I do with the ambulance? That's the last vehicle I want to lose track of. I'm pretty sure I left it at the gas station. Yeah, there it is. I probably should go ahead and eat these omelets. I put them in the freezer and then I never did anything with them. Alright, where are my axes? I got one here. If I still had another one that was intact, I probably would have left it over here somewhere. Because this is where I was cutting wood previously. I'm not seeing it. And you know what? They're so easy to make at this point that I'm not going to worry about it. What I am going to do is grab a couple of the large branches and turn them into large handles so that I can make more of those lovely axes. And then I just need some smooth, flat stones. More over here. Also a zombie over here. Where'd you come from, huh? Oh, I can chisel a stone axe head now. That means I never needed napping to begin with. Okay. That changes my early game meta a little bit. Next time I do an early game, or, you know, next time I do a new character, and I go to level up, masonry is going to be... I'm not going to bother with napping at all. I'm just going to go straight through masonry. Let's get some rags for that. Kind of wild to see myself not getting maintenance experience because I'm already maintenance level 10. That's it's an amazing thing. I love being maintenance level 10. Alright, I got some food. I got several really good axes. This crude stone axe that I was using as a weapon is just about done. I'm gonna go ahead and break it because its handle is about to go. Leave the flint flake here. Go ahead and apply a new handle to my, well, now that claw hammer is on its way out. The head is going to be broken soon anyway. Okay, let's get ready to cut some wood. Just check the generator here. It is looking alright. I'll top it off. No reason not to. Do I have a scythe anywhere? Scythe would be necessary once I start working on the road. I know I have a scythe somewhere, it's just a question of where. A couple of crates in this bag right here. Might as well take those up. Start holding on to an E-tool here. It won't be long before we need to start doing gravel work. Yeah, I cannot find a scythe down here. That's alright. It's most likely either up at the, in one of those 7 bags we already dropped up there, or, I just left one, at the farm, and I never brought it back with me. In either case, we will have one when we need one. We just question of where to go get it. Okay, we're out of here. So I need to start monitoring my muscle strain. So there we go. Get that out and read the butchering book for a little bit. I always face south whenever I'm stopping to read because that's the direction zombies are most likely to come from. Alright, looks mostly clear. If I want to, like, extend the parking lot road all the way up to the north there, so that connects to the Riverside road. So I just remove one more row of trees there, just so, because I'm going to need the lumber either way. Alright, I chopped this last tree and then I'll just go straight to sleep. Maintenance level 10 is very powerful, considering it is nothing but a single large stone axe that I needed to cut down all of those trees. I'm not going to bother binding them up with rope. That feels a little bit gratuitous. Well, there's a couple ways I could go about it. Trying to think of the most efficient, time efficient wise. Yeah, I definitely should bind these up. Right? Okay, that's all I can fit in the vehicle without putting them into, without binding them with rope. That's okay, though. We didn't have enough to make it, you know. If we bound them all up, we would still have so much storage space left over that it's not really even worth the effort to bind them up right now. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more piles? Easy. That just means I need 12 more rope. Again, I think I mentioned already, my flashlight is just about to run out of battery. It would really behoove me to get that sorted out before I forget about it again. And I'm going to proceed to forget about it again, I just know it. But that's okay. I'm going to cut this generator off, go to sleep, because it's already 4 a.m. It was a very, very good way to spend the night, I think. As a recap for anybody joining us, we have just cut a very large amount of wood. This truck and this trailer are full of logs, and so are my backpacks. And it is 4 a.m., so I'm going to go ahead and sleep. And then as soon as I wake up, we got more. We're going to chop the logs up into planks. Let's see if I can stand somewhere where I can access both the trailer and the trunk. There we go. And then I just unstack the logs in my bags. Sit on the ground so I don't over-encumber myself to death. And then we've got 50 logs total to saw. Thank goodness we can fast forward, am I right? Alright, let's get the vehicle out of the way. I'm actually thirsty, so we're going to grab something to drink here. And my actual water bottle is out of water. So I got dispensers here. Trying to keep it memorized that water is on the right and milk is on the left. This is a whole dispenser full of milk. No longer need the rope for the moment. I'll drop it here in the pile. And now we can start grabbing nails and using these planks we just cut to continue building walls. Or floors. We're going to do the floors first, then the walls. Nails, I dropped. I had some loose nails somewhere. Oh, they're up here. Okay. Kind of hard to see them on the ground here. Loose nails back into my bag here. And these loose planks on the ground. The reason I plastered and painted this wall is because I wanted to get that wall up and then get the storage crates established so that I can actually start emptying. I've got thousands of encumbrance of loot in my parking lot full of vehicles. They're all in trash bags that I need to empty into the loot containers here. Before I do that, I'm just going to get the rest of my floor put together. Oh, there's still a couple of logs I missed. So it's about 157 or 147 planks on the ground, plus the 24 in our bags here. Hopefully that'll be enough for the rest of the floor. Now, there is something kind of creative I want to do with the floor on the left side here, the left/north side. I want to leave a couple of tiles of water exposed so that I can, you know, sort of just have like a direct access to the river beneath me. I'll show you a screenshot of a previous base of a similar design that I built. Where is it? Here it is. So you can see in the north area where my workshop is, there's these two little tiles that are exposed so that I can have, you know, fresh water without even having to go outside. So that is part of the design. It's just a question of where I want to put those tiles. So I'll do the floor on this side first and procrastinate on that decision a little bit. My hammer is going to break any second now. Even maintenance level 10, it's still not gonna last forever. Alright, there's all the planks. I get the feeling it was using one of my other hammers instead of the... Oh no, it is like moments away from breaking. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and break it now. I'm going to break the hammer preemptively so that the head of the hammer does not get fully destroyed. That way I can still smelt it down for parts. I just need a crafting surface to do that. I use a crate. Crates are a good enough crafting surface. Dismantle medium implement. So I need to use a claw hammer to dismantle a claw hammer. Unfortunately, they have the same icon, so it's kind of hard to make sure that I'm dismantling the correct one. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm also carrying around a little bit too much stuff. It's causing me to lose health from being over encumbered, so I'm gonna drop my axe that I don't need to cut wood for the moment. I don't need to carry around the M9. And the book, I'm not doing active reading right now. Put the broken claw hammer head over here with the rest of my collection. I took all the hammers that I looted so far and put them on the ground here so that I can visually tell how many I have left. I think I'll be alright. Not breaking them too fast since I got to maintenance level 10. I'd bless my luck finding all the right books. We are getting some milk. And I'm going to dry myself off because I'm getting wet from, not just from sweating, but from the rain. I keep a couple of bath towels in my main vehicle, the ambulance here. Another thing is, since I keep sweating so much, I'm going to go ahead and pick a couple layers off. Let's load up on planks. Right, so we're only a little bit over encumbered right now. So once we start actually building, we won't be quite as bad. Get a little bit more nails here. Still getting wet, mostly just from the rain though. You generally don't want your character to stay wet for too long, then you run a risk of catching a cold. So every time I run out of planks, I'll just go and dry her off with some of the bath towels. So I'm carrying 36 planks, so I need to have at least 36 nails, because it's one for each for a floor. There we go. There goes one of my hammers. That lasted pretty long. So whenever a hammer breaks, just grab the head off of the floor here. See, that one's still relatively decent condition, but I'll just toss it onto the pile. Still got plenty of claw hammers. I generally think that ball peen hammers are a little bit more valuable than claw hammers, because ball peen hammers can be used for a couple more crafting recipes. I think the only thing a claw hammer can't be used for is, I think the only thing a claw hammer can do that a ball peen cannot do is remove barricades. That's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head, at least. Alright, so, when it comes to, for anybody joining us, just as a quick recap, we are currently putting down the floor for our Riverside castle here. The, probably going to run out of planks, so I'm going to prioritize just getting the section between the, these doors. So this little square area here, I'm going to prioritize that. Let's reload our planks here. And the reason for that is I'll give you a little bit of a preview as to what this is what I'm going for. This is my base from 42.7, and you'll see next to my character in the center here, there's a couple of exposed river tiles, so that I can get, you know, water from the river without having to go outside. It's a nice thing for winter. That is so that's a factor in my base design. So that the exposed tile should probably be somewhere in my workshop area in the north. So I will procrastinate thinking about that and just focus on getting the area around the kitchen put together. Oh, I'm out of nails, aren't I? Got to open a new box here. That should be more than enough. Okay. As predicted, definitely didn't have enough planks, but that's okay. Let's drop the nails. We'll probably need to open another carton of nails. I think that's the last of my loose boxes. These vans I took from the nearby Electromax warehouse. Still plenty more vans in that parking lot. Also, some hammers that I didn't put in my pile. This one in the middle is empty now. This one on the top has got some various stuff, but also the carton of nails, one of them. I will leave these boxes over here. And put my backpacks back. So one of the reasons you see me carrying around military backpacks in each hand, as long as they're equipped in a slot, so on the back in each hand, 36 in each, I'm carrying over 100 and some odd encumbrance just on my person. In comparison, one of these, the trunk of my biggest vehicle right here is 184. So I'm carrying more than the trunk of a van, just by having a military backpack in each hand. But since I don't need them at the moment, I need my hands free. I'm putting the backpacks back on the one on my back. The character is tired, but that's not going to affect her wood cutting ability. Let's just grab a drink of milk here. And I put my axe on the floor over here as well. So I'm axe level 3 in terms of skill. What that means is I still get quite a bit of muscle strain from cutting wood. Not too much I can really do about that. Oh, you know what? Something I probably should have done before that I completely forgot about is if you are over encumbered while you're cutting wood, you get strength experience. So I should actually carry around just a couple of loose things in my inventory so that I am at stage 1 over encumbrance here, so that I get a little bit more strength experience while I'm cutting wood. and the question of where to cut wood, I've already cut through the forest on this side because I'm going to use I'm extending the parking lot of the police station to use as a road in. So that is basically already done. I've got the trees cleared out of the way for that. But I also want a second way in so that I have like a sort of a circular driving path I can go in a sort of a roundabout. For that, I'll probably make a custom road. I usually like to do further up north, but there have been zombie spawns next to these park benches, so I'm not going to do too much building on that side. However, I will probably build an inlet road. The path of least resistance would be right here, leading straight up to the park benches. But I don't really care about the path of least resistance. I care more about convenience after I've built it. Maybe from this street light. Yeah, I'll go from the street light all the way down to the gravel road. I'll start by clearing a couple of bushes out of the way. I hate these bushes. Anybody who's survived in this game up past the first couple of months, you'll start to see these stupid things growing everywhere. Now, even worse than bushes are saplings. These 4 little saplings here. You can't just use a knife to get rid of them. You got to use a proper axe to get rid of them. I got to whip out my crude wooden axe here, with a huge, large stone axe. That's what it's called. It can two-shot them, but it also costs a lot of endurance, and the muscle strain starts building up after a while. So I actually got to monitor that on my health tab. I got minor muscle strain right now, but if I let that get to the red, it takes much, much longer to go away. Alright. So this is where... Let's take a break from the wood cutting and just get these bushes out. I guess the one silver lining to the bushes is that I can tell where the road's going to be just by the fact that there are a bunch of... There's a nice path through the bushes. I'm going to use gravel to build the road itself. I'll take gravel from the roads to the north. Any bushes? Doesn't look like there's any bushes between these trees. Just a couple up further north here. Okay. Now, I whip out the axe and start with this small one here. Check around if there's any other small ones. It doesn't look like it. These are all big trees. So I'm just going to sit down and read for a moment. Oh, I am moments away from finishing this book. I should have gotten a different one. I'm going to actually prioritize that. I'm going to go get a different book. Because I need something to do while I'm waiting for the muscle strain and endurance to recover. This blue van is my library. Its trunk is basically all my book collection, which is pretty close to being complete, all things considered. So I'm done with butchering. I read that because that's one of the few skills that I haven't already finished the book for to start grinding with. I've got welding, tailoring, pottery, mechanics, metalworking, all on standby. Glass making is very low priority. We'll do that later. You would think I would want to read fishing because I'm right next to the river. Honestly, fish have so much protein in them that I don't like to eat fish at all. If you eat fish in this game, your proteins are going to get nuked into orbit, and you're going to have a bad time trying to get the most out of your strength experience gain. Your proteins have to be between 50 and 300, and sometimes a single fish can have, several hundred protein in it. So just a single fish is enough to put my my proteins way too high. I actually probably have only one more tree in my action economy for today before I gotta go sleep. So I usually sleep around 2200. There's my endurance back. No more muscle strain. We'll cut one more tree and then we will take a sleep. 2200, we're headed back. Now, when it comes to sleeping outside in this game, I try not to sleep in the rain, because otherwise, you know, you'll get really wet overnight, and you will possibly get sick. I do have a good quality bed up here, this medical bed. It is... I have no idea how intense the rain's going to be, so I'm just going to go ahead and drive down to my temporary base at the gas station. It's just right to the south here. Of course, just as I get down here, the rain stops. I don't know, maybe it'll be off and on. So all these vans right here, this is my loot cache, basically. Each of them has got about 140, 150 encumbrance in the back, and it's just full of trash bags of loot that I've gathered so far. Yeah, see, the rain is continuing. Just gonna chill here for a bit. Read this book until about 4 a.m. Do you have some milk? I do have some milk. A fountain cup of cow's milk is enough to make my hunger go away. I'm not worried about calorie gain at the moment. My weight is about 80 kilo, so I don't really start thinking about weight gain again until I get down to like 76, 70, 75 or so kilo. It's below 75 kilo that you're considered low weight. 5 and 4 a.m. we go to sleep. As a restless sleeper, I gotta constantly go to sleep and wake up and go to sleep. Okay, we are ready for a day of wood cutting. Check my generator here, it's keeping the fridge running. It's great. I just fixed it and refueled it the other day, so it's good. So, at a glance, I can already tell where my road is going to be just because of all the twigs and tree branches that I left on the ground from cutting the bushes. So that's a good thing. I can tell at a glance already where I need to go. The ambulance right here is my favorite vehicle because it's got the strongest engine, but as you can see, it's a little beat up and its trunk storage is not that good. It's only 137. So when it comes to logging, I use the step van over here. This is my princely 184 encumbrance trunk vehicle. Let's see if I got enough room to turn around here. I do. So in addition to... I am going to go ahead and start using rope to bind up all of the logs I pick up. So I'm just picking up this rope, tossing it into the trailer. Should have more than enough sheet rope to fill both the trailer and the trunk. She needs some milk. Okay, we're out of here. Go ahead and get rid of these bushes now before they start making me angry. I hate bushes and saplings so much in this game and the current implementation. There's no sense to the wilderness growth mechanic. Things just pop up out of nowhere. See, I don't even remember if this was here before. Like this stupid little sapling here. It is fully possible that it just popped up out of nowhere. I wouldn't know, because it's so hard to keep track of it all. So I'm just going to drive the truck right into the middle of all this lumber that I'm going to cut and give it a little park there. Shit, I'm a stupid moron. I did not see that tree. What this is, it's a little tree behind a big tree. So you see, when I go, you can't see it, right? You see the big tree? It looks like the small tree is just a part of it. It's so stupid. The isometric angle of this game really works against you sometimes. But that's alright. Cut a small tree, I'm going to cut a big tree, and then I'm going to sit down and read. Son of big tree is enough to threaten my muscle strain, so... Sit down and read. I usually like to wait like 10 minutes after the muscle strain goes away. And you know what? Since it's about to be 9 o'clock, I'm going to check the weather. Fox Power Grid blackout. Survivor activity in Sector 5. Today, nothing without rain. Clear skies, cloudy spells. Weather period predicted to end in the early morning. Huh. I didn't even see it mention weather period. Same weather tomorrow. It's already done. Okay. So that means no storms coming. This September is already nothing like the last September I played in this game. Last time I did a run of this game, I got to September and it was nothing but rain for the entire month. So the randomness of the weather system is once again random. As a quick recap for anybody joining, we are cutting wood, lots of it. Because we need to build a lot of stuff, and I just broke my axe. So I have another axe right here. That also means that I'm no longer over-encumbered. I like to keep my weight so that I'm in the first stage of over-encumbrance while I cut wood. That increases your strength experience. Okay, yeah. See this little debuff says weighed down? That means you're gaining strength experience if you do certain actions like run around or cut wood or whatever. If you're familiar with Build 42, you know that muscle strain is a very sore mechanic. Pun absolutely intended. So what I do is basically each time I cut down a tree, I sit down and read for a bit and until the muscle strain is gone. Drink. Oh, you know what? I'm just about to go under the protein limit. So this is my little mod here, B42 simple status. The proteins are down to 50. If they go down to 51. If they go below 50, I stop gaining an increased amount of strength experience. So I'm gonna put this on pause, the wood cutting for a moment, and run back to the milk dispenser I've set up, and I'm gonna drink a 2 liter of milk. So just drinking a small amount of milk to get my hunger, make my hunger go away, that doesn't keep my proteins high enough. But if I periodically drink a 2 liter, as opposed to just a fountain cup, that will take care of the problem. So I just need a 2 liter somewhere here, right? Yes. Left side is milk, so I just right-click, fill, empty plastic bottle. And I chug that whole thing. Watch my proteins go from 50 all the way up to 116. That's a lot of proteins. Always drink your milk, folks. Good stuff. Refill my water while I'm here. Alrighty. I have everything I need. We're going to continue with the wood cutting. So I think almost all of these trees have been cutting, with one exception, are the large trees that produce 4 logs. in the trunk, or in the trailer here, I've got rope, so I can turn those stacks of 4 logs into, I can turn the piles of 4 logs into stacks of 4 logs, make them easier to transport. Toss those into the trailer. Now for the this stack of 2 logs in the ground, I'm going to turn it into a stack of 4 logs by picking up these, right-click on these little sprites here. You can pick a log up off the ground. So I'll make this into a 4 stack by grabbing that one and this one here. Alternatively, I could have found another small tree and cut that down, but there's not a lot of small trees actually in this area. Most of them are the large trees. Or, you know, I'm a doofus. I forgot about the fact that there was a small tree here. I'll just grab another 2 logs, it's fine. There are plenty of logs on the ground out here after all. There have been times in the past where I haven't felt like cutting wood, so I would just go out and pick logs up off the ground and just get wood that way. But it is faster to cut wood, much faster. Alright, I am out of rope, so I'll toss this into the trunk and then get a couple more rope. Get the rest of that, and then we'll cut a little bit more, and then we'll be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ought to do for now. Alright, that's all I've cut so far. So I toss that into the trunk and we cut a little bit more. Oh, you know what? The trunk, or the trailer, is close to being full because of all the sheet rope, so take the sheet rope out. There we go. Okay, so the trailer is now full. As in, when I say full, I mean it won't fit anymore, right? Hang on. 104 minus 96? It's too early for mental math. Yeah, it is too full. I cannot fit anything else in it. You need 12 to fit another stack of logs. Okay, when it comes to which direction to cut trees, and I like to do the south, so that I can have a nice clear view of the road that I'm going to build from that street light all the way up to this gravel path up here. If you cut trees facing south, it doesn't block your vision as you're going up the road. Alright, and to keep the muscle strain from building up, monitor that and sit down and read. This is axe level 3 right here. If I was level 5, I could probably get away with cutting 2 trees before I had to stop and take a break. But, no. If I did 2 trees in a row without taking a break, my muscle strain would most likely get into the red, and if you let it get into the red, it takes a hell of a lot longer to fade away than it otherwise would. So you're much better off just taking breaks until you're at much, much higher axe level skill. Axe skill level, as it were. I'm actually gonna go ahead and, while the muscle strain is fading away, I will pack up the rest of these logs I just cut down. So since the trailer is full, I'm putting it into the trunk now. At 184, that's room for plenty. That should have been enough time to make the muscle strain go away. Now I predict that because I'm bundling up these logs, I'm going to come back with a lot more than I did last time, so I should have more than enough to finish both the floor and probably most of the walls. I don't know if I'll be able to get all the walls, but definitely some of them. Oh, I'm actually not over encumbered. I need to fix that. Let's just pick up a large branch here. That's too heavy. Tree branch? Yeah, that's good enough. You want to have, if you're cutting wood, and you want to gain strength experience, like I do, because I'm level 9 and I want to get towards level 10, always try to be as over-encumbered as possible. Try to be as over-encumbered as reasonably possible, if that makes sense. Carrying around a lot of stuff all the time, basically. Even when fighting zombies, though I don't usually like risking that. I prefer grinding strength experience when I'm not worried about zombies. I should actually, when I sit down to read, I should face the north, because in terms of where the zombies are most likely to come from, at the moment it's probably the north. So these are 2 small trees right here, I think. So if I cut both of them... Oh no, that was a large tree. Didn't look like one. I was going to say, if I cut down both of them, then I'll have 4 logs for another 4 stack. So that means I just got another small tree sitting here by itself. I will... How will I handle that? Should be some logs on the floor still. Yeah, I see a few. Yeah, here we go. Put these in my hands so that I can do 2 more without going over the limit. By putting them in my hands instead of my backpack, it wastes a little bit less time. Well, now I can't. Or can I? If I drop that? Yeah, it's because I was carrying around the stick. Alright. There's another 4 into the trunk. 96, so we're about halfway there. Am I missing stacks on the floor? Yeah, there's one over here. Alright, so total tally right now, we've got 8 stacks in the trailer and 8 stacks in the trunk. Trunk is bigger, so I can fit a little bit more there. Alright, let's pick up a stick so that we're over encumbered again. And let us cut a couple more trees. If it isn't sufficiently obvious, I'm fast-forwarding while I cut the trees, because ain't nobody got time to sit here and watch me cut trees for... Even I don't have time for that. And here I am playing this game 12 hours a day sometimes. I am out of reading material now because I just finished that foraging book. So what I probably am going to do, actually, is just head on back. with what I have here. How many? I've got 14 sheet rope left. See, the problem is now I don't, with the book being finished, I don't have anything else to do when I'm waiting for the muscle strain to go away between axe cutting or wood cutting. So I'm just gonna go and get another book. How about we read... No, I really don't have a lot left to read. Aiming and reloading, I suppose. We're right about at that point where I can start doing shooting. I do have a lot of M9. I think I have at least a carton of M9. That's 9mm is, in my opinion, the best way to start working on your aiming skill. I'll just carry aiming and reloading at the same time. Sit down and regain some of my endurance here. 2100, so I think I have just enough daylight left to finish filling up the trailer itself, or the step van. What are you doing, step van? I think I run out of daylight at like 22:10 now, so I'm just about to run out of daylight, which is actually okay. I do have a flashlight, but much more efficient to just use the vehicle headlights. Do these two trees last. Just chill here and read a book for a bit. Muscle strain, go away. She needs some milk. Muscle strain is gone. I'm staying up a little late tonight, but that's because I'm almost done here. I don't want to go back again. Okay. That should be all that I need to cut. Now, if I was like on a long-distance expedition to get more wood as opposed to just cutting it locally, there's other things I could do aside from just filling up the trailer and then the back. I could also hand carry a bunch in my military backpacks in my hands and fill up the passenger seat. Hell, you can even fit a single stack of 4 in the glove compartment if it's empty, because I have the organized trait. So what I'm going to do is drive right into the interior of my base. Since I don't have the walls up yet, I do the walls last for this specific reason. Park the van here, cut the engine, and we are ready to sleep. I just want to put my long sleeve shirt back on because it is just slightly starting to get cold. We're nowhere near a cold point where I have to worry about getting cold with a long sleeve shirt on, but I always take the shirt off when I'm, oh damn it, a nightmare. Let's just read for a bit then. Whenever you have a nightmare and it wakes you up in the middle of the night, you have to screw around for a bit before the game will let you sleep again. Okay. It is 4 a.m. and I got a little bit more sleep than I thought I would. So what I need to do is pass some time here until I'm back to 30 fatigue. 30 fatigue is the limit at which the game will let you sleep. Otherwise, if you're below 30 fatigue, it'll just say not tired enough to sleep when you right-click on a bed. So I open the trunk. It's already open. I stand in a place where I can reach both the trailer and the trunk, right here, and then I sit on the ground, and then I open the crafting menu, hit unstack 4 logs, do that 23 times. So basically, the crafting menu is pulling from both the trunk and the trailer, so I'm unstacking all the stacks of logs at the same time here, just all in one go. And then I just drop that on the ground. I put the rope and sheet rope back into the trailer, and still not ready to sleep again, so I just get the trailer out of the way and we'll do some, we'll start cutting some of those logs. So one of the reasons I do it that way is because when you unstack the logs to the crafting menu all at the same time, it will put everything on the same floor tile. So there's 828 encumbrance worth of logs on this one tile right here. The game would never normally let you do that, but right now it lets you do it. So I just sit down again. The reason I sit down is so that when my inventory gets full of stuff while I'm fast forwarding, it does not damage my character. Alrighty. We now have a total of 276 planks. Pretty good. Made away with a pretty good collection there. I will now drop what I don't need, like this axe. I don't want to be over encumbered at the moment because I will be no matter what I do when I start building here. So I'll drop my M9, my axe, and the books. Now I'm really, really hungry, and my proteins are getting low again, so I'm going to go ahead and do another 2 liter of milk. That will fix my hunger and my proteins all at once. Yeah, back up to 141 proteins, and I was down to, like, I don't know, 60 hunger, so fixed all that pretty easily. Refill my water bottle. Grab some nails. Put my backpacks in my hands. Oh, there's still some sheet rope in my backpack. How did that happen? Let's go put that in the trailer. As a quick recap for anybody joining us, we have just done a large logging operation and we've successfully cut them all into planks. Now we are putting the planks into our backpacks that we're carrying around, and we are going to start building. We can put 12 into a single military backpack if you were organized. So that means I'm now carrying around 36 planks across my 3 backpacks. Go to the build menu and get to building. So a quick review of my base design. I split it into 4 quadrants, top, bottom, left, and right. The top, this is a screenshot of my base from 42.7. The top is my workshop. It's going to have the forge, furnace, kiln, and all the lovely stuff for that. Left is my kitchen. It'll have all the necessary kitchen stuff with a lot of cabinet space for different stuff, different categories of stuff. And right is basically just my huge walk-in closet. because I do a lot of clothes collecting in this game. It's just a silly little hobby that makes B42 more interesting. And then the whole back wall is dedicated entirely to storage. So you can see I've already put up the wall and painted it so that I don't have to move the crates anymore. The one factor that I'm thinking about now is that I want to keep a couple of river tiles exposed, but I don't know exactly where I want to do it. In my previous design, it was like right next to the right on the top side of the where the doors meet in the center. So the base design is basically just a big box. There's 12 spaces on either side of each door, in every direction. And I've already made sure to connect the two doors on the left and right sides here. So that means this right here is the dead center of the base. So that means if I wanted to do the same thing as I did before with river tiles exposed right next to the center, that means I would leave, like, I don't know, maybe these 3 tiles here exposed. And I could reduce that to 2 if I wanted. So you remember, you can always build on top of exposed tiles, but once you do, I don't know if it's possible to even expose the river tiles once again. Like, I think it's permanent. So I'm going to go ahead and start right here. So I know for almost absolute certain that I want this wall to be covered up completely, so. Also, as you can see from my moodles, I am once again too hot. So I'm going to take the shirt off, drop it. Just come back, put that on later when I am done building stuff. Am I out of planks or nails? Planks, okay. Let us go recuperate our planks. In each backpack. Let's get some nails. Now I only need like 36 nails, so I will just take... There we go. Exactly the number that I need. Out of both planks and nails. Still got plenty of planks, so as you can see, we'll have more than enough to start on the walls. Only 31 nails left, so I'm going to go ahead and open another box. Drop them, maybe grab half of that pile. That's fine. Okay, coming down the home stretch. So definitely thinking to keep these 3 tiles exposed. Just for shits and giggles, I'll keep another 3 exposed on the... right here. And maybe I'll cover them up later, that's fine. I really just kind of want to keep my options open. The exposed river tiles are really just an aesthetic choice, you know? Kind of like one of those indoor rivers you would see like in a East Asian inspired design or something like that. Alright. that does it for the floors for now. Let's grab something to drink, so we are hungry. I don't know why I left this generator running. I should have shut it off as soon as the... It's only for the construction lights. I don't need construction lights right now. Now the question of which walls to build first is mostly revolves around the fact that I want to be able to drive around through the base before I put the walls up. So I'm actually going to move the lights a little bit to accommodate that. Or I'll wait, worry about the lights in a minute. I want to get this, get these planks out of my inventory. So let's put up the back walls are obvious because I don't need to worry about driving through that yet, or ever really. Now in my 42.7 design, I didn't have any windows at all. That's because it was actually a lot further inland. Like the bottom and the left sides here were actually like on the map as opposed to being out into the river like this design. This design, the entire base is out into the river. So I don't have to worry about windows on the top or the whatchamacallit, on left or right sides here, because there's never going to be any zombies approaching from those directions. The zombies are never going to spawn out in the river, even if you create traversable terrain out in the river. So I think that just means I need to decide what... Hold on a second, what's wrong with this? Why does that look dilapidated? I am building the correct level, right? Yeah, I'm building craftsman. I don't know why that looks ugly. Anyway, so let's maybe do window here, 2 spaces, window, 2 spaces, window. Window, 3 spaces, window, 3 spaces, window. That feels good. Yeah, I kind of like that. So let's get planks and then we'll build the window tiles first, and then fill in the walls. So building walls and windows costs a lot more nails, so I carry around more than I did before. So I build one here. 1, 2, 3, build one here. 1, 2, 3, and then here. That feels good. That means I will have a lot more natural light during the day, so I don't have to have the lights running as much during the day. The back wall, there would be no point in putting windows, because I wouldn't even be able to see them through the storage crates. So I don't have to worry about windows on the back wall, just the left and the left and right, pretty much. In fact, I will go ahead and just build frames and then windows, so that I can get it out of the way now. Stop thinking about it. Of course, the question of whether to put windows in the kitchen is a relevant one, because you cannot put decorations on window tiles, which means I wouldn't be able to put American flags on certain tiles that I would otherwise want to. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, because the wide American flag is 3 tiles wide, so that is not an issue, because there's 3 tiles in between. Yeah, so I'll put the flag here. Perfect. Okay, I can stop thinking about windows now. Everything else is just straight up walls. My character's already tired at 1700 hours. It's a little early, but it's not a big deal because I'm not fighting anybody right now. Fatigue is only going to really affect your combat effectiveness. Cuts your damage in half, actually. Rather severe punishment if you're trying to fight zombies, but if you're not trying to fight zombies, it doesn't really do anything, so... Oh, I do not want to build the south wall yet, or on this side. I do not want to build that yet, because I want to be able to drive through and drop things off at the storage crates. So I'm not building that part yet. I will build that after I've emptied the contents of all of my entire fleet of vans. Oh, there's all of my planks. Okay. Doing alright on nails. So let's just reload on planks. Is hungry. We give her milk. I seem to have shedded most of my live viewers. It is unfortunately a little difficult to make the repetitive building process interesting to watch. Am I out of nails or wood? Wood. Okay, and now I think briefly about the staircase. The staircase for this base is kind of hard to see. I actually put it all the way in the bottom right, the bottom corner there, like at the very bottom. I don't know if maybe I'll do the same now. Hard to say. Staircase is kind of hard to think about sometimes in this game because there's only two directions that a staircase can face in this game. So let's grab a couple more planks. We need 13 for a stairwell, so I'll just grab another 2 bags full here. If I were a stairwell, where would I put myself? I feel like the right side wall, that feels good to me, personally. It does slightly complicate things. No, it doesn't. Okay, so another thing I'm thinking about whenever I put something flush in front of the wall, that affects whether or not I'll be able to access the wall to paint it. But if I wanted to paint and plaster it, I would come at it from this side. So I do not have to worry about building a set of stairs flush with the wall right here. Because if I want to paint and plaster, I'll come at it from the other side. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Yes, I'm going to commit to that decision. I'm not going to worry too much about the next floor, but I'm going to go ahead and get what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put 2 wooden floors right here. And the reason for that is now I have a very small roofed area for my bed. In fact, I'm going to widen that just a little bit so that there's a little roofed area, and I'll put my bed underneath this roofed area. What that will do is prevent me from getting rained on if it rains. The window cadence was free between except for around the doors. So what I do is put a window on this side of the door, and then on this side of the door. And I'm now out of planks again. Grab some more. Grab the rest of my nails. Start by getting the window frames out of the way so I can, once again, I can stop thinking about them. 2, 3 there. 1, 2, 3 in there. Do the same on this side. 1, 2, 3 and here. 2, 3 and here. Okay. And I do not want any windows on the front because the front is the direction zombies are most likely to come from, so I will go ahead and keep the front nice and buttoned up. I still have a lot of wood to use, so I'm going to go ahead and start on the actual walls, starting with next to the staircase and my bed area here. I'm going to hold off on doing this very far back wall just yet. I don't yet know if there is going to be a necessity to keep it like on the left side here. On the left side of the back wall, you can see I've got all my storage crates. I don't know if I need to cover the whole wall with storage crates, because I have a lot more real estate here. I probably will, but we'll see. I'll hold off putting up walls or windows on that part for now. Spend the rest of my planks on that, and out of nails. So just grab the rest of these planks and one more box of nails. Pretty decent construction cadence. It took us exactly 1 day to expend all of the planks that we collected. Carton of nails is now needing to be opened. I'm going to turn on the generator because I'm going to get a couple minutes away from losing daylight. Open a carton of nails here and drop most of them on the floor because I only really need one box right now. One carton of nails is 12 boxes. Each box is 100 nails. If you're not familiar with the B42 cartoning system, it's pretty good. I love it. One of the few objectively awesome things that they've changed with B42. So I will continue with walls on this side. Okay, I am out of all planks that I harvested yesterday, so I'm going to drop my nails on the floor over here and put my backpacks back into the main one and put my shirt back on so that I don't get cold while I sleep, and go grab my bed, and I'm going to move it to its this is not like going to be my bedroom or anything in the future, but it will so one fun fact about this medical bed, if anybody joining us is not familiar, the medical bed is one of the only beds in this game that I've seen that gives good quality sleep but is also, you don't need carpentry skill to pick it up. So, as you can see, I did not need my hammer or anything to pick it up. I just picked it up. And it is also a little bit smaller than other beds. Each piece is only 15 encumbrance. Now, granted, I've now reached carpentry level 10, so I can pick up and move around any bed I want to without any risk of breaking it. But before that was the case, these beds were a godsend. I found them in the Brandenburg military checkpoint in the medical tent. There, you can probably also find them in other places like the hospital in Louisville, but I think the Brandenburg checkpoint tent is probably the easiest location to get to, relatively speaking. So I'll go ahead and put the bed here, and now I can sleep, because I have a roof over my head, basically. So I have a place to sleep that is covered. I just put, the graphic of the bed has a pillow on it, but it doesn't actually have a pillow until you put one on it. So now it has a pillow, and we sleep. Or, I'm gonna sleep after I shut the generator off, because ain't no need to have lights on while I'm sleeping. Just a waste of gas. Alright. As a restless sleeper, I gotta screw around for a little bit in the middle of the night here, so let's get us some food in our system. And by food, I mean milk. Only have a couple fountain cups of milk left, actually. Let's go ahead and refill all of them. $32 fountain cups. That is a lovely collection. So I'm just gonna right-click on the, this is my dispenser of milk. I'm just gonna fill all fountain cups from that. Do I have enough milk for that? I believe I do. I don't know. We'll find out. Yes, looks like it. How much milk is left in the dispenser? About 1.4 liters. So what I'm going to do is put the cups back in the van, a couple into my Alice pack, and the rest of what is in the container I'll go ahead and put into a 2-liter bottle. I believe I have one here, passenger seat. So I'll fill that. So I have another 2-liter for my proteins start getting low. And then I can remove this dispenser bottle as a way to remind myself that we are out of milk in the dispenser, so that when I start getting low on the fountain cup milks, I will go back to the animal farm and milk the cows that I have up there. So right now, what I need to think about is getting more construction lights up, because I'm going to need one for each quadrant, the top, bottom, left, and right. So let's think about exactly where the center of the quadrant is. Here's the corner, right? Yes, the corner. I can use the, these rubber tiles are actually helping me measure right now. So this is dead center. In that case, 2, 3, 4. That looks good. So I just need to remember, basically I'm moving it 3 tiles over. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 tiles away from the center. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the center right here, yeah. So that just means 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this is the new resting place for the other one. So I'm doing the same thing. I'm moving it 3 tiles over. Now let's turn on the generator, see what that looks like. When you pick them up, put them back down, you gotta turn them on again. That looks good, and that looks good. Yeah, there's no tiles that are too dark. So I just need to replicate that on the other side. And I'll probably need to move the generator temporarily. Obviously, this is all going to be inside. So, I will need to put the generator. I'll put it like dead center, and then I will, once I actually start working on the roof, I'll move it. These vehicles over here, the taxi and the pickup truck, are just furniture storage. So everything on the seats and the trunk are just like this. I got another pair of floodlights here and here. So there's 2 more for the lower floor. Run over here and unpack one. How did I do that before? I was from dead center. Dead center is here. I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I put it here. Or do I put it over one? I put it over one so that it's flush with the other. There we go. And it's still within range. Perfect. Right? Is that perfect? Wait a minute. No, I was right the first time. I'm standing on the tile that it should be on. I knew something weird. There was something weird about that. Okay, that looks better. Much better. So now I just do the same thing at the square point from here, which happens to be on a river tile. That's a little silly. And I'm out of planks. Damn it. I know where to get another plank. It's alright. I'll just grab another plank and, on the ground out here, there should be a large branch. You can turn a large tree branch into a plank, single plank. Then I just need a single nail and I can floor that up. Wasn't quite expecting that kind of a silly thing to happen, but, sometimes the base builds itself, if that makes sense. Saw the branch. And build the floor. Perfect. I didn't even need to move the generator. Okay. We have our night lights set up so that we can continue building at night if and when we need to. Alright, you know what? Something I've never tested before. I'm going to go ahead and test it with the taxi because I don't care about it. I've never actually tried to see what happens if you accidentally run into a construction light. Just going to go real slow and see what happens. Okay, yeah. You run into it. Okay. I kind of figured that was the case, but honestly, this game does some weird things. There are certain things that you can just drive straight through, and I did not know if the construction light counted as one. So basically all that means is I need to be very careful when I drive into the base to drop things off. Let's practice really quick with the van. Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. I did kind of leave myself a little bit of not as much room there, but that's alright, because that's enough to turn around and then unload from the trunk, and then we're out of here. Okay, perfect. I now have a strategy to get all of my stuff expropriated from the the massive collection of vehicle trunks full of garbage bags of loot. And it is 4 a.m., so I sleep again. Alrighty. Oh, look at that, I got cold. Okay. So that means what I need to do is start thinking about keeping a jacket on my bed so that I wear it while I sleep. I'm really baffled that this game has sheets but no way to put them on a bed and make it warmer. Like, you can put sheets on a bed, it just doesn't do anything. All of my clothes are going to be in my... with the exception of, I do have a military jacket, I believe, in one of these trash bags here. See, on this side, this is my wardrobe. I'm going to call it that instead of the walk-in closet. On the right-hand side is basically just a huge wardrobe, because I like collecting clothes. But this right here is my, this is my collection of military gear, to include, okay, the officer jacket. Amazing thing. It's basically a leather jacket, but military style. It matches your force camo gear, and it provides protection that, like the other long coats, it goes over the groin and in your to your upper thighs. So you can see my protection levels just skyrocketed just by putting that jacket on. So This is actually a jacket that I normally would, like, wear around during winter. But we're not quite there yet in terms of winter. If I were to start doing heavy work with this jacket on, I would get very, very hot. So I'm just going to place it on the bed and sleep with it. Because, yeah, I'm using an officer jacket as a blanket. The weird shit you get up to in this game. Okay, I don't need to think about gravel yet. I do need to think about keeping these stupid saplings out of my way. I hate saplings so much in this game. Okay. If you try to drive through these, you're gonna have a bad time. They don't break your hood or anything, but they slow you down tremendously. Choppings will continue until the saplings cease. Start with the biggest of the vans. This bad boy right here. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Okay, a couple of minor complications. I don't even know if I would call them complications, just things to consider, right? So, food. I want to be able to dump all my loot, but food doesn't go in the big storage back here. It goes over here in the kitchen, in all of the cabinets that I have not yet acquired. So, should I just go acquire the cabinets now? I don't see any reason not to. Yeah, I'm going to go acquire the cabinets, but in order to do that, I also, before I put them down, I need to have the wall plastered up properly. So, I think I have enough red paint for that. I want the kitchen to be red. Let me check my paints over here. I've got 1 can of red paint. I think that will be enough. So each can is 10 paintings. Yeah, I think that might just be enough. Let me count the walls here. So I only have to worry about facing the right side walls here. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we run out of paint here. Well, that's okay because we'll find more red paint eventually, and we will just not put any cabinets beyond this point. I think that'll be fine. That should be more than fine, really. Let's we have a whole bucket of plaster over here. Put that in my secondary. That means we need some planks to get the walls boarded up completely. We need 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 planks. So that is basically just one tree and then some change. So I'll put this plaster back in my backpack here. She thirsty, she getting milk. Gear up so that we can be over encumbered ever so slightly. Spare axe in the trunk. And we cut a couple trees. Alright. Put the axe back down. And some logs sawn here. Alright, we got 24 planks now. We have the plaster in the main backpack. Paint, let's get that in the main backpack. Then I just need to go grab the paintbrush and the plastering trowel from over here, as well as some nails. I want to still leave room for the vehicle to get out on the side. I don't think I'll need to go any further than that. Yeah, that's fine. I will leave the rest of my planks on the floor here. Just got a couple left. Plaster into my secondary hand, and we're going to plaster from left to right. And now we paint red. Alright, we gotta go ahead and drop the paintbrush and the plastering trowel next to the center here. And I've got 2 buckets of water here that already finished letting the rain fill up. So I will put those together along with these other ones that just emptied. Right over here can be my buckets of water area. Drop that bucket, and then the paint bucket that I just finished. Okay. Stone axe can go here. Nails on the floor. Now we just need to go get some cabinets. And once we get the cabinets, we'll also get the clothing storage. These clothing racks here that you see on the right side, those are, you can walk right through them, and they do not need to be flush with the wall. So I don't need to worry about having the walls plastered up to put those down, because they're not going to be flush with the wall. So let's get some to drink. Put this other claw hammer down until I do more mass building. Keep that one on my belt. Since I'm going out into the field, there might be plenty of zombies. I'm going to gear up for combat here. Got my nightstick ready as backup short blunt. Crude stone axe in my hands. Crude stone axe on my back. Stone mace in case things get really hairy. And some milk. Carry around my main backpack. Now I want to clear space out of my ambulance here I do want my ambulance to be the, well, you know what, howdy, howdy. Welcome, welcome. So, as a quick recap, we are about to head out to get some cabinets, because what we want to do is we want to empty all the loot we have stored up, so we need to get some cabinets and clothing racks. I think I have enough room in my ambulance for that, but I also kind of want to get, I want to get more than that. So I'm going to take the, van, or the step van, and that just means I need to bring a couple of extra axes with me, so that when they break, I can continue fighting. Y'all will see what I mean by that momentarily, when I actually start fighting here in a minute. Take a box of trash bags in case I need it, because I don't have anything else stored up in this van. This van, the step van, is basically just completely empty so that I can use it for log storage. But now I'm using it for transporting furniture. So we fire up the engine, and we're going to make a stop by the, we are going to make a stop by the gas station, which is my, my supply cache that I need to dump all the loot from. See all these vans here? Full of trash bags of loot. Each of them over 150 encumbrance worth. So we've got a lot of work to do in that regard. I just need to drop these seeds off that I picked up, and then grab a, if I want to get the floor tiles while I'm over there, I want to get a, I want to hold on to a crowbar. So this is my seed cache. Put those in there, and then, do I even need to be running this? Checking the fridge here. Okay, yeah, no, there's still some stuff in here that I want to keep from spoiling. So I am going to keep the generator over here running for a bit longer. Otherwise, we are deploying to do a little combat. Okay. I'll wake up. Sleeping in a little bit. Here goes nothing. I have no idea how many zombies are going to be between us and the furniture that we want to get. So that is an open question. The furniture that I want to get is a set of cabinets from a, there's an ice cream shop and a donut shop at the edge of Riverside here. And that is where, yeah, see, we've already got lots of respawns. I've cleared this area out multiple times, but I do not acquiesce zombies in my city. This is my city now. Quick reminder, we are playing on default apocalypse settings. A single bite is all it takes to kill me. Is the in-game music broken again? Hang on a second. I think the in-game music... Yeah, so the volume is up, but I'm not hearing any music play. I think it's broken again. Happens sometimes. It might fix if I get a lot of zombies on me, because it should kick into combat music, but usually that happens after just 3 zombies. Are there enough back here for that? Doesn't look like it. Alright. I'm going to swing around and grab some of the clothing racks from the sports shop over here. I never did break into this place. I hate breaking my own windows, right? Riverside is mine, so any window broken is my window. I hate it, but nothing I can do about it. It's either the windows or the doors, and the doors take longer and are more annoying, so you can't replace the windows. They added glass making to this game, but you can't make window panes. Nope, that's not allowed. So I don't really care about the sports gear yet. I can always come back for it if I leave it on the floor. Just want to steal these clothing racks. These ones are actually pretty small. I think they only... Yeah, their encumbrance is only 5, and yet they store 65 worth of clothing. So these are actually really, really space efficient in terms of carrying them around. Toss them in the trailer and move on to the next location. Oh, like a doofus, I left the rope and sheet rope in the back of the trailer here. Whatever. I should hopefully still have enough room. Alright, the hotel has some respawns in the front. I've very recently been behind the hotel, so I want to say that that area is clear. I'm going to see if I can get a large group aggroed onto me so that the combat music will fix itself. See, if the music stops playing, you can usually give it a kick to make it start playing again by intentionally triggering the combat music. There we go, see? Okay, we fixed it. We fixed it. Now we've got a slightly bigger problem than the music. I can't kill all these guys just with axes. This is way too much. Let's see if I can split them up, and if I can't, I'll whip out the mace. I can kill these guys with the mace if I need to, but I'd much prefer to just split them up and kill them with the axes. Pun intended. Oh shit! Stupid fucking glitch with the knockdown zombies. Oh, okay, we're good, we're good. Checking our 6, we're clear. Too fast from the north. Checking our 6, we're clear. Okay, we successfully split them up. Some of them have lost interest. There is one to my north, but he doesn't seem to be aggroed, so we're good. See, now that the combat music kicked in, the rest of the music, including the chill, you know, stuff that plays when you're not in combat, that's all been restarted now. The little quirk of B42 that's been around since the beginning. And I think I know exactly why the devs haven't fixed it, because they don't play their own game long enough for it to kick in. It happens after you've been playing for a couple of hours. All the devs ever do is jump into the game, play debug mode for a couple of seconds to test something, and then go back to coding. They don't long play their own games. I could go on and on about that, but for now, I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to make this another complaining about the dev stream. I've done one of those before. Alright, we're pretty good. A little bit low on endurance. Let's have a drink. Or actually, let's have a bite of omelet. Here's that guy over here. I want to get rid of him before he causes problems. See, this whole side, I think, is clear. The cul-de-sac over there. Well, I can't even guarantee that the cul-de-sac is clear. It's been a little while since I've been there. I've been spending enough time building that it is possible that respawns have triggered. That is a unique leather jacket. I'm going to leave that on the ground. Switchblade. Technically speaking, switchblades have the highest crit of all knives. Yet, what's a knife crit? Literally nothing. The only thing you can do with knives is the jaw stab, which I maintain the jaw stab is the stupidest form of combat in this game. I will fight you about that. It is so fucking stupid. A zombie bite is the one guaranteed way to get yourself killed. Why would you ever stick your hand near a zombie's mouth intentionally? But no, jaw stabs are a thing. Okay, whatever. We broke our axe, we just pull another one out. I had one on my back. And that is how you level axe skills. You don't break your good axes like firefighter axes. Just build a ton of crude stone axes and keep using them. So the one that was on our back is now in our hands, and we're putting a new one on our back. So we can just do that exact same thing again when the next one breaks. That's why I have 32 axles in the back of my van. Who else went inside of the slim tax here? Anybody? Anybody? Doesn't look like it. What about fashion? Nope. And that is now clear. Well, no, I mean, not clear, but clearish. Did I shut my engine off? I have a bad habit of not shutting my engine off. Especially when I think I'm only going to be out of the van for a couple minutes. See, I thought I was going to be out of the van for just a couple of minutes, and I didn't shut the engine off, and it idled for, like, I don't know. It idled for a while, and now I wasted a little bit of gas. Very bad habit of mine. Always shut your engine off if you're not intending on keeping the thing running for a quick getaway. Yeah, see, look at this big old group over here. I don't necessarily need to kill them, but I'm gonna kill them all because this is my town. Get out of my town. Get out of my reality. A little bit low in endurance. I'm gonna actually sit down for a second and read. Since I'm very clear to this side, I can afford to turn this way and sit down and read. And there we go. Okay, the rest of the parking lot over here looks good. Yeah, I have hit the Gigamart area recently, so swing around, check what it looks like on the other side of this restaurant. Looking alright, looking alright. So we've got Hair Genesis right here, we've got Saucy, and we've got, I haven't even hit Enigma books yet, because I haven't, I've actually been really good on my books so far. Like, there are very few books that I really need that I don't have yet. I mean, like, when it comes to really needing them, there's nothing that I eminently need that I don't already have. There was one more in this group. There you are. I try not to kill zombies in the streets, because I drive on these streets, and I'd prefer my suspension not get damaged from driving over zombies. It's a cute skirt. You'll sometimes see me pulling clothes off of corpses so that I can use it to level up my tailoring, or if I just find it to look neat. See, we broke it, so we just pull the next one right off of our back. The trait that makes that very easy to do is called dexterous. See, it not only makes it so that you transfer items faster, which huge quality of life, but it also makes it so that you switch weapons faster. Very invaluable. I'll die on that hill. I'll never play a character that is not dexterous. Highly, highly important trait. So we've got a couple of clothing racks in here that I'm going to steal. Just got to bring the van up. And there's also a couple of clothing racks in Spitfire. So we'll hit both. It's an Indie Stone t-shirt. I don't know if I would ever want to wear that, but... look at that. It's got the stupid little pie logo for the developers. Dorks. Yeah, I guess I'll hold on to it. Maybe I'll put it on a mannequin. Oh yeah, we got a lot of clothing racks in this place. I might not even need to take it from the other place. I only just remembered my flashlight is moments away from losing battery. I really need a new battery for it. Honestly, I feel like this might be enough, but I can always come back to Saucy if I want more clothing racks. So I'll stick with what I have now, and then see what use the rest of my storage space to get more oh shit. It's just one, right? I think it is. Okay. Pull out my... So I'm extremely over-encumbered, but I think I can handle it if it's just one. You just gotta be aware that when you're this over-encumbered, your combat speed is like, I don't know, a third of what it normally would be. But since there's only one, that's fine. I can still stun lock them and kill them. We're fine. Okay, so the trailer is now full. Just put the rope that I picked up. Put that in the, I'll put that in the glove. So that should do it for clothing storage for now. If I need more, I know where to find it. We're on our way to grab what we definitely want for sure, the cabinets for the kitchen. Fatigue is going to catch up with us very shortly. That means I'm going to switch to short blunt because I need to kill fast and the axe is too slow. That's right, calling you all out. Another group down there. Did I cut the engine? I don't think I did. Move up. There's a couple of low priority furniture items in the coffee shop there, but I'm not going to worry about them just yet. I did cut the engine. The one time I remembered to. That's a lie. See, this is why I had to switch to short blunt, because I don't have enough fatigue left to spend the time killing these guys with axes. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hype myself up a little bit. I've got my own custom mix that I've made of the high-intensity soundtracks for this game, And I'm going to play that so that it doesn't keep cutting in and out. Where is it? Audition, whatever you want to call it. Hello. Why you check over your shoulder? Some from the right. Running wet. Too many at once. South of me. I lost track of them. He's coming through the tree. A whole bunch of them in this area over here I lost track of. Three of them. See, I just got stage 1 fatigue, but I'm still combat effective for now. Just gotta be much more wary of my endurance. Behind those trees. Woo! Okay, another for the compilation of bullshit. Hello, Razio. I am stage 1 endurance problems here. And move up and sit down. And here's what I'm also going to do. I'm going to take a couple caffeine tablets. Just one. Window. Okay. Doing pretty good on the, I think we've cleared them out. Just gonna check to the south. Past these trees. Yeah, I don't need to worry about those down there. Good. Yeah, we are good. So the donut shop and the ice cream shop both have the cabinets and floor tiles that we want, so that's why I needed to clear all those zombies out before I got too fatigued to be combat effective. And then there's, of course, one straggler here. I can deal with her now before she becomes a problem. Him, her, it, whatever. Which door is that? Not that one, but this one. Okay, she's going to be hitting that door for a while. I'm not going to bother with that. And it is locked, so I can't hit her. Just killed a cool, I don't know, 50 to 100 zombies in a matter of minutes. What's my kill count at? 1,914 kills. It's gone up quite a bit since I last looked, but I don't usually pay attention to my kill tally. I'm not really that kind of guy who's like, oh man, I got 2,000 kills now. No, it's, you know, you're gonna get kills over the course of this game. It is only a question of how sensible you are while you're getting them, so that you can survive. All right, cut the engine here, and we've got a donut shop to steal the furniture from. A locked donut shop. I forgot my crowbar. I knew I was forgetting something, so that means we're not picking up any floor tiles, but that is okay, because we can come back for them. We're getting our cabinets, and that's the most important thing. Put another cabinet in his backpack. Let's take the coffee express, put it in my side bag, and then we can fit all three of these cabinets in that bag. Just gotta empty them out. I would like to keep the sugar and tea, though. my other backpack in my primary hand and carry all these at once. I didn't want the donuts. Rotten donuts can go on the floor. Alright. So that's the furniture. I'd love to have some of those floor tiles, but since I don't have a crowbar, I can't pick them up right now. That's alright. The furniture should start putting it in the trunk while I drive here. Trunk's only halfway full, so I don't really need to be doing this whole loading myself up with the backpacks thing. I'll just ferry them out. Give me one of the side doors open, come on now. Not gonna tell me this whole ice cream shop is locked. I guess you are. Whatever. All these cabinets are already empty. Guess an ice cream shop really doesn't need everything to be full all the time. Get the cash register out of the way here. I only need 2 display cases. Possibly, I mean, if I need a third, I know where to find it. See, if we look at my other base design that I'm trying to emulate here. Plenty of cabinets, just those 2 display cases there, I'll be fine. Alright, that's all the cabinets. That should be all I need for now. While I'm here, I might as well grab the stuff from the coffee shop that I wanted. Coffee shop is right around the corner, and we've already cleared the area around it. Should just get used to the fact that these are all going to be locked. So you see that everything in here is mahogany with like a kind of a discordant orange counter. I don't really care about that. All I care about is the I want the espresso machine. How do I get back there? Run past the door? Yeah. No, that's the bathroom. And I'll take the menu too, because why not? What are you gonna do? You gonna stop me? Here we go. You know what? Before I forget, I've said this 20 times already. My flashlight battery is moments away from expiring. So I'm actually gonna do something that you can always do wherever you are. If there's a car, there's probably a radio in that car. If there's a radio in that car, you can pull the radio out with your screwdriver. And then, just dismantle the radio. And voila, you got another battery, full capacity. So I'm going to put that in my Alice belt, because that way as soon as my flashlight battery goes out on my angle-headed flashlight there, I can replace it right away. I don't think there's anything else in the coffee shop I want right now. There's loot, but I don't really care about the coffee stuff. I think coffee is still broken in this game, actually. When I say broken, I mean it's so broken that you get a better return on investment from literally eating the coffee than you do making coffee. Just in terms of the caffeine content. Kind of stupid. I'm pretty sure the human body doesn't even process caffeine unless it's been extracted from the bean through heat. But what would I know? And it is 22:40, so it is time to sleep. But that means as soon as we finish sleeping, we're ready for our midnight activity. We've got a lot of fun stuff to do. It is now cold enough that I'll get cold if I don't wear something warm when sleeping outside. So I put on that jacket I left sitting on the bed and go to sleep. Alright, first sleep is done. Let's turn on the work lights and get to work. So here is our base, if you haven't seen it yet. It's a work in progress, coming along nicely though. Especially now that I have a very clear design of what I want it to look like. Start with 2 corner cabinets. I'll put them under the windows. How do I want to go about this? Some American flags that I probably want to put down too. Now, the thing is, when it comes to putting decorations behind the counters, it actually won't hurt too much to just go ahead and get the counters down so that I can, you know, get all my loot unloaded. And then I can pick up the counters if there's something I want to put behind them to decorate the place. Because these counters are not going to be like as heavily stocked as these columns of boxes back here. Those columns of boxes are going to be so heavily stocked that I don't want to ever have to get behind them again, which is why I went that far out of my way. Let's see, we've got let's just take all these counter bits here. Alright, that's all of my counters. And I just put them all in a row here. We actually have the exact correct amount. That's pretty good, actually. Everything, I believe it is. Yeah. Do about the corners. Well, you know what? We should probably put the fridge somewhere. Oh, I have an idea. Let's get the menu sign, and we'll put it here, right? Yes, okay. Put it there, and then we will pick up these two counters. And then we'll put the fridge on this tile right here. Alright, now we go get the fridge. In order to pick up the fridge, I need to remove some stuff from my inventory, because you need to have at least 40 room in your inventory. So I drop that, and that. Yeah, that works. Fridge is going to be... where did I put it? And in here. Not in there. Huh. Maybe I left it back at the, yeah, I probably left it back at the other place, so I'll go grab it there. Oh, you know what? Now that I'm putting down a fridge, this is actually my perfect opportunity to go ahead and switch the generators. Because, I mean, I have a red fridge down here already. So I'm just going to cut this generator off for good, take it with me, and replace the, yeah. Okay, that's my course of action. How much room do I have in here? That should be enough for both generators. Yeah. So now my fridge inside here is unpowered. I need to put stuff in the fridge into a backpack on the floor here so that I can move it without over-encumbering myself. And then the stuff in the freezer I will put in a separate container. This garbage bag here. And now I have the capability of picking up the freezer, or the fridge rather. I just need to, what do I need to do? There we go. Empty some water, pick that up. Fridge goes into the primary hand. This military backpack goes secondary hand. And then I can put the garbage bag full of freezer stuff in there. Perfect. We've got our fridge, we've got our generator. We are out of here. The gas station now just has a generator in the area where the pumps are. There be our fridge. And let us put the contents into the refrigerator part. And, oh, look at that. The eggs are rotten now. Let me get rid of those so that they're out of the way. These are the eggs that were stale before, but now they are rotten. I'll just chuck them into a compost bin at some point. refill the water that we had to dump out. And now we're going to switch generators. In order to do that, I'll just take the other one out of the trunk here. And I'm going to put it like in the center of the base. Dead center. Right there. It would be amazing if I could put the lights and basically the lights in the fridge on a separate generator, but I no longer can do that. Time to sleep. A little bit late. Would have preferred to be asleep by 4, but it's alright. Alright, what's the rest of the furniture in here? Just, I think only clothing racks, right? Oh, we have a couple of counter corners that I don't 100% know what to do with. So I'm actually just going to put those in the, I'm just going to put those in the other counters in the corner here. And then the display cases... I have an idea of where to put them, but they're going to be in the way if I put them down now, and I can get away without putting them down for a minute. So I'm going to go ahead and put those into the into storage as well. Okay. Now we put down the oven, just for the sake of having it. I hate it. Reason being is, look at the stupid, see the stupid wall sign, how it's layered in front of the top of the oven for some godforsaken reason. I don't know why. I hate it when shit like that happens. Certain wall decorations in this game are glitched and buggy, and I hate them. I'm gonna go ahead and just move the oven further down here. Or rather, yeah. Alternatively, I could just put the oven in front of the window. There's nothing wrong with that. Better to make the decision now than when I start filling these cabinets. Okay, yeah. See, it's even, technically speaking, it's easier to pick up the oven, because the oven's not going to be storing a bunch of stuff. So if I do want to move the oven to do something, it's easier to do that. Hardest thing to move here is going to be the fridge, because, you know, fridge is that big, and there's always stuff in it that I got to take out first, so... That should do it for the kitchen, in terms of storage furniture. Now we are getting stuff for the wardrobe. I believe we can carry all that at once. Yep. Small clothes racks. How to do it over here? Considering options. Maybe a row here. And then a row here. Let's see what that looks like. I'll pull the tops out and put them down. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. Let's get the individual stands out. Interesting. Okay. That's one way of doing it, potentially. You know what? I'm gonna hold off on committing to that decision. I'm gonna put one of them away and come back to it later. I also might put one of these large clothes racks away as well. Just so that I have 2 and 2 and 2. That feels good. Okay. You know what? I'm going to space it out just a little bit further, because that way there's no overlap. Perfect. I like it a lot. Okay. Now we can get the large van out of here. Is there anything left in the back of this I need? I don't think so. No, just to replace some milk. Actually, I can stop storing that in the van now. I got a fridge. Not that, you know, you don't have to store milk in the fridge. It doesn't go bad in this game yet. I'm sure it will someday, but right now it's milk is a static thing. I just put it right in the fridge. And let me take a little bit for my webbing. Alright, so, just a quick recap. Only one live viewer right now. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate my folks who do stick around for the whole thing. Just a quick recap on everything, though. We've got clothing storage down. We've got tools, materials, weapon storage put down. And now we've got our kitchen storage put down. So all of our storage system for the base is in its skeletal function. Now all we got to do is start picking up these trash bags full of stuff to organize. We got right here, the first one is really easy. We just got to find a dedicated spot for green camo military gear. I'm gonna just go with the these smaller display things are gonna be military gear, right? Yeah, let's do that. Actually, yeah, let's start with green on this side. Or how do I want to do this? There's a couple ways I could do it. There's something I could do that I've never done before. That would actually really speak to me. I'm gonna try something. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Roy G. Biv. I could do that. I could do that. I think I will do that. But give me a moment to drop this bag. See, one of the problems with that, though, ever so slight problems with that, is that I have so many green clothes. I'm probably going to need more than one storage container just for the greens. So let me put this here. Oops. I'm gonna move them all back by one and make it a single row. Do I really need to offset the whole thing by one? You know what? I think that would work best. Yeah, because then it extends basically across the entire... I didn't really consider that before. It would extend across the entire base if I did it that way. In just one nice row. In that case, I could also do this. Yeah, I like it. Wait. If we want to do it size-wise as well, then there's one other thing we could do. Yeah, I think I like that. But we also need to see what it would look like when they're full of clothes. Now, the weird thing about clothing racks in this game is, based on what kind of rack it is, it always looks the same regardless of what's in it. So we can't actually trust that, you know, whatever color of clothing we put in it, it would actually show up that way. However, we can see what it would look like when full simply by putting some stuff in it. Doesn't matter what the stuff is, it just matters what the number of things in it is. So we've got nails on the floor. We just put a few nails in each of them, and we'll see what it'll look like when they're full. So I'll do that. Wait a minute, no, we can't put nails in it. I'm a doofus. You can only put clothes in clothing racks. So, damn it. I have plenty of clothes, that isn't the problem. What about... Do I have anything... Are any of these other ones clothes? Yeah, I do have some clothes here. Let's start with white and gray. Well, That's what I would want to do, but I can't. So, let's just get the, if we're gonna do white, gray, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, no, hold on. Let's do, blacks, because blacks, I like to wear black the most, so black for both of these, and then red, orange, yellow, green starts here, and I'm gonna have 2 for green, because I have so many green clothes to seek out things that actually match the... So it'll be just regular greens on this side, and then particularly forest camo on this side. And then there's a cot in here randomly. Forgot that I even had that. I just put it down here for the sake of putting it down. Alright, there's 1 trash bag emptied. We've officially started emptying all this crap, and now we continue. It's actually really good that I happen to have a bunch of clothes of different colors in this particular bag right here. Yep, I even got different colors in here too. So I've got some. What I also need to do is go ahead and wash. I'm just gonna wash all my clothing, everything I'm wearing and everything in my inventory. Wash it all right now, and wash myself. Everything is clean, including me. Feels good. So, what we do with that is we've got some black Western boots. Let's put them in this, which is black armor and stuff, black clothes and whatnot. So we've got some blue here. We've got the visor and this bra and panties and the leg warmers here. These are all blue. So if we're doing red, orange, yellow, green for both of those, and then blue goes here. This is blue. Now when I say indigo violet, what I really mean is purple and then pink. Because you can't really go... Roy G. Biv doesn't work perfectly with clothing colors. This boonie hat is camo green. This baseball cap, what color is this? That's like a brownish, so that's going to go in the orange. Red, orange right here. And then we've got urban camo. You know what? I'm going to count that as gray. How do I want to go about that? That's actually an interesting question. See, shades and... Doing shades and spectrum is actually really difficult in terms of sorting colors. For anybody joining, we have successfully built our storage system. Kitchen on the left, guns, ammo, materials, building stuff, everything else on in the north there, and then clothes. Now, unfortunately, clothing is... I have a lot of it because I'm a hoarder. So I guess I'll just put the urban camo stuff in with the blacks for now. Because urban camo is sort of... It's a mixture of black, gray, and white. It's a little hard to classify in terms of coloration. But we'll make sense of it eventually. I think that's all the clothing that I had in this series of bags. So now... identifying these boxes is going to be a bit of a challenge, but we can get started. What we want to do first is identify the electrical box, because that is kind of how my brain can sort things relative to where they're positioned. So if we identify this one right here as our electronics box, I'm going to actually do that by putting a radio on the floor in front of it. Normally I would just kind of memorize where it is, but this is the biggest wall of storage I've had consecutively. This is my previous base in 42.7. I think these walls are 9 between the door and the final wall. This one is 12 between the door and the final wall. So we have more bandwidth now in terms of storage than we've ever had before. So trying to make sense of that is going to be a novel thing for me. But we've identified our electrical container now, so I can now start putting things like, you know, flashlights and electrical parts, radio receivers, light bulbs, all that kind of fun stuff. And then from there, I always do household directly above my electrical. Or no, I do first aid to the right of electrical, and then above first aid is household. So we've got a general idea of where we're looking at here. Now, unfortunately, we have a lot of books. Books are a bit of a challenge for my storage system because in my other design here, I would have the books on the right side of the door. I don't know if I want to do the same this time. That is an interesting question. What can I do with books in the meantime? You know what I'm going to do with books in the meantime? I'm going to actually start I'm going to toss books into something that's even bigger than a storage crate and that can move. I'm going to fully exploit the fact that I haven't put the front walls in yet, and I won't for a while, and I'm going to fully exploit that. I'm just going to use my ambulance as temporary storage for books for the moment. And then I will figure out where to put the books after I've figured other things out first. And when I say books, I don't mean skill books, I mean entertainment books. So magazines, paperbacks, and hardcover books, as well as things like media, CDs and whatnot. I'm just going to remove the stuff that's already in the trunk. I don't need these axes right now. I'm done with combat for a little while. If you guys joined hoping to see combat, it's going to be a little while. We've got a lot of sorting stuff to do. And if you think about it in terms of order of operations, combat precedes looting, and we're not doing any more looting until we've sorted out what we have. E-tool. Oh crap! That is I need a gardening for that. Let's go ahead and identify a silly storage container that doesn't really mean anything. Let's grab another crate and put that one directly next to the door. Alright, this is our container for silly stuff like wallets, fanny packs, plastic bags, stuff that doesn't really matter. Doll, photograph, combo lock, that kind of crap. Glasses are technically crafting materials. Let's put okay, electrical. To the left of electrical is going to be metal bulk materials, and then regular materials. So I can start identifying that by putting twine in here. Small form, large form. Okay. No idea what to do with the tie, because it's tie-dye. A tie-dye tie, as it were. I'm just gonna put that in the far side over here. I'll put that with the blues. Why not? Because it feels like that particular type of tie-dye is overrepresented in the cool colors. Candle needs to go with my... So there are still some crates that I don't yet have. Candle needs to go with the other fire starting materials in a specific place. I'll put that in the kitchen for now. This will be my fire starter box. Just because I'm tired of thinking too much about it. So now we've got our kitchen. We're going to have liquid storage under here because this is also where the sinks are going to be. So I will start with these two will be cans. So directly under the window, canned food. And then soda, alcohol, and just other random containers. So random containers go here. Actually, let's put the alcohol closer to the cans. So alcohol in this one, and then cooking materials goes next to the oven right here. Corkscrew can go with the alcohol, because that's the only place you'll ever use it. And then the E-tool, I don't have a destination for that yet. I'm going to put it over here with my other imminent use stuff. Lipstick is just random stuff. I'll put it in the silly box. There's another trash bag. We're starting to make progress. 2 trash bags, probably 100 to go. Alright, equip that. I am getting very hungry, so we're going to drink some milk. And starting out strong with a bunch of funny crap in here, so lipstick, a whole bunch of walkie-talkies. I would like to keep just one set aside. The others can go into the into this box, the electrical box for dismantling, along with the digital watches here. ID tags into the funny box. Scissors and bloody scissors. I'm going to toss them on the floor over here. Anything that I intend on dismantling for metal, I'm just going to leave it over here because this is where my forge and furnace are going to be eventually. So the kitchen knife, the paring knife. Well, actually, I cannot scrap a paring knife. The paring knife is just going to go in the kitchen then. The kitchen knife you can scrap, the paring knife you cannot. Strange little rules in this game. So paring knife into the kitchen. We got some first aid, we got some beef jerky. Where do I want to put food? Like small form food. We'll start a food bin in the corner cabinet here. Probably not going to be the final destination for all small form dry food, but that's where we'll start with it. And then everything else is tools, first aid, and a bag. The bag, I'm actually I'm gonna go ahead and put the bag on the floor in front of the camo green, because this is a camo green bag. So I'll put it on the floor in front of the clothing storage for camo green stuff. That'll just, you know, since the clothing racks doesn't actually show us what's on the rack. So this gives me just a quicker idea of what's on that particular rack. Now, one reminder as to why we use clothing racks for our clothes, you can just run right through them. That is actually a really useful thing about these things. They don't block you. So unlike these huge storage crates, you can put clothing racks just right in the middle of your base, and it won't block you from running around. That is an important factor in my opinion. Okay, let's get the materials and the first aid out of here. So small form materials, adhesive tape, duct tape. Let's start a tool bin for, this is going to be our tool weapon bin in this one. So this one is going to be our regular tool bin. So the game classifies tools and then tools/weapons. So for example, a hammer would be a tool/weapon. That's where we would put that right here in that one. First aid is always to the right of my electrical bin. So I see my electrical bin here. This is first aid now. And then I have a military wristwatch. I think that is a green item, and it will actually fit on the clothing rack. So that goes over here. And there's another bag completely taken care of. So the guns, I do not yet have storage for guns. Guns is going to be on this side. I've decided I will expand the storage to this side. Guns will go over here. So equip this in the secondary and extract anything that is not a gun from it. Like, yeah, let's get the tape into the small form materials bin here. And the compass, water purification, that's camping. Camping gets to go above household. So I need to go pick up another crate. The way I do... So basically I have electrical for all 3 in this column, and then directly to the right of it is first aid, household, and then bags/camping. So this needs to be a full column right here. So the top one here gets the camping and this big hiking backpack. Baseball bat is a dedicated weapon. I usually put those at the top of the tool/weapon stack. I'm going to run out of crates really fast if I want to do dedicated columns already. Let's just go ahead and get... We'll see if we run out. If we run out, I can always build more. I would just prefer to steal them from the local warehouse, though, because there's a billion that are already built. So let's go ahead and put the baseball bat up here. Top of the tool/weapon stack. The bottom of it, I can put this trowel and this wrench. Not the chips, thank you. Vehicle maintenance, I'll put it up there as well. Usually I'll have storage crates outside for vehicle stuff, but we'll figure that out. Thank you, Rezio. I'm glad to finally start talking about my storage system because, you know, anybody who's been watching me so far might assume that I'm extremely disorganized just because I have nothing but garbage bags full of loot. This is what all the garbage bags full of loot has been building towards, is an actual proper storage system for everything that we could have possibly picked up so far, which, again, we don't yet have because I don't have crates for guns yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. Aerosol bomb. I don't have an explosives container. I never have had an explosive container before. Devs have only made explosives actually viable against zombies as of 42.9, and this is 42.10, so I have not actually built a base while explosives are viable against zombies. So this is novel to me. I'm going to put it in the silly bin over here because I don't have a destination for it yet. Maps and stuff can go in here as well. So that just leaves us with chips and a lighter. I will go ahead and toss that over here with the other fire starters and the chips into the small form food box in the corner. So that leaves nothing but guns in this garbage bag that is left over. So I'm just going to name this garbage bag gun. Why is my caps lock on? Garbage bag gun. And then just drop it right here with the other... I think there's another bag here that is full of nothing but weapon stuff. No. So this one is full of book. This is a garbage bag book. I'm just going to rename it and toss it into the back of the van for now. Because this van is just our temporary storage for entertainment books. Books that just do nothing but reduce stress and boredom. And look at that. We've gotten all of the trash bags on the floor, with the exception of this one sorted out. So we grab this one. Now I can finally start loading up my metal materials. So to the left of my electrical bin, we've got, we're going to start with iron on the bottom. And then directly above that, we're going to do steel. Now, I don't think I yet have enough steel to worry about. At some point, I will have so much steel that I need to split it into two bins. I'm not at that point yet. So like right now, I can just put all the steel in the second in the column, and then put all the iron at the bottom, and that should do us for now. I'm going to count wire and barbed wire as iron for the moment. So wire, barbed wire can go in there. Fleshing tool, hand drill, small punch, those are all tools. We've got our tools right here. And, oh, there's a scythe. I was looking for one earlier, and I never found it. So I'm actually going to drop that scythe on the floor out here so I don't lose track of it again. Now, I don't have very many gardening tools, and I need a third row crate over here for the gardening tools. I'm not going to bother with that just yet. I'm just going to put the gardening tools in with the weapons and vehicle maintenance tools for now. So, and then at the bottom of these, here's some more small form materials. Duct tape and epoxy, and then gloves. Surgical gloves are first. Actually, so the game categorizes surgical gloves as first aid. They don't have anything to do with first aid. They're just cosmetic. So I'm going to put them in with the blue items here in my my blue clothing rack. So there's another garbage bag sorted. Let's so here's one of our many vehicles that are full of nothing but garbage bags of loot. Let's continue. We've got a lot more to do. This is mostly food. So I can actually start dumping the canned food into the far side. On the left here, this corner is going to be my canned food bin. So all that can just go straight in there. And then everything else left is a mix of, we've got some alcohol. Let's dump that into the alcohol bin here. And then we've got sunflower seeds need to be somewhere else. I'll split that up. The large form food is going to go between the fridge and the cooking bin here. So we've got kidney beans, split peas. Those are very large form food. They weigh 2.0 encumbrance, so they're going to go to the left of the fridge. And all the rest of this is really small form food, like you know, crackers, bullion, gummy bears, that kind of crap. That's small form food that goes in the corner. So there's another garbage bag sorted, and we just grab the next one and continue. This is how I do Zomboid. I get a ton of garbage bags, and then I finally start sorting them eventually. So we got a little bit of food in here. Let's put the soda. We don't actually have anything in the soda bin yet. That is going to be between this is water container next to the stove, and then under this one is soda. I'm going to put orange juice in there as well. And then, is that the only food items? We got gum, and then that's it. So I dump that over here, and then everything else goes on the back wall. Bleach, cleaning liquid, and rat poison. That's all household. That goes on the second row above first aid. And then so does the sponge. So, how do you classify tobacco? For now, I put tobacco in first aid because it's a treatment for stress. That's how I think about it for now. We've got comic books and magazines into the ambulance for now. Light bulb, that's electrical. Duct tape, wood glue into the small form materials here at the bottom. Alright, so when it comes to separating the materials, we have small form in the bottom, medium form in the middle, that's going to be like boxes of screws and stuff like that, and then large form on top. I'm actually going to do, large form is going to count things like handles and stuff like that, like wooden handles. So that can go up here at the top. So we got small form, no medium form yet, and then large form. And then hacksaw, small file, these are all non-weapon tools in here. And then tools/weapons in here. On to the next trash bag. Alright, more canned food and large form food, so making a run by the kitchen. Canned food into the canned food bin. What have we got? We got cooking stuff. All the cooking stuff can go straight into the cooking bin. I will get to a point where the cooking bin needs to be separated a little bit because I have a bad tendency to collect way too many things like, cooking pots, frying pans, that kind of stuff. So we're nowhere near that point, but when we get to that point, we'll have to do something about it. Pasta and rice is large form, that goes in with the kidney beans and the split peas. And then all this other stuff here is small form, like the chips, goes in the corner. And then we've got a barbecue lighter. We'll put it over here with the fire source. Again, this is a temporary storage for fire source because we don't have an established place for pottery yet. That's where we need our fire sources most. All these markers and highlighters and stuff go in the household here, second to above the first aid. And then we have a couple of backpacks. Those goes up top of that stack, and then paper clips. A whole box of paper clips, actually. So boxes of things into the medium form materials bin. There's another trash bag sorted. Let's go on to the next. This one is, I think, a lot of electrical stuff. Yeah, plenty of electronics to go in this one. Now, the thing is with electronics, some things I just want to dismantle for experience. Other things I want to hold on to and use as decorations. So the things I want to hold on to and use as decorations, I'm going to separate into the silly bin over here. Because I see that I have like one of everything in here, so that tips me off that these are decoration electronics. And then the calculator, and then everything else, and then the pen light. Yeah, everything else in this trash bag is just electrical wire, for example. Most of this is food. We've got a little bit of other stuff like the broom goes into the household bin, and the box of paper clips into the medium form materials. Box of tissues somehow counts as first aid. I'm not going to question that. I'll just put that in the first aid bin because it usually doesn't have too much stuff in it anyway. Alright, everything else in this bag is now going to the kitchen. Any of those canned food items? I think there are no canned food items in this bag, so we're going to go to the large form food first. Sacks of lentils, chickpeas, that's all large form. And pasta, somehow pasta is large form. That's a bit of a meme in this game. Pasta is, for some reason, very large. 2.0 encumbrance. Ginger ale soda. Is everything else... we've got a bowl for the cooking bin. Glass for the water containers. Everything else here is small form. Small form food. So just dump all that in here. See, it looks like there's a lot in here. There's only 7 encumbrance in here so far. Like this is why I have a small form food container, because you can fit tons if you separate your food by small and large form. Character's getting a little hungry. We're gonna have a drink of milk. And we are going on to the next garbage bag here. We have a lot of milk in here, actually, cow's milk. I will go ahead and put that in the fridge for now, just because I don't really have a destination for milk yet. Otherwise, other than that, let's get the canned stuff out and the soda out. Oops, I wanted to cancel that. Soda does not go into the canned food, just because it's a can of soda. Brain fart there. Alright, soda is right here. And, oh, what's more soda is here. Ginger ale. Everything else is either a book or small form. So, small form for the small form god. No, don't eat the capers, please. Thank you. Double-clicked on it on accident. There we go. And then books over here. Another garbage bag sorted. And we're getting close to being done with this particular truck. Many more trucks to go, but that's okay. Somehow an ice pick counts as a cooking item. I'm not going to question that. I'll just toss it into the cooking bin. Baking pans, muffin trays, all that. A little bit of first aid tossed in here, but other than that, we've got a lot of cooking stuff here. So let's get the canned food in there. Soda. And everything else small form? That looks like all the other food in here is small form food. Over here. So even though my small form food is very lightweight individually, it adds up quickly. So I will. That's actually one of the reasons I have display cases. I'll separate things like, you know, I'll separate the chocolates and the jelly beans and the candy and then the chips. I'll separate all those like sweet and savory and whatnot. Eventually those will get separated once I get the display cabinets up. But the display cabinets are going to be somewhere like here in that general vicinity, and it would block the vans from coming through. So I'm not doing that yet, and that's fine because it's all very small stuff. It's not going to cost me much in terms of time if I set it aside. So a bunch of small form materials here: twine, tape, foil, that kind of crap. Doll and a magazine. Doll can go in here. Hole puncher can go in here. That's just a decoration. First aid bin gets the beta blockers. And then we got a couple tools. A tool / weapon, and then a regular tool. And then this magazine is literature. Entertainment, reading, as it were. Done with that one. Last garbage bag in this van. Looks like more food. Yeah, lots of food, a little bit of electronics. Let's get the non-food items out first. So, electronics bin for the, got some colored light bulbs, a couple of yellow, a couple of blue. A whole-ass blue lamp. What the? Am I going insane, or did you guys hear that? I'm going insane. I thought I heard some mouth breathing. Okay. Some household over here. Some junk for the decorations box. Rubber gloves. Okay, we can finally put something in. So, quick recap on my clothing storage. We've got black and grays here, and then red, orange, yellow. So these rubber gloves are our first yellow. And then we got some literature. And then we got some tools and materials. And then everything else is food. So the material / weapons at the top for now. And then just the regular tools over here. And then off back to the kitchen for the food. I'll go ahead and power up the lights. Canned food in this corner. Huh, not candied fruit slices. That's silly. Everything else is small form with the exception of that ginger ale. Yep. I have a tendency to collect a lot of small form stuff. If only because it's really small and easy to move. So that is all the trash bags from this van. This van is now empty. Let's check the glove compartment, passenger seat. 100% empty. I'm going to drive this van back to the parking lot and park it there. And we will come back Well, so the vans, once we've emptied the vans, their fate is to be rebuilt when we get more vehicle parts. These vans will be rebuilt and then repurposed for other things once I've gotten a surplus of vehicle parts to work with. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? There's garbage bags on the floor over here that I didn't have any room to put in the other vehicles. So I'm going to just toss those in the back of this van. Yeah, this is all just a variety of stuff here, as well as this one here. And then this bag over here is my generator bag. This needs to go next to the generator that I'm actively using, because it's got gas and electrical parts for repairs. I'm not quite yet ready to transition my entire workshop from the gas station to the new base, because there's a lot of infrastructure I got to build for that first. For now, let's just get, where's my, there it is, duffel bag in there, and garbage bag, just put there. So that trunk is almost full again. How about our tailoring? We can, I guess I can afford to start bringing that up. Or actually, let's start bringing up these garbage bags are exclusively crafting materials for the workshop. So I'll just move those up to the workshop itself. All right, I drive the van back up now because I've filled it up again. So that's all right. That's the whole. What the hell? Did I run out of gas? I'm an actual doofus. I ran out of gas. Oh no, I didn't. Oh, this thing has a terrible engine. I forgot about that. That's why I don't use it actively. The storage in the back is good. The engine is terrible. That's why I don't use this very often. But I don't need to use it very often. I just need to get from A to B briefly here. Okay, it is now sleeping time. Let me just put the forge and furnace are eventually going to go up here. So these materials I've been holding on to for the forge and furnace, just drop them on the floor right here. This clay is for the kiln. I'm thinking the kiln will go over here, so I'll drop it there. And the clay cement is also for the forge and furnace, that goes there. Everything else in my backpack can stay there for now. I am ready to sleep. If I really wanted to be stingy with gas, I could shut the lights off, but I'm not that worried about it because while I'm in the middle of the night here, I'll be working. Need to see things. So these garbage bag boxes that I put on the floor, I can actually start picking them up again because I have a home for them now. Those are medium form materials. The nails, the boxes of nails are technically medium form as well. I'm gonna leave them on the floor because I got a lot of building left to do. Y'all see these unfinished walls. I still got a lot of building to do. No need to put the nails away. Where is my... So garbage bags by themselves can go in the small form, or actually, if something has a box that can go in the medium form, then I'll put it in there, and then box garbage bags in with that. And then, what else is in my backpack to worry about here? Some stuff for the kitchen. What color is this bikini? This looks like it's cheetah print. Yeah, cheetah print, I'm going to count as orange for now. So red, orange, yellow, orange right here with the browns. I've got a gold necklace that can go in the yellow. A lot of my, same with the locket, a lot of my accessories will be used for scrapping, but trailed off there. Aluminum fragments into the electrical bin. Everything else in there is either for the, let's go ahead and get a, to the left of tools will be gardening. So at the bottom we'll have seeds. So there's our first victim for the seed bin, and now everything else for the kitchen here. griddle pan into the cooking. And then everything else in there. So, I count these tea bags. I'm going to put tea bags and coffee in with the soda. Now, that might sound a little silly, but there's a purpose behind it, and that's because basically the soda bin, while largely is going to be mostly comprised of soda, it's technically a caffeine bin. So everything in the bin with the soda is going to include tea and coffee as well, because they both have caffeine in it, and they're both beverages. Sugar cubes, sugar packet, and with the small form food. That does it for everything we were currently holding on to. Let's grab another trash bag out of the back here. This one looks like it is a mix of a whole bunch of crap. Let's start with the silly stuff. ID cards in here. Badge, trophy. Dye. I don't yet know what to do with dye. I think you can use it to color clothing, I think. I genuinely don't know. Dye was added to the game a couple patches ago, but I didn't get very far in 42.9 because of 7 days. And then this is 42.10, so I don't... this is green dye, and I'm assuming dye is used for clothes, so I'm going to put it in front of the green clothing area here. That's my tentative plan for dye. So we got a bra and panties here that is sort of like a rose wine reddish sort of color. I'm going to count that as purple for now. Black tights into the, how do I want to separate these two? It's a bit of a question right there. That is a bit of a question. Let's just put the full blacks on the left and the not full blacks on the right. So black tights over here. And I think that does it for the clothing items. Let's put, got a lot of electronics here. Let's put the watches, earbuds, electronics, and flashlight over here. A couple of magazines, toss them in the ambulance. We've got some iron and steel. Iron in the bottom. Hey there, Jen. Yes, it is. We've got our 90% of our storage containers are established now. The kitchen and the vast majority of our materials over here, and then our wardrobe. Wardrobe is coming along very nicely. I'm very proud of it so far. Just got to worry about the shades, because basically I got all the full spectrum of colors taken care of. It's just the shades I'm worried about. You know, the whites, the grays, the blacks. Always kind of difficult to get shades in there when you're doing a spectrum-based storage system. So, all right, that does it for the iron. Steel is in the second crate in this row. Everything else is, so a tarp is a medium form that goes in the second in the materials bin. Nuts and bolts, small form material. Everything else is a tool or weapon. Vehicle maintenance can go into the top of the tools weapons bin for now. I'll get a destination for that later. Tools, all tools here. And tools/weapons, all here. There's another trash bag taken care of. On to the next. This one on the floor, right. I always got to be careful. There's some trash bags I've set aside intentionally, so I don't want to think about that too much. Box of nails, box of screws. That's medium form materials. Go here. What have we got? We got a lot of mixed bag here. Iron bar half, bottom of the metallics. Iron bar quarter, draw plate. Garden hoe head. I actually don't know if that is iron or steel. So I'm going to err on the side of iron and put it in the bottom. Steel piece that can go in the steel. That's bolts, that's small form, that's medium form. Belts, that's really a tailoring material. My tailoring workshop is going to be in the general, this sort of area. So I'll just drop that. I'll drop that there for now. Long stick, medium handle, that can go in the top of the large form materials. And everything else is either silly stuff or a small form materials like this. Tools. And tools/weapons. And then just rolling pin and a photo album goes in the silly bin. rolling pin for the kitchen. I'll just unpack that for now and call this garbage bag done. So we can grab another one, see if there's anything else that necessitates the kitchen. Not yet. That's a lot of random stuff. I got a couple firearms here. This wall is where the firearms are going to go. I don't have crates for those yet. That's fine. I don't have too many firearms, and the ones that I do are generally sorted into bags already. So this bag right here of unsorted firearm stuff, that's where that can go. We've got some actual clothing here. Some of it needs to be washed, so I'll unpack what needs to be washed like that, and an elbow pad in green. That's actually something I haven't found another one of those yet. So I will wash some clothing here for a minute and toss that in with the greens. Elbow pad. The military shorts urban camo. I'll put that in the not quite blacks with the other one. Oh, that has holes in it. Do I want to bother separating stuff that has holes in it? Not yet. Not yet. I'll figure that out later, because I'm a long way away from being able to repair clothing with holes in it. That's tailoring level 8. 7 or 8, I can't remember exactly. What else we got? We've got a bandana. I believe this is blue. Let's put it on real quick. It looks a little purple. I'll go ahead and put it in with the purples. So, like I said, with the clothes, we're doing spectrum. So this starting with this one, this is red, orange, yellow, 2 for green because I have so much of it, blue, indigo, and violet. Indigo and violet because it doesn't translate well to colors. We're doing purple and pink after the blue here. So the blue, and then this is going to be, I'll classify this as purple. Oh, where did my hat go? There it is. Correct hat goes back on the head. The only other clothing I have is a locket, goes in the yellows because it's gold, and then a metallic dress style watch that can go in there as well. And then amethyst and diamonds, those can go with the silly bin, along with that camera. And then rubies, and then everything else is got a destination. Scissors. Scissors are, I've collected a lot of them because they're a nice source of steel. So I'm actually going to drop that right here. Everything on the floor right here is stuff for it's going to go towards my metalworking shop eventually. Anything else for that? No. Silver fragments, that can go in here as well. Actually, let's call silver fragments a small form material because it's really, really small. Any electrical stuff, digital watches, some ammo and a magazine. Let's toss that in the guns. Disposable camera, I think that's going to be cosmetic for the other stuff. So we've got some steel for the steel god. And then silver fragments, nuts, bolts, that's small form materials. Tarp is a medium form material for the second bin there. You can use tarps for construction or for tailoring now, so I could technically think of tarps as tailoring. Stockings black goes into the black bin here, and then where do I put a tool? Tool bag can go with other bags here. I got some fire source. That fiberglass tape should have gone in here, and then the wrench, and then everything else can go towards the kitchen. And then after that, I need to sleep because it is already an hour past my bedtime in game. A couple of small form foods here. I'm temporarily keeping my fire sources here, and then all this is canned food. Actually, a box of mac and cheese, I'm going to count that as that's just a large form food that goes in with the other large forms over here. And that is another garbage bag done. We're cutting the lights. We're going to bed. I would love to be able to wire all of these lights just to a light switch, but the game doesn't have anything to support that just yet. I want to say they're moving towards it because they've added things like a power strip and electrical wire and stuff like that. You just can't do anything with it yet. So let's grab a drink of milk because we're thirsty. Place the milk in our Alice pack. and continue after we sleep. Okay, more garbage bags to deal with here. Just one, actually. And then some other random stuff. So we've got some firefighter gear. Now, I'm probably going to use this firefighter gear for tailoring because I picked it up and it's got a bunch of holes in it. The only reason I would ever pick up firefighter gear with holes in it would be for the new tailoring system. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I understand that completely. Zomboid is one of those games where it's like, it's so easy to make just a very small mistake and just have everything get screwed over. It's really hard to get to that point where you'll never make a mistake again. And I mean, I'm not even at that point. I'll still make mistakes. Rest in peace, Barbara Butters. 104 hours on that character, and I made one mistake, and R.I.P. She's gone. All the effort I put together on her. But yeah, I understand completely on that. That is can be a painful thing. Cooking for that, and then cooking for that. Everything else is materials and tools. Barbed wire, I'm temporarily counting that as iron. Couple tools / weapons. And then welding torches are tools. There's another garbage bag taken care of. Now everything else in here is stuff that would have been a garbage bag, but isn't, like this toolbox. Still got random stuff in it. A lot of random stuff. Got a baseball cap. Police baseball cap can go in the blues. A bunch of random stuff here. Some entertainment books. Storing those temporarily in the van. Tools, water containers for the kitchen. Tool roll, a lighter. Bunch of household here. Let's put that in the household bin. Dryer lint is a kindling, so I'm going to put them with the fire sources for now. Same with the empty glass. Those, I'm unpacking those because those are going to go in the kitchen. Just separate it. Belts there with the tailoring area. Everything else is a container up here. Light, the flashlight is electrical. Tools / weapons. We're gonna have a lot of screwdrivers. That's not gonna be a surprise. A box of garbage bags, yet another, goes up in the medium form materials bin here. And then the toolbox itself, I'm gonna use that to store some special tools for blacksmithing, so that goes in the blacksmithing area over here. This duffel bag has gasoline and electrical parts for the generator, so that goes here with the temporary storage spot for my generator. I believe the muffler. I'm just going to start a spot on the floor over here outside for the vehicle area. I'm going to build my own parking lot eventually on this side, and obviously next to the parking lot is where I want to have my large form vehicle parts. So I'm just going to drop that here. I don't have a lot of other large form vehicle parts at all, so I don't have to worry too much about having to go over there yet. Empty glasses, and then just lighter and tinder, and a bunch of garbage bags that are now empty, and I believe this vehicle is now empty. For real this time. I don't have to go back and fill it up again because there are no longer too many loose form stuff at the gas station. So this can go right here, and it will be parked here for the time being until I can get a parking lot built. Now all these garbage bags over here, that's all building materials in those. Okay, here's some garbage bags that are just random stuff. I can take these and sort through these before I go get more. Wait a minute, I think I saw an axe in there. That can just go on the floor. Yeah, crude stone axe, I'm going to carry that around. And a stone mace, that's a weapon. Everything else in here has a destination. Really nice, I need to wash those, they're bloody. Brittle pans for the kitchen. The E-tool and the axes, those can all stay out here. This garbage bag goes in my backpack so that I can sort it out after the other one's done. And this garbage bag is empty. Just pick that up. And this one on my primary hand, I can't fit it there. I'm out of space. A bunch of steel sheets in it that I can leave on the floor for now. And then I can put that in my primary. Okay. That's all of the loose crap that I have over here, I think. Oh, with the exception of that duffel. I'll come back to that. Iron and steel and welding. Welding rods, I'm gonna count that with the iron for now. So iron bars, welding rods in here. Steel above that. What are you doing? Oh, she equipped it. I double-clicked on it and she equipped it. That's silly. Steel in there, please. Okay. Tools and tools/weapons over here. There's another garbage bag taken care of. Now this has got a little bit of everything in it. Propane is tricky. I don't have a destination for that yet. That's probably going to be all the way over here. But I've already got the bottom one as my gardening bin. Let's move this here and start with propane on the bottom. Usually I do weird things with the corner bins. I don't always have a set pattern for what I do with the bins all the way in the corner. But we've got seeds here for gardening. Everything else can go from this side. Some iron for the iron god. Some steel for the steel god. Whole bunch of electronics. Aluminum fragments, that goes with electronics. Got some stuff for the kitchen. These long socks are just for tailoring. I missed those. These long sleeve t-shirts, I believe I picked those up because of their coloration. That's like a really light green, and this is a black. That's a nice black right there. And it's intact, so that goes in with the blacks. Another pair of black stockings. This pale green and this sweatband goes in here with the non-camo greens. And then some silly stuff, some household. Bolt cutters I only ever pick those up for their steel, so I drop them over here next to the furnace. Eventually I'll smelt those into steel. Let's go ahead and wash these fillet knives. Fillet knives cannot be broken down for steel as far as I know, so those go to the kitchen. Along with these griddle pans. And then we just got some silly stuff and a pillow. Those are right next to each other too, so we've got pillows in the household right here. And the silly stuff over here. Garbage bags, those are done with. Let's take the garbage bag out of our backpack. That was full of crap. And sort that. Some iron, some steel. Let's start with that. Iron bars, iron pieces. Steel piece, steel core, steel. An iron pipe. That goes in with iron. And then we've got everything else is tools and materials. Yeah. Boxes of nails into the medium form. Rest of materials. The wire can go into the iron for now. Still iffy on whether that'll fit. Might need to move that, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Glue, duct tape, all that in there. A pipe wrench for tools, weapons. Everything else into tools. And that is all the garbage bags that had anything in them out front. There is, though, a duffel bag that's got some random stuff in it. I need to empty this. Yeah. And then I can put this duffel bag on the ground in front of the black clothing item storage to reinforce that. So you see, I can look at this and see, okay, I've got a camo bag on the floor here. That's my green camo clothing storage. So I'm going to do the same with this duffel bag in front of the black clothing storage when I get to that point. I just got to empty it first. Jewelry that I intend on scrapping, I'll just put that into the... I don't have a purpose for these two bins yet. Let's put one on top of the silly materials bin. And that will be our jewelry bin. Chewing tobacco, I count as tobacco in with the medical stuff for now. Buckles are for smelting. Drop it over here. Scissors in the tailoring. Some stuff that I need to wash. I want to keep these long socks because they're green. I remember that. The leather jacket I'm just going to rip up at a later date, so I'll put that for tailoring. These gloves are brown, so browns go with oranges. Socks that are green and greens. These socks are just white ankle socks. I don't even... Well, those might as well be trash, but I'll leave them in tailoring for now. We got some Knox Distillery cap. That's black. And then some electronics. Everything else is tailoring related. Tell you what, I'm actually going to start I'll start a garbage bag on the floor for tailoring stuff, because it's starting to get a little crowded over here. There we go. And then now this duffel is empty. I put it over here underneath the black clothing rack to remind myself that this is where the blacks go. Very, very nice. And then that is all of the random assorted stuff that I needed to get cleaned out here. Everything else over here is building materials with a sort of a purpose. Let me go ahead and do something with these steel sheets. If I tried to put all the steel sheets in with my my steel storage, the steel storage would fill up instantly. I'm going to put it on the floor, specifically large steel sheets. I'll put that on the floor in front of the steel sheets, steel storage for now. Bolt cutters on the ground over here to be smelted. And those can just go on the floor right here for now. And all these garbage bags are full of stuff like gravel and sand. Sand is for the parking lot spots. Gravel is for the roads. I think I have another screenshot of my base where I can actually show you guys what I mean by... So here's a further out screenshot of the other one from my 42.7 base. I use sand to separate the crop plots, and gravel to drive on, and then I also use sand to mark the parking spots. So this is a general idea of what the exterior of my base is eventually going to look like. It takes a long time to move all this gravel. So yeah, it'll be a little while before it'll actually look like this. But oh, this is a 1 year screenshot. So this might be something like what my base looks like next year. For now, as you can see, a lot of work to do. So, but we know we have a general idea of what we're working for. That's the most important part. Here's the most... Now for the thing I hate most about this game. The random trees that keep growing. I've cleaned out this place several times already. They're going to keep popping up, even though I keep driving over this area. Trees are just going to keep popping up, because that's what they're programmed to do. Very lame way of programming overgrowth. It really should not grow trees over places the player's recently driven over. That would kill saplings in a heartbeat, but whatever. Devs have got bigger things on their plate right now. Let's go get another vehicle. As a recap for anybody joining us, for, I don't know, the 36 hours I've played so far in this stream, or this particular character's lifespan, I have not really had a dedicated storage system for everything that I pick up. Now I do. So all of the stuff that I picked up that I've sorted just into random garbage bags full of crap, I've left them in the backs of vehicles. Now I'm just driving those vehicles up to my new base that I finished the superstructure for, and we're emptying those garbage bags into their proper resting place. I have not yet built the lower walls of the base, so I can just drive right into it for the moment. and back right up to the storage boxes. Now, when my base is actually completed, there will be a gravel driveway all the way around it to the back. So this doorway to the back will be my new loading dock, basically. You can put, so as a quick note, you can put gravel right onto the onto the water, and it will be it'll be as if you built a floor. It's kind of wacky. The devs might nerf that, I don't know. But for now, that's how I do it. Alright, we got a mix of everything in here. This hunting knife that is about to break, that's scrap. We're putting that in here where our metalworking shop is going to be. We got a handgun. That goes over here with the guns. There's going to be a bunch of crates for gun storage eventually. Just not quite there yet. We don't have enough guns to worry about it just yet either. Electric base, that is something, it's a little decoration thing, goes in here. Same with the comb, the game pieces, various colors of pens, puzzle cube, toilet paper, correction fluid, that's all just fun stuff. Same with the golf tees. Geometry compass, you don't use that for anything. That counts as water container. We've got some first aid, cold pack. We got a really pretty pair of blue brawn panties here. Those can go in here with the darker blues. I really would like to separate the dark blues and the light blues. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do that. For now, I will store the pinks and the reds together, and I'll figure out a different solution for the pinks later. So I'll move the violets over a notch here, and establish a light blue right here. One of the reasons for that is because I have a lot of light blue that I picked up, and it needs a home. So we've got purples over here now. That baseball cap that is purple goes there. I need to wash this hat before I put it away. Swim trunks are red. We'll put them in here. And that's all the clothing aside from what we need to wash. This beret, I think, is a purple. Let's check that. Yeah, that's a pretty purple. So that goes in there, and then the cowboy hat is obviously brown. That goes in with the oranges. So we got homes for those. We got a lot of food, some household, some materials. This wrench is about to break, so that actually goes, because it's about to break, that's scrap for the metal workshop. This baseball bat, I'm going to use it as a decoration because it's almost broken. That goes in the decoration bin. This tire pump is vehicle maintenance, so I'm going to put it outside over here where my parking lot's eventually going to be. We got some cooking and some small form food. Deal with that while I'm over here. Alcohol for the alcohol bin. I've got some cooking. Water container. Jars, jar lids. Eventually we'll be able to jar up some crops after we grow them. Canned food, I missed that. And then all that other food is small form goes over here. Small form food in the corner. And then material, the tape goes to the bottom of that. Watches and electronics. Bleach for the household. There's another garbage bag taken care of. On to the next. What do we got in this one? We got a baseball cap and some black gloves, black swimsuit, gray vest. Double check that cap. Yeah, this is like a slightly lighter shade of black. The one I'm currently wearing, the hat I'm wearing right now, this baseball cap, is the darkest black baseball cap I've found anywhere in this game. So I guess a slightly lighter shade of black can go in here, it's fine. And the black swimsuit, the onesie, we got a music t-shirt. I need to wash that. This Foreman vest that's kind of a grayish black, put it in here with the urban camo. And then black leather gloves, of course, and flex. And we got a grab bag of everything else here. We got a red hard hat that goes in with the reds. Don't have too many reds yet, but coming in there. So let's wash up that t-shirt. This is a music t-shirt, but it's got a few holes in it, so I gotta fix it. But it is otherwise black, so I can put it in the black bin. We got a TV in here. I don't really have a destination for TVs. I'll just kind of put it on the ground somewhere for now. Yeah, that's fine. We got some safety gear. You know what? I don't have a dedicated clothing storage for armor yet. I don't actually have very much armor, so that's not too big of a problem. For the moment, I will put armor and protective equipment in the grays over here. I'll just remember to move that later. So we got some scissors that are about to break into the metalworking. Got a little bit of reading material. Respirator filters, I'm going to stick those in first aid for now. They technically count. Respirator filters are for protective equipment, so they should go with the protective equipment, but I can't. You can't put filters into clothing storage, so whatever. Broken glass, I would really like to have a container over here for it, but because glass making is going to go over here with the kiln, can't do that yet. I'll just toss it in the tool bin. Rags for the tailoring. A stone block randomly. I don't really know what to do with that. I'll put it in the small form materials for now, along with the other small form stuff. Tape. Yeah, same with the brick. Stone block and brick probably need the stone bin later on when I start making a lot of them, but not yet. Twine. And then iron, an iron band. Draw plate that is made of iron. Jack, yet another one. Let's drop that outside where the parking lot's going to be. Notebook for the silly stuff. Club hammer, that's tool/weapon over here. I think this green pen is going to be one of the decorations. Yeah, I want one of each color for the decorations. All the other spare pens go in household. Marker in that can go in here. Okay, everything else is food. Back to the kitchen. Cocoa powder. Yeah, that's small form. Same with the rice vinegar for now. I think I might move vinegar to cooking materials eventually, because those should go with the... you want to use vinegar for making jars of food right now. That is the only really good use of vinegar. Oh, I had some flags in here. That's good. I'm thinking about putting my gym on this side somewhere, so I'll drop the barbell that I found over here. Got a bunch of books, magazines, paperbacks. Using the ambulance as temporary storage until I find a permanent spot for that. And then we just got some glue and twine for the materials bin. Okay, now we got a bunch of flags that I took from the school. Let's figure out how to do that. See, this is why I was hesitant to start with the kitchen until I have the flags down, because I like to put flags in the kitchen. Oh, I can do it. Oh, I can do it from one tile away. I thought I needed to be directly up against the wall. Okay, that's great. So we're gonna have the three. There's a large American flag that's 3 wide. That's what we're gonna put right there, and then I'll put another flag over here in the corner. And that does it with the kitchen decorations for now. Another flag here. I'll put it outside. Yeah. Actually, I'll go ahead and get that other wall up. Or will I? Yes, I will. I do not want any windows facing the south, so that's not a problem. I believe I have enough planks on the floor here to go ahead and build this wall out. So the other 2 flags can just go right up on over here. For now, I might reorient them. I also have a dedicated place I can put furniture that I don't have a home for yet. So if I find more flags and I don't yet know what to do with them, then that's what I'll do with them. Quick reminder on what my front of my base usually looks like. It's kind of hard to see. You can tons and tons of just flags and other random stuff that I picked up. That's what the outside of the front of my base is for. And then that is, you can see what the sinks and then the large American flag that will go in the back wall behind the center there. So we're done with that bag. Let's move on to the next. A whole bunch of military gear here. Some more green camo for the green camo god. And we got some of this needs to be washed. I'll go ahead and unpack whatever needs to be washed. A bunch of urban camo that doesn't need to be washed. So, yellows is where the desert camo stuff goes. It's a bit of a stretch, but it makes sense to me. So it allows me to keep the spectral organization, so I'm doing that. Alice belts and suspenders, you can't put bags on clothing racks, sadly. So I'll put that, just put that on the ground here. This is a camo sleeping bag, so I'll put it in front of the forest camo storage area here. Got some hats that need to be washed, unpacking those. And we've got urban camo, those are ready to go in here. And then we've got some military wristwatch for the greens. Belt goes on the floor, everything else is fun stuff, minus this book. Belt over here into the tailoring. ID cards, and all this is fun stuff here. Newspaper, speeding ticket, all that crap in here. And we got a watch for the electronics. Done with this bag, on the next. Oh, you know what? I say I'm done with that bag, but there's a bunch of clothes that I need to wash that there we go. Okay. And I'm also getting really hungry, so let's have some milk. Alright, and now the clothes that are in our inventory can be put away. So some yellows for the desert camo here. This desert camo, this boonie hat is desert camo. Got some green camo pants here. And we've got a regular, like a green beret that's not actually a green beret, but goes in the greens. Nice pretty blue Hawaiian shirt over there. Surgical gloves are light blue that go over here. This strapless dress is green. Now, is it a perfect match? We're actually going to find out now. We're going to try this on. I'm going to take this jacket off. And this shirt, I think I need to take the pants off too, if I want to wear a dress. Shield your eyes, children. It's alright. Here we go. Yeah, look at that. That is a really good match for forced camo. So instead of the greens, I'm going to put this this dress is actually going to go in with the forced camo, because that is specifically why I have a special container over here just for forced camo, because that is what I can actually make work here. Put my clothes back on so I stop looking like a tramp here. Alright, and then some stuff to wash, tank top, boots, and got a dust mask and a respirator. Those can go in with the armor or protective equipment. Temporarily storing that in with the grays. We've got some reading material, entertainment based. Some fun stuff like a notebook and a pair of dice. Oh wow, this CD should go in here. Ear protectors, that's equipment, or protective equipment. Makeup and a map goes in here. A bunch of the electronics. Fishing. We're going to put that in with the camping and containers for now. This angle-headed flashlight Hang on a second, is that a different color? Holy crap! I did not know those came in different colors. Whoa, okay, that mind blown, because I thought all angle-headed flashlights had the same color. But no, if you look at, so I've got one on the left and one on the right, they're two different colors. The green one is a good match for Force Camo, so I'm going to keep using that. But man, that's amazing. I did not know that there's a black flashlight, or a black angle-headed flashlight. That's really, really cool. But yeah, let's go back to the one that we had, and then this one is absolutely going to not go in the electronics bin. I don't want to risk accidentally scrapping it. Let's wash the clothes. So we got some black boots. We got some brown boots into the orange. What the hell color is this? Oh, it's pink. Okay. It was kind of hard to tell just from the icon. That's a warm enough pink. I'll put it in with the reds for now. I know eventually we will run into a crisis of colors with the pinks, because that will be very difficult to reconcile. Hello. And pens in the household. Just empty glasses for the kitchen. Same with the matchbook. First aid. And everything else in materials. Welding rods and wire into the iron for now. And there's some materials. Okay. Done with that garbage bag. Another grab bag of a lot of stuff here. Gas mask, protective gear into here. We got some red veteran t-shirts for the Reds. Desert camo tee for the yellows. And some holsters. Those are all green. Army hat. There. Military wristwatches are green. Surgical gloves are light blue. Got several of those already. A CD for the entertainment. Matchbook, that goes towards the kitchen. Hunting knives, I got a weapon bin, I think, sort of over here. At the top of the tool/weapons. Pliers in here. Everything else first aid. I can consolidate those matchbooks. And then make a quick trip to the kitchen. Empty glass for the water storage. I'm out of water to drink, so I'm stopping by my dispenser up here. And that's all empty. Done with those garbage bags. On to the next. Last one in this van, unless there's anything in the passenger seat, I'll check that. Peaked military cap is like a smooth green, kind of like this jacket. Like if I wanted to LARP as a military officer, this is all I'd need to do it. And look at that. I look like a friggin' either an airline pilot or just a military dude. Now I just got to worry about the knee pads. That breaks up everything. Like if I could, if I had black knee pads or just the knee pads blended in a little bit better. Unequip these. So look at that. I look really pretty like that. I look so pretty, I'm going to screenshot that. Beautiful. I need to put that hunting knife back on my webbing, though. It looks silly, but it works. But yeah, that the baseball cap is better for the current insulation levels, so we're putting that back into the greens. Got another camo sleeping bag here, in with the other one here. Aviator glasses are black, those go on the other side. Military officer jacket. Solid green poncho. If it was hurricane weather, I would wear those. And this is a solid green veteran shirt. Army pants are like an olive drab green. Starting to see why I have to separate my greens. I got a lot of greens. All right, red veteran shirts over here. Black military boots, gas mask and protective. Aviator glasses, military boots, blacks. Box of 9mm in here with the to be sorted for the gun stuff. This hunting knife needs sharpening, and I'm gonna have a grindstone over here somewhere. Canteen is a water container that goes in the kitchen. Naughty magazine with the entertainment reading material. Entrenching tool, finally got a destination for that, to put that in with the seeds and the gardening. These worn safety scissors, gonna be smelted over here. So we got some iron, some weapons, and tools. And everything else first aid. Another garbage bag done, on to the next. Or this van, I believe, is empty. Let's check the passenger seat and glove, both empty, where this van is done. On to the next. We only got 4 vans left, I think, so we're making progress. The end is in sight. We got a couple more days of this in game. Oops, wrong button. See my map here. The blue markings are a little bit out of date because those are the streets I've cleared, but respawns have completely nullified most of that. Alright, so all these vans over here are empty. These vehicles still have a little bit of furniture in them, but I don't have a destination for those yet. Let's have a drink of milk. Yep, 4 vans left, and now we are on this one here. For anybody joining, we are in the process of emptying vans with months of loot in them, like 2.5 months worth of loot. We are now emptying that into the proper loot storage containers that we just established as we got the exoskeleton of our base put together here. And as you can see, we don't have the south walls of the base complete yet, so we can literally just drive straight into our base and empty these garbage bags into it. This one is a lot of book. I'm just going to empty the non-book out of this and then just put the whole garbage bag into the ambulance, which is my temporary book storage. Entertainment book storage, that is. Harmonica, that's fun stuff. Got some fishing, got some stuff for the kitchen. Soap, scissors, household, let's put that in there. Household bin. Some wine for the kitchen. Bobber for the fishing up here. Okay, that is everything except for entertainment, literature stuff out of this garbage bag. So this garbage bag goes into the ambulance with the rest of the entertainment. Now I gotta make a trip to the kitchen. Some wine for the alcohol bin here. Kitchen knife for the cooking. Canteen for the water storage. Lighter for the fire storage. And on to the next garbage bag. See, the vans are smaller than the step vans, so we are actually, we don't have to spend quite as much time emptying these. We'll probably finish this one tonight, and then overnight we'll do another. There's some clothes here I gotta clean up, so I'm unpacking those first. Alright, that's everything. The beret, too. Okay. Wash all clothing. And now so we've got a couple different things here. I believe this is we've got a nice dark blue beret for the blues. That's like a great law enforcement blue right there. That would go with that could match a police set. And then we've got a light blue beret for the light blues. And then we've got a black beret. This is what I'm going to start wearing when the temperature gets cold enough for it. Right now the temperature is not quite cold enough for anything with a lot of insulation on the head, so I'm just going to continue wearing the baseball cap for now. But we've got a destination for each of those. We've got a black beret for the blacks. This scarf is white and black, but the blacks are a good match for other blacks, so I'll put that in there for now. These sneakers are a pretty purplish pink. Honestly, kind of hard to tell. I'll put it in with the purples for now. Dark blue beret with the blues and the law enforcement colors there, and then the light blues here. I think those are all a good match for each other too, which is nice. Got a police deputy hat here. Some really nice light blue undies here, and then a white apron. I don't have a whites yet, and I won't for a while, so that can go with the grays for now. Now I just got to figure out what color these baseball caps are. The icons do not give you a good idea of that. So we've got a grayish black here. We've got that's a law enforcement blue there. Before I lose track of it, I'm going to go ahead and put that in here now. This is the grayish one, isn't it? No, that's the dark black one. This is the grayish one. That I'll put in with the grays here. It counts as gray in my mind because we've got like a foreman vest and military camo in here. Urban camo, that is. So that goes in there, and then the other baseball cap, that is dark black. I'm going to wear that. What about this? I got two others I got to figure out, though. This one I think is going to be a green. No, that's a gray. You see, the icon, it doesn't tell you anything. The icon for this is like a green, but it's actually gray. That's stupid. They really need to do something about certain icon colorations. Now that is I'm going to call that a rose red. Let me turn on turn on the lights to get a better idea. Yeah, that is a rose-ish red. So that can go into the... Alright, we got a destination for both of those. This light green icon one is gray. Grayish white almost. And then this other one is reddish, rose red. And then we've got a riding helmet that's black. And a t-shirt that is also black. Alright, that does it for the clothes, thankfully. Got a bunch of silly stuff to put in the silly stuff bin here. Wallets. ID cards. Menu. Badge. Flyer. A little bit of household stuff. A radio. I don't want to dismantle this radio, so I'm gonna put it over here for now. Fire source. Let's get the household stuff over here. Bleach, pen, adhesive tape, and some tools. And then just some literature, and then everything else goes to the kitchen. Okay, I'm done over here. I can shut that off. Small form food, I'll do that first. Well, flour is large form. I should separate that. This potato, it technically counts as gardening because you can just, even if it's rotten, you can straight up stick a potato into a crop plot and plant it. So that counts as gardening actually. Everything else here, for the most part, is small form food. For the corner here. Yeah, I'm not missing anything. Okay. Matchbook for the fire, wine for the alcohol, and then a wristwatch that is gold for the yellows. Oh, my flashlight has run out of battery, so I replaced the battery. Perfect. And then this garbage bag is done. It's a little bit early to sleep, but we can sleep now. Might look like I'm sleeping in the rain, but if you look closely at these stairs here, I put a few floors on the second level. It's kind of hard to tell unless I look at the light in the right area there. So technically speaking, that bed is covered, so I'm not sleeping in the rain, even though it looks like I might be. This is how rain works, right? You can just put a very small cover over top, and nothing will get wet, right? That's all right. I just need myself not to get wet, so I don't get sick. It's the most important thing. Alrighty, let us continue till about 3 a.m. Then we can sleep again. Alright, we've got some more clothes. Beret needs to be washed. I think all the other clothes are clean. This beret looks like a nice blue, but let's double check that. Oh, I didn't want you to click that. Look at that. That is a really rich blue. That is the richest blue I've seen in Project Zomboid. I really like that. I don't know if I have very much that matches it, though. That's the unfortunate part. So let's wring that out. Don't really even need to do that, but I just felt like it. And what is the other beret we've got? Is this a gray one, I think? Oh no, that is like an almost black beret. Let's give that a quick wash up. So we know the colors for those berets now. The black goes with the blacks. That goes with the law enforcement blues. So we've got two different shades of law enforcement blue beret. That's we're eating good there. This is a greenish beret. This baseball cap, like I said, no idea what the color really is. Okay, that actually sort of matches the icon. So we can put that in the greens. We got a really, really hot pink t-shirt. For now, that can go with the reds. And the leather jacket that is brown. Browns are technically oranges, so we put that in there. Photo album for the sillies. Got a couple of entertainment stuffs. Got some furniture. We got a toaster. We got a hunting knife and a couple of kitchen knives. We don't need more than one kitchen knife in the kitchen, so these other kitchen knives, dropping them over here for the metalworking. Can opener, I need to put that in the kitchen. Let's wash that hunting knife. Put that in the weapons bin. Doodle in the sillies photo album with that. So we got some canned food, and let's get the painkillers out here. And then over to the kitchen with this stuff, cooking. Salt into the small form, and then just some cans. The toaster that I pulled out is furniture, so I'll put that in here. I have a couple of coffee makers in here, in the canned food as well. I actually need to move those because the canned food is so chock full of stuff right now. I'll take that stuff out, as well as the boxes of canned stuff, and just move that over to the right one. And use this as a large form boxes and kitchen furniture for now. So, coffee machine right there. So we'll hold on to that, and then, alright, another bag of stuff of all sorts of varieties. I'm going to go ahead and get the kitchen stuff out of here first. Got some water containers. Some canned stuff. Some little bit of everything here. I see a car battery charger, so putting that over here next to where the parking lot's eventually going to be. The other vehicle maintenance stuff. Oops. We got some furniture I should have left in the kitchen here. coffee express with the espresso machines and the chrome toaster. Let's see, we got a backpack for the containers bin on top of the household. Gas mask filter. That filters in general can go in first aid for now. Some dirty clothes I gotta wash. And then firefighter axe can go into weapons for now. Got some stuff for the funsy bin here. Harp is a medium form material. Blue for the small form. Steel wool for the tools. Some more kitchen stuff that I missed, actually. Sleeping pills for first aid. Some more stuff I missed for the silly bin. Improvised poncho is yellow. That goes over here. And a funny book. Alright. Small form for the kitchen. Light sources. Okay. There's another trash bag done. Getting a little hungry again. Let's get some more milk out of the fridge. We've got 10 cups, fountain cups of cow's milk left. Each cup is worth 15 hunger. We decay 60 hunger a day. So 10 more cups is basically, that means I have 2 more full days of milk in the fridge. And then I have, of course, these 6 cartons here. So we have a few more days, basically. Just keeping track of our food before we got to go visit the animals again, do some more milking. Let's wash these gloves and myself, and got some gloves for the black container here. This bandana, I believe it is blue. Double check. Yeah, that is a nice bright blue. That goes in with the blues. And we are ready for another garbage bag here. Oh, we're ready for another garbage bag, but this van is done. Yep, this van is done. We are driving back, and we're going to go get the next van, and by the time we bring that next van up here, we probably are ready to sleep again. I'm going to be sprinting a lot, so I'll go ahead and take the jacket off. Alright. Should probably drink some water myself. Alright, our 3 remaining vehicles full of loot are all Spiffo vans. Let's just go ahead and take the first one here. Plenty of random stuff in it. I don't think we quite have enough time to start another garbage bag, so I'm going to go ahead and shut the lights down and go to sleep. Oh, and we're actually getting a little bit cold, despite wearing the leather jacket. Oh, I forgot to put the leather jacket back on, that's why. Oops. Well, I don't think that actually hurt us too much when we were trying to sleep, so that's okay, that's not too bad. But since it is in the mid-40s, I'll go ahead and put this jacket back on for now. And yeah, let's continue. Oh, we got a whole bunch of keys. Forgot that I just stored all of my surplus keys in here. Let's put those in the silly bin. Silly bin is already getting quite large. That's fine. No problem with that. Don't need these Niala or dark keys anymore. Residence keys. I need one key to the church. Yeah, okay. Keys are emptied. We got a garbage bag full of military equipment. We can sort that out over here. Oh, a lot of it needs to be washed. Let's put away what... Actually, everything needs to be washed. Almost everything. The Spithos apron can go over here. That's a nice green. You know, believe it or not, the Spithos apron is actually a match for green camo, so I can put that over here. Now we've got a belt and suspenders that matches ugly olive drab greens, so I'll put that on the floor right here under the greens. The non-forest camo greens, rather. The ghillie suit that we found. I'm still so happy about that. I don't know if I've ever had a full intact torso and pants of the ghillie suit before. Like, I've always had... Sometimes I'll have a character who finds several torsos, or several pants, but never finds the other. I think this bandana is... Yeah, this is like an olive drabish sort of green. I wasn't too impressed with this. I saw the icon for it and I was like, damn, that's got to be close, but no, in reality it's not actually a good match for forest camo. Fingerless gloves. I think these might actually qualify as light blue. No, that actually, that's a bit of an orphaned blue right there. I don't have anything that matches that, but I'll put it in here for now. I got a bandeau that is like a bright purple. I can go in here. And then a shoulder holster that is for the browns. I can't put that in there for some reason. You can put other holsters into the clothing, but you can't a shoulder holster for some reason. So I'll put that on the ground beneath it. 100% of everything else in this trash bag needs to be washed. So I will leave the dog tags in the fun bin over here, and then just extract all of this. There's so much of it that I really need to wash it in shifts. Otherwise I will take damage, and I don't like doing that. Let's drop the ghillie suits, because those are the heaviest. Yeah, look at that. Now I'm no longer too over-encumbered. Oh, no, I am. Okay. Let's drop drop one of the jackets. Alright, that's good. Start putting some of this away. The military helmet in desert camo. And a bunch of other desert camo stuff here. Another boonie in desert camo. This is a tank top. I think this is a match for the greens. And then we got a bunch of green camos here. What color is this beret? I think this is gray. Yeah, a nice gray beret. If I ever do. I think that might actually be a good match for urban camo. Beautiful. Military boots. Those are a nice solid black. And then the stuff that we didn't have enough inventory space to wash before. Ghillie suits into the green military jacket and desert camo. Got a couple holes in it, so we need to remember to fix that later. That's it for that garbage bag. think we actually found a... Oh no, this is not the one I was thinking of. Alright, so we got some cosmetics that goes in the fun bin. Got a CD for the reading material. And a book. And somebody's diary. That's for the funny bin. A lot of the rest of this is for the kitchen. Let's get the axes and a tire iron over there. Axes up here, and the weapons. Soap for the household. And a tire iron back towards where the parking lot's going to be. Got some alcohol and some, oh, a rum. Got rum over here. Now we got some soda. Some large form food. And the milk can go in the fridge. And small form food. Next garbage bag. A duffel bag that looks, what color is this? I think this is like a nice blue. Yeah, this will go in front of the law enforcement blues. Well, actually, that's like in between blue and cyan. Let's just put it there. We've got a red plaid sleeping bag. Let's put that under the reds. And we've got another camo sleeping bag. That's like the third. It's alright. I ain't got no problem with that. A whole bunch of variety of stuff here. A lot of it is, there's a lot of alcohol in this. I think this is from the chateau. The hotel that we stayed at when we were in Brandenburg. A little bit of canned sardines. And then a bunch of liquor. Gin, wine, coffee, cider. Actually, cider can go with the juices. Restricted area sign. That's kind of funny. I don't have anywhere to put it yet. I have a furniture bin that I can put that in. And then a lot of stuff for the silly bin here. The camera, cards. Actually, I already have a camera in there. So that flashlight, separate that. Cherry cigarette for the first aid, and then, okay. A dull scalpel that can go to be scrapped from metal. Yeah. Small form materials, and then everything else is kitchen area after we drop this off at the metalworking. Drying ramen noodles into the small form. Lighter and matches for this thing here. Glass, wine glass. And then these need to go in electrical. Got some prisoner jumpsuits that I intend on fixing someday. Gotta wash them. Doesn't look like there's anything else to wash here. Maybe this nightstick. It's broken, but I can still use it as a decoration, I suppose. Gotta repair these jumpsuits, but we don't have too much other stuff in the orange and browns here. The frillies are a nice reddish pink that can go in there. The E-tool is for gardening, and then everything else is for the kitchen. Gardening over here. Fillet knife over here. Baking pan. Got some alcohol and canned food. Another garbage bag. Not too much in this one, actually. Oh, this is all just assorted firearm stuff, so I just put it over here at the other. And now we got a couple trauma bags. This is basically just some high priority stuff. These butterfly knives, put them in here, I guess. Photos, some maps, and then a whole bunch of first aid and food. Funny mag over here. Brain fart for a moment there. Adhesive tape, wrench, and then back to the kitchen for the rest. Actually, it's small enough I could put one in each hand. Before we go to the kitchen, let's empty this. We got hatchets for the tools / weapons up top here. Fillet knife for the kitchen, can opener. We got another sleeping bag. This one's green as opposed to camo green, so we can actually put that next to it under the regular greens. Sweet. I'll actually transfer everything in here over to the other one. Thank you, Rezio. Coming along nicely. We've emptied all but, so this is the last in the first of my 3 Spiffo vans, and then after this we just have two more Spiffo vans to empty, and then we're done with emptying the vans. I'm going to put this trauma bag underneath the reds, because this is where I store my red clothing. And then I just got a bunch of first aid stuff here. With the exception of these dull medical shears, I'm going to scrap those. And then the oxygen tank, that counts as a filter, so I'm going to put it in first aid for now. Depending on how many of those I have, that might get full really quickly. Paintbrush in with the tools. And, okay, can opener, fillet knife. The fillet knife, I don't think I can scrap it for metal. Can opener, I know I can. That's actually steel. Okay, fillet knife into the kitchen. And then everything else in this bag is small form food with the exception of the canned sardines. So, canned sardines, unselect that, everything else in here. And then fillet knife into the cooking. Canned sardines into the canned food. So that is the remainder of our... that's the remainder of this Spiffo van, I believe. I'm going to leave this trauma bag here. And, yeah, the trunk is empty. Passenger seat is empty. Glove is empty. So we can put this in with the other vans that are now emptied. I hate saplings. I'm going to annihilate those saplings now because I want to be able to park my other Spiffo vans next to that one. In fact, I'm going to annihilate all these trees right now. I'm so tired of saplings and trees and bushes. Oh, I instantly broke my axe. Nice. It was on its last leg anyway. Got another large stone axe right here. I'm getting sweaty from wearing this jacket all day, so I'm going to go ahead and take that off. We've entered the phase of the game where things are a little bit awkward because we'll be too cold if we sleep at night without an extra layer. We'll be too hot if we work during the day with that extra layer on. They're all going to grow back. I mean, doing this is just holding it at bay. The random tree growth finally stops around December, so we got to deal with this for another couple months. It's unfortunate, but that's the game the devs have given us right now. Alright, I'm done with this for now. I can drop this. I'm actually going to sit on the ground for a second because I used up a lot of exertion by chopping trees. Alright. Now I can sprint back and get another spiff of van from the parking lot. I have a pain moodle because of all the trees that I chopped. That's what I get for chopping at only axe level 3. Alright, what have we got in this one? We've got just random sort of bags not labeled. That's alright. Plenty of places to put all this stuff. We've got some hairspray, some first aid, ID cards go here. Photos, fountain pen, that's for decoration. Now, I got more bottles of dye. I mentioned before, I don't know what to do with dye yet. All I know is that it's specific colors, so I'll put the red dye over here, I guess, in front of the red clothes. Operating under the assumption that if you can't already, you'll eventually be able to use dye to color your clothes. So this looks like a brownish dye, so I'll put it in front of the browns and oranges. This looks like a gray with an ever so slightly reddish tint to it. I guess I'll put that in front of the grays for now. I don't know. But yeah, I genuinely have no idea what to do with that dye, so I guess I'll figure that out sooner or later. We got a bucket hat that looks like a nice blue. Let's actually try that on really quick. Oh yeah, it's a nice blue right there. In there with the law enforcement blues. Deeper, the royal blues and whatnot. And we have a tie. This is another tie-dye tie. I think those are both heavily representative of the blues of the cooler colors, so those can go in there. Got a CD for the entertainment bin. And we got green pen for household. Whole bunch of foodstuffs for the kitchen. Just a little bit of first aid to get out of here first. Okay, yeah, everything else kitchen direction. Fire source stuff. Oh, glue. Almost forgot to put the glue up in the materials. There we go. Canned food with the cans. No liquor, just soda. And everything else small form. Another garbage bag down. Not many left to go. We're making great progress. Yeah. Got some earrings. Those jump out at me right away. Let's put them in here. Actually, those are earrings I might actually want to keep. They're like obnoxiously large. I kind of like them. They're going to go in the golds and yellows here. the rest of the jewelry up into the jewelry scrapping bin here. We got some ID cards and some other fun stuff. Photos, badges, swimming goggles, glasses, horn rim prescription glasses. Those can all probably go into colors. Let's try on this hat. I forget what color this one is. Oh, this is another black hat. This is actually, wow, this is really close to my current one. But my current one is ever so slightly darker insofar that it matches my glasses. So we've got yet another really dark black here. I really wish you could rename the baseball caps so that I didn't have to just guess what they were based on their silly icons. The swimming goggles and prescription glasses both look bluish, as does the golf cap. Horn rim prescription glasses are like kind of a brownish color usually. Put those over here. These go here, and then the fanny pack, I think that is, yeah, this is one of the black ones, so that can go over here. Some reading material. Bunch of stuff for the kitchen, but not before we get the tools and materials out of here. Electrical? No. Just first aid, a little bit of household, the bathtub. The plunger is going to be a decoration. It'll be a little while before I actually have a bathroom in my base, but when I do, always got to have the necessities. Materials and tools. We got wood glue. Oops. No, that does not go there. That goes in here. Steel. Second in that row. Box of screws for the medium form materials. Then we got a measuring tape. I don't know what you even use measuring tape for in this game. I just know that, you know, maybe I'll use it someday, so I'll keep it in there. Keep at least one of it. And then we got a screwdriver. But that's right, the smokables into the first aid for now. Candles, fire source. Okay, everything else for the kitchen. Canned stuff. Soda. And some actual water. I don't usually pick this up because it's bulky and I can get it elsewhere. I'll boil it myself. But water storage right there. And then yeast in a small form. And there's another garbage bag done. On to the next. What do we got? We got an assortment of clothes. Some of it needs to be washed. Let's get the washing out of the way now. Drink some milk. I do. Oh, look, there's my own ID card, Annie Mae. Just gonna stick it in there with all the others for now. I will eventually have a nice place for it. Let's see here. We've got a mix of a little bit of everything here, actually. Holsters in different. No, those are all black holsters, so those can go in the black here. Got a police deputy hat, another one. These baseball caps, let's find out what color they are. This one is a nice brownish color. This one is going to be, I have no idea. That's like a grayish black. We got some gloves, the yellow, and then some blue gloves. Some household, some goofy stuff, water containers, and Oh yeah, so these walkie-talkies that I'm going to use for decorations, I keep those in the, since they're going to be decorations, I'll put them in the funny bin here. A whole bunch of M9 magazines I'll toss over in the firearms bag over here to sort out later. Magazine. Receipt. I don't even know why I have that. I probably picked it up for a reason, so I'll put it in the funny bin. Tobacco. Household for the bath towels and dish towel. Some wallets into the funny bin. Got some first aid. And some tools, materials. Twine. And off to the kitchen with the rest of this. Some canned sardines. And a water bottle. This is my first water container, I think it was. This empty hot water bottle here. Into the water containers here. Oh yeah, a bunch of clothes that I washed and now I need to find a home for. For now, I will put the white police trooper stuff into the grays and whites over here. And these white gloves. Let's get this hat over here. Strapless bra into the blacks. Because I do have a strappy and a pair of panties somewhere elsewhere. I don't know what I did with them. This is what I was wearing until I found the perfect greens. These sneakers, I think these sneakers are a perfect match for the... Yeah, these sneakers are a perfect match for Force Camo. So that's why I held on to those. Those can go into the, those can actually go into Force Camo as opposed to the, regular greens. And then we got a police deputy shirt. That's an actual blue. Baseball cap into the browns. This, goofy color backpack for the, containers. Alright, on to the next garbage bag, assuming there's any left. Yeah, we got a few left here. A bunch more stuff here. Let's get this hiking backpack into the containers. A couple of extinguishers and household stuff. Scissors for the... to be washed and left over there. Got some funny stuff over here. Any other funny stuff? No, that's just the map. Electrical for the light bulb. Some first aid for the antidepressants. Everything else for the kitchen? Looks like it. Well, the handy knife, I don't 100% know what I'm going to do with that actually yet. Because it's broken and I can't fix it and I can't scrap it. I'll fit TBA on that. I'll put in the weapons for now. Magazine for the, I don't have a destination for skill magazines yet. There's a place that should have gone in the blue library van, which is parked over here for now. Oh, that reminds me, there is some other stuff in the library van that I need to get rid of. So let's put this magazine in here, and then let's put... Yeah, I need to get rid of this, so let's put that in my backpack. And then this other one I'll put in my primary hand. Perfect, okay. So I have now pulled everything out of the library van that is not book or magazine, skill magazine related. Wash up these scissors and leave them on the floor in the tailoring / metalworking area. Another Knox Distillery cap that goes in the blacks. And I've got some more flags here. I'm going to go ahead and put those in the furniture bin. And I want to get the rest of the stuff out of this particular bag that is not book related. So we got some glue and twine for materials. And then we got a butter knife for the kitchen. I'll just unpack that. Multicolor pen for household. VHS, that's a skill thing that can go elsewhere. Box of garbage bags for the medium form materials here, and this bag can now go into the ambulance because it is all entertainment. And everything in this bag is now going to the kitchen. Okay. This kitchen knife needs to be sharpened. I'll put it over here where the grindstone is going to be. Fire source stuff in here. Cookware, lots of it. Spatula, pizza cutter, butter knife, rolling pin. Let's get the canned food out of the way. I probably haven't elucidated this really, but the when it comes to food, I like to have, like, you know, the soda separated, the cans, the soda, the whiskey, or the alcohol rather, and then, like, basically I get to a certain point where everything else is just considered small form food. Like, that's kind of how I think about it. It helps me, because you see, I'm not looking at that, oh, choco cakes, chocolate chip cookies, cinnamon roll. I'm not looking at all that and thinking, okay, that's small form. I'm just looking at it and saying, okay, it's not large form, it's not soda, it's not alcohol, and it's not, you know, it's not those other categories, which basically just leaves it as the only other thing it could be is small form food. So that's kind of how I think about it. Oops. Didn't finish putting that in there. Flour in there. I will get to a point actually where flour is so big that I'll need its own box for it, but not there yet. Milk in there, and then yeah, everything else small form. There's another garbage bag down. A whole bunch of fun stuff here. We got some instruments. Depending on, oh yeah, so my fun bin here is actually getting so full that it will behoove me to put my instruments elsewhere. I'm gonna take this electric bass and harmonica and put those somewhere else, and just unpack the flute and violin here. And then I can, yeah, I have a little bit more space in the funny bin now. Otherwise it would fill up very fast, so. A hairdryer, and that can go there. A banjo. I did manage to get most of my instruments in this one bag. Actually kind of miraculous. Some photos, knee pads, that goes to the white bin. This metal baseball bat for the weapons. Some more household, bath towels. Dice, and an ID card over here. This handheld game console can be dismantled. Baseball bat up top here. Get rid of all of these entertainment things. White knee pads in here. We got a bowl for the kitchen, a lighter for the lighters, and water container over here. Done with this bag. So now I'm going to put the stuff for the conservatory over here, because I don't know exactly where, but the conservatory is in this general quadrant. So the flute, the violin, the bass, the banjo, and the harmonica is so small that I'll lose track of it if I don't put it somewhere. I'll put it in the flute container. It's small enough it can fit in there. Okay, that does it for the instruments. I don't actually know where I'm putting my VHSs yet, so I'll put that in the furniture for now. This is the last garbage bag in this van, so get that out of the way. Oh, we got some hair dye, but it is a very droll color, like a dark brown. Just toss that in there for now. Ducky, diary, photo, a redundant skill book. I don't know what to do with that, really. I'll just put it in here for now. Seagull makes a good point. Welding rods, iron pipe into the iron. bath towels for the household, and then a bunch of funny stuff. One garbage bag left, and that's the one I stuck in my backpack here. Lots of various stuff in here. Tackle box for the containers and fishing related stuff over here. A lot of stuff for the kitchen, the headphones, and the TV remote were supposed to be set aside here. VHS, I'll put it in there. Let's get some of these entertainment books out of the way. And more fun stuff like this chess pieces and the dice. Sheet of paper, dice, doll, Christmas cards, toys, on the funny bin. Okay, everything else has a place. Forgot to put the CDs in here. Bobber for the fishing. Got a little bit of first aid. Sheet metal scrap. Still don't know exactly what to do with that. We consider it iron for now. Welder mask and torch into the tools. Same with the shears. A little bit of steel for the steel bin. Bath towel into household. Oops, that does not go into the iron. That goes into the steel. There we go. Household. Bath towel. Cheesecloth is a material. Goes in here. And everything else, with the exception of these long johns for the kitchen. Long johns I wash up because they're dirty. And toss them into the whites and grays here. Eventually I will need those long johns. It will get cold enough for them. Not there yet though. Bowl, knife, and a bunch of other cooking stuff here. A little bit of large form food, and then a container, water container. White beans in here. Everything else is small form. Okay, that is, this trunk is empty. Everything else in the vehicle is empty. This one is going in the, off to the side. And then we are going to get our last van full of loot. Well, so it's our last van full of loot. We do still have those LEO vehicles, I think. There is some assorted stuff in the back of the fire truck. But other than that, we'll take a look, see what we're looking at back at the, whatchamacallit, back at the gas station here. Oh, I never found the key, nor did I hotwire this particular Spiffo van. So let's get this hotwired. There we go. I literally only ever used that van for storage. Like, I think I towed it into place. I never even heated or hotwired it. But now we fixed that. Okay, so this is the one I was storing some of the guns in, so we got a couple of garbage bags of guns and gun-related stuff. Just put them on the floor over here next to where I'm going to have the gun storage established. See, I have not yet looted any, like, huge points of interest with gun supplies yet. I haven't done Jamie-Town, I haven't done, Dendos or anything like that. Hello. Why did it not put it on the ground? There we go. Come on now. What's going on here? Fuck, can I put that on the ground? Is that technically in that tile? What's going on here? What the fuck is wrong with this tile? Why does the game not... Oh, there's a garbage bag I couldn't see. Okay. Dealing with garbage bags can be a pain sometimes. Let's move this particular garbage bag somewhere where I can actually see it. Same with this one. Okay, so these garbage bags are all of my firearm collection thus far. It's not particularly expansive, so we don't have to worry about the storage system for that just yet. On to the next set of garbage bags. We got a dedicated electronics bag here. Into the electronics bin. Whole bunch of random stuff here. Let's get some of it sorted. Hairspray, no appearance. Water purification, into camping. Bunch of clothing, bunch of cooking, bunch of food. Let's get some of the funny stuff over here. ID card, some money, tin can, dart goes in here. We got some blue dye. So we've got a lot more dye than I thought I had, but we've got a lot of colors of it. So let's put this blue dye in front of the blue law enforcement stuff. Or the blue, just the rich blues as opposed to the light blues. We got some twine, we got some thread. The thread is going to go in the tailoring bag over here. A couple of pillows for household. Pencil for household. Cheroot, smokable goes in there. First aid. Rest of those go in here. CD goes up here. We got some long johns that are already clean. So we got 2 pairs of long johns now. That's great. This top and bottom here is kind of like an ever so, if I remember right, I think I remember these are the ones that were like close but not quite a match for forest camo, so those can go in here. Another army cap, that makes our 3rd. Some materials stuff. Small form. These are spare can openers and pizza cutters. I'm gonna drop these in here with the smelting bin for smelting down to steel. Same with the spade head. This catalog is entertainment material. Got a lighter and a matchbook for the fire. Some cookware. Canned food. Tea bag. Like I was saying before, tea bag counts as caffeine, so that goes with the soda. Same with coffee if I ever find any. Lentils, that's large form, goes in here. And most of the rest of this is small form, minus a couple of tools that escaped my eye. Tool and a tool/weapon. On to the next garbage bag. Coming down the home stretch. This is our last dedicated storage van. After this, we just have some assorted stuff. We got a really big Spiffo doll. Just gonna toss that on my bed. This is I'll sleep with Spiffo. Spiffo shall watch over me in my sleep. Mostly because that's 5 encumbrance. I can't really fit him anywhere else. White stockings into the white. We got a dirty beret, gotta wash that. All the other clothes I have here are clean. Oh, I think this is my hoodie. When I say my hoodie, I mean one I'm actually going to wear, because let's put it on, and... Yeah, look at that. That is a match for forced camo. So it's not cold enough to wear that just yet, so I'm going to leave that on the bed, because that is, you know, just like the military jackets, that's something that it's too warm to wear during the day, but it is cold enough to wear at night. Which, I mean, I'm going to be sleeping not too long from now anyway, so I'll be back to put those on soon. We got some tops and bottoms here. Finally found the... Yeah, there's my black set of undies, and then I have a green set. Wasn't really a good match for any of the other greens, but I'll put it in here for now. And then these were like a darker cyan, so those can go in here as well. The leather jacket for the browns, and then some funny stuff over here. Photo and the lipstick and all that crap goes in here. Some first aid. Iron bar for the Iron God. Metal baseball bat. Spare engine parts. Another can opener for scrapping. Twine for the materials. Mason's chisel for the tools, weapons. Okay. Yeah, can opener to scrap this. I only need one, really. Empty pan for cookware. Chalky milk for the for the small form food. Wine for the alcohols, and Diet Cola. This bag is done, on to the next. Some more engine parts, I'll toss those aside. This is a bit of everything in here. One of my least organized bags. Let's get those engine parts out of the way now. There's also a beret I forgot to wash. I'm gonna have to wear this to see what color it is. Is this one of the dark green ones? Ooh, I remember how I felt when I found this. It was such a close match for forced camo, but just not quite. There's just a little too much blue in it. Like it's like a green, but like there's just a little too much blue for it to match any of the palette for forced camo. It makes me sad, but it's alright. We will toss it into the regular greens. Worse things have happened, I suppose. A whole bunch of other things that need to be washed. We got some long john bottoms into the whites here. This long sleeve t-shirt, I do believe this was a very rare find because it's a nice black. Let me take off the formal shirt and test that. Yeah, look at that. That is a very nice black. It's not a perfect match for the other blacks. Like, it's not going to match the leather pants or the hat, but it's close enough that it can go in the black bin. So let's take that off. Formal shirt back on. This other formal shirt is like, this is a surprising find. This is like a hot pink formal shirt. Like, I can't remember the last time I saw something like that. That is a very rare find. That goes into the reds with the other vivid pinks. The long sleeve shirt does not need to be washed. I can go in there. Western boots and sneakers. Those are nice, both blacks. And I've got a leather jacket here that needs to be washed and then repaired. And then it can go into the reds, or the browns. And that's me needing to go to sleep, so let's put the fingerless gloves in here. The leather jacket in with the browns. And I'll sort the rest of this bag when I wake up. Since it is 58 and probably getting colder, wear this hoodie and this military jacket. I'll be nice and warm now when I sleep. My proteins have fallen below 50, so I need to fix that. Kind of an easy fix, actually, if I eat some beef jerky. Now that I've sorted all of my food, I know exactly where to look for that. There's some beef jerky in this corner here. Just eat one of that. That'll fix my proteins right up. Yeah, I went from like 30 to 60 there. You see, just by the fact that I'm running around with a garbage bag in my hand that has me weighed down, you see the debuff I have carrying a little too much? While I'm running, while carrying too much, I have a chance to get strength experience. And if I'm below the protein limit, then I'm not getting as much strength experience as I should be, so that is why I'm always monitoring my proteins. It is half the reason my strength experience is currently 25,000 out of 150,000. Like, I'm actually, what is that, like a fifth of the way there, something like that. We are making good progress on that. But I'm also overheating because just running around a little bit in that hoodie and that jacket. Put those back. And resume sorting this stuff. We got some funny stuff for the funny bin here. Okay, so let's take a quick look at how we can mark some of these containers. Thus far, I've just been going off visual, or just, you know, correlational, right? I know where the electronics are, and I just, based on that, I can infer where everything else is. But I have this first aid box. It's a little too small to be useful. However, I can use it as like a label by just placing it in front of the box for first aid stuff. So now I can look and just see where my first aid box is visually and differentiate it from the others without having to rely on the correlational from where electronics are. Nicholas for the electronic. Now, okay, so the one slight problem with that is this is a container, and it being a container, it will show up in the list of containers, so I'm not going to do that, actually. I'll find another thing to mark the first aid box. I'm sure there's another way to go about it. Using a container to mark a container is a little bit redundant because it'll show up in the list of containers that you have to scroll through, and that actually makes things a little harder. We got a can opener to drop at the can opener. Hunting knife and fillet knife can be dropped here because they need to be sharpened. This is where the grindstone's going to be. Can opener into the smelting bin. Hot bowl and baking pans over here. Bunch of small form there. Actually, this is all small form, yeah. And just a little bit of leftover stuff. Got some thread for the tailoring bag. Paper clip for materials, and then claw hammer. On to the next trash bag. We're so close to being done sorting our existing loot stash, I can almost taste it. Got a couple of dirty things to wash here. Another set of sneakers that's actually a good match for the greens, so that goes in here as well. Some funny stuff, and let's get this rag and these scissors into the tailoring bin. This hat, the Spiffo server hat, is brown, so that can go into the browns. We got a Spiffo pen that goes in the mementos along with other stuff here. Pocket knife, I'm going to use that for decoration. Notepads, money. Pencil for the household, and this is for the sillies. Household goes here. Cheroot and cigarettes for the first aid. Handy knife goes in here. Everything else for kitchen. Got some soda. And some whiskey. A lot of whiskey, actually, 5 of them. And some empty bottle and seltzer water into the water containers. This beret, I think, is black. Let's double check it. Yes, this is my best black beret. because it is an actual good match for the glasses and all the other stuff. So that in there. This small backpack is a cool looking brown backpack. I'll put it on the floor under the browns. And these knee pads are white into the whites and grays. That is it for that garbage bag. On to the next. This is the last garbage bag in this particular van. And it's, right, this is, okay, so this is our large form electricals. So these boxes of batteries and light bulbs can all go into the second container in the electrical column here. Okay, and that was easy. So we are now returning this van, or putting this van off to the side. I'll cut the lights, because we'll sleep after that. And then tomorrow, after we sleep, we are going to grab the fire truck, which is damaged, but it has some stuff in the trunk, so we'll grab that. I came to a complete stop because I scraped the side of those stupid bushes. Alright, Spiffo van is parked with the other Spiffo vans. I got 30 minutes. That should be enough to go grab the, I'll go grab the fire truck tonight. In fact, while I'm at the gas station, I can pop inside and empty some of the containers in there. Some of the containers in there are going to have cookware and gardening slash seeds and whatnot. Not quite ready to move the entire workshop, but soon. So, yeah, I have places for all this, so let's just garbage bag it in the primary for this contents of that container. And backpack gets this container. With the exception of the popsicle freezer, that can stay here for now. Military backpack into secondary hand for the other box here. Yeah, I've got a mix of everything in here. Sacks. That's all going to be moved to the tailoring area for now. Put this garbage bag in a military backpack so I stop losing health from it. It's already 4 a.m. I'm going to go ahead and sleep here because I still got a bed. I need more proteins again, so I'm going to drink a 2 liter of cow milk here. Assuming I have one. I know I have one somewhere. There we go. The fountain cup got me back over 50 for now. Let's take these pillows and VHS. Main backpack. Freezer is staying there. The fertilizer, I don't really care about that just yet. And then some assorted this crap here. Okay, that does it for the interior supplies here. And now I do believe I left a couple things in the trunk of the fire truck here. I could be wrong about that. If I am, then I'm just moving the fire truck to the parking lot of the police station, which is where I'm going to have some informal garage stuff. Yeah, see, I do have some stuff back here. Okay. Didn't I have a key to this? Or I never hotwired it, did I? Come on now. There we go. I never put gas in it, did I? Of course I didn't. Why would I? I'm a doofus. Yes. Okay, we're not gonna mess with this then. Just gonna turn the lights back off and I know I have gas in this. Let's take what's in the trunk here and put it into the trunk of the police car, and we'll just drive the police car back up. Drop this here so I can wash it. Just drop this here so I stop shedding health. Okay. Let's get all the seeds into the gardening bin. $109 wheat seeds. We could plant them right now. September is the start of wheat planting season. The optimal is October, though, so we can hold off on that for a little bit. Let's get all these bath towels in the household. Alright, we got a pouch that goes in containers. So everything else that's in here is either a sack or something that I need to sew into a sack. And our first bag of tailoring stuff is already pretty close to being full. So I'm going to put another bag here and put all that stuff into that. Alright, that does it for the desert camo backpack. Somebody died across the river. Oh no. Garbage bag into secondary. So this is a whole bunch of random crap that was inside a lot of it's jewelry related. Let's get the jewelry into here. And then we got some clothes that I found that I need to get sorted into the colors. Got some dark greens here. Hello. I didn't want to wear them, I wanted to... There we go. And then a mini skirt that somehow matches military camo. That's actually really funny. I'm still laughing about the fact that I found that. It was bigger than a mini skirt before. It's a little bit bright though, so I'm gonna put that I'll put that in the regular greens for now. This long sleeve t-shirt needs to get washed, so do these sneakers, so does this kitchen knife, and then everything else is jewelry related. Actually, I do need to move. I'm going to move the silver fragments out of small form materials. This is just all of my jewelry goes in here now. So I can save a teeny bit of room in the funny bin here by moving that up. Okay. Done with that garbage bag. Let's wash this stuff up first and then move on to the next. This long sleeve t-shirt into the purples. White sneakers for the whites. Kitchen knife that's on its last leg that dropped to the steel scrapping. A bunch of cookware, a lot of cookware. The pots full of water I'm just going to put in the fridge because those I'm going to imminently cook with at some point, so those can go in there. Frying pans and empty pans in here. See, this is where the cookware starts to fill up because of all of the pots and pans, but thankfully I think this time I was able to control myself enough so that I did not have to worry about getting too much to fit into a single cabinet. Let's get the candles into the fire sources. Got some small form food here. Even more beef jerky. I'm just gonna eat that now because proteins still need another hit. There we go. And fire sources here. Cigarettes for and that for first aid, and then got a 2-liter here for the bottles. Buckles are going to be... Actually, buckles are iron for now. Eventually, I will think of buckles as, like, tailoring, because you can make armor with them. But for now, they are just iron. Pillows in the household. Ciggies and beta blockers in the first aid. VHS into here. Okay. Backpack sorted. Grabbing my other backpack. I need to clean up this SCBA here. Now that, I'm going to take the oxygen out of it. And then I'll put it into protective equipment. Oxygen tank into first aid, the other one. What did I do with the other garbage bag of stuff? Oh, I never got it out. Okay. Grab it out of the trunk. Dull kitchen knife. Dropping it by the grindstone when I gotta get it. Some entertainment material here. Some skill magazines that escaped my grasp before. I'll deal with those. Gotta wash this firefighter helmet, then I can put it in the yellows. Bunch of electronics, let's get rid of those. Three fire extinguishers. Eventually I'll place those strategically around my base. I highly doubt I'll ever set anything on fire, but that's not the point. Always want to prepare for the worst. Plan, or work for the best, but prepare for the worst. Put the saw blade into the iron for now. Got a box of screws for the medium form materials. Twine for small form. One of those club hammers that have been floating around that I failed to find a couple times. Everything else for the kitchen. Small form food here. Another jar. And a lighter for the lighter god. That might have been our last garbage bag. And just in terms of sheer loot. No random stuff in here, it doesn't really matter about that. Yeah. So we do have a garbage bag here. This is just assorted building materials though. I'll take that box of screws and propane tank and put them in the base. Not the nails yet. Yep, all these are now empty as soon as I get these hammers out. These hammers can just go straight on the floor with the other ones. I seriously doubt I will ever run into a quantity problem with hammers, but remember, I have an entire roof to build, so that means a few of these hammers will get broken just by me working. I've got other bags of gravel and sand that I can drop here. I want the gravel out and the sand in the garbage bag. Because the gravel I'll be using more imminently. The sand, there's several things I could potentially do with it. Sand is actually In some form, sand is also a material like you actually craft with. So sand is not guaranteed to just be a building material. Gravel is. You'll always use gravel just for building and nothing else. Let's get these magazines into the library here. Okay. That, I believe I do declare that all of our garbage bags of just complete random stuff that we've picked up in the couple of months thus far, all of those have finally been sorted. I have 35 garbage bags just in my backpack, and then a whole bunch that I already put into the medium core materials here. Yeah, all in all, total, we have 46 garbage bags that we have either, already had empty or have emptied out. So we've done great work here. Let's get this propane tank in here, off to the side, and then this screws. Now, I'm going to empty out the last of the stuff in these Electromax vans. Just building materials. I'm going to put the cartons of nails on the floor next to where the rest of the nails are. Will we need the cartons? Highly doubt it, but they'll be right here when we do. If and when we do, rather. Preemptively drink a bit of milk here. And we're actually approaching the point where, so if we look at my stat bar here, I'm down to 76 kilo. So I do need to start thinking about what I'm going to do to put on some more weight. That's going to involve the cows. So our next big task, I mean, after, building the base is a big task in and of itself, but we also want access to the animals. How to go about that is an open question. There's a couple of different things I've done to get my animal fields at the side of the river here. If you build a zone for animals to live in, and it has river tiles inside of the zone, the animals will drink from the river tiles, and they basically have infinite water that way. So this is another one of the many reasons that I base up next to the river. But when it comes to getting the animals down here, what do I need to do? I need to let's get this vehicle out of the way. This needs to go to the parking lot where I'm going to deconstruct standard vehicles. I'm thinking I'll do that spiffos. Yeah, spiffos will be where I work with standard vehicles as opposed to heavy duty. I'll do heavy duty somewhere else, I think. Sports car down there. That can just stay there for now, because I'm not ready to work on sports cars just yet. I need much higher mechanics before I can even really touch those before damaging them. Touch them without damaging them, I mean. I didn't leave anything else in the trunk of the fire truck, I believe. Where to put that? That's another question there. I suppose I could use the parking lot of the police station for now. Let me get out my 2-liter, and I'll put some gas in it and get that moved up. Move the tire pump and the ratchet wrench up to the work area for mechanics. These are all full of water. I can move those at my leisure. No pressing need for them. I do still have some tailoring stuff here. And, yeah, some of the other stuff that I have here will stay here for now. It will still be a little while before I move my workshop all the way up to the actual base. I'll take the ratchet wrench, why not? Let's get the gas in this bad boy and move it up. You see, it needs engine work, so it's going to be a very, very long time before we can actually start operating it. But we can at least get the parts fixed up, and in doing so, we will gain experience in mechanics. And that is actually what I'm going to be doing with these other vehicles that I just used for just random storage things. Let's get the random storage things out of them, like the washer and dryer here. And I'll get that into my furniture container here at the base, so I no longer need these vehicles for their furniture storage capabilities. And then I will move those vehicles will be used for scrapping for parts. This one right here is furniture. Washer and dryer into there. That's the bottle back into the Alice kit. Checking my generator. Looking alright. Yeah, it's looking alright for now. A bunch of ham radios in here. Let's get out a military backpack to transport those. For anybody joining us, we have successfully sorted through several months of loot into the containers you're seeing on screen here, and now we are just putting the finishing touches on that and organizing our vehicles a little bit. Mechanic work is on the horizon, but I don't know if I'm going to jump into that full-throated yet. I'm going to need another furniture bin, actually. Are there any of these that I have not started using? This one I have not started using yet, so I'm going to put this on top of the one that I'm using for furniture, because I'm going to need more furniture storage if I want to get these ham radios stored. That one can go in there. These two can go in here. I do believe there is still some furniture on the seats of this taxi. Yeah, I got another ham radio, and I think I've already removed the other lights. Let's get that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Yeah, that can all go into the funny bin. How about this one in the driver's seats? Then garbage, entertainment, and funny bin. Okay. So these vehicles are now cleared of anything else in them. Let's get the ham radio up into the furniture bin. I'm actually using this one in between as a sort of an informal garbage bin. So the pop can go in there. This I'll use for decoration. It goes in there. Wallet. And then some alcohol wipes. First aid. Entertainment books in here. Duct tape at the bottom of materials. I don't really need ratchet wrenches to be carried around, so I'll just put these in here. The vehicle maintenance bin, I'm going to go ahead and empty that, because I want to move that down to where I'm going to be doing work with the vehicles. Handbag, I can get rid of that. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to move this, I'm going to move the taxi over to the, where I'm going to work on the other Chevalier Niala, because basically this is going to have all the necessary parts to, well, minus those, I didn't see those, the ugly broken windows there. I'll go park this one next to the police car that I want to repair, because this taxi has got some good parts on it. It will constitute most of the repairs I need. And then we'll find some other car parts to top it off. Let me check to see if I'm going to go ahead and preemptively siphon a 2-liter out of this. See if that sports car needs it. I don't have very many sports cars to work with, but I'm going to go ahead and reposition this in a place where I can work with it. I never did unlock it, did I? Looks like the front left door has a terrible window, so I'll just break it. Or no, wait, the front right window is terrible, so I'll break that one. Front left window is great. Bunch of crap, bunch of crap, bunch of crap. Just clear the seats off in case I need to replace them. Alright, we hotwire it. It's got a good engine, a really good engine. It would actually make for a very good towing vehicle. Technically speaking, this is my most powerful engine in the area. It has 10 more horsepower in it than the ambulance. This is 500, the ambulance is 490. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe if I need a towing vehicle, I'll use it, but otherwise, I'll park it here, and this little side lot is my sports car area. This lot right here is my heavy-duty area, and then down there is the parking lot is Spiffos. That's the normal vehicle area. So I will take the other truck here that I don't need for future use, this one here, and park that in the heavy-duty vehicle area. I'm going to move the Trebane vehicle a little ways out, and then I'll move the this area between the step vans and Spiffo vans. That'll be the resting place of the ones that are on the other side at the moment. So I can get them out of the way on this side. I've been procrastinating getting a library established, but it needs to happen. I can't keep using my van for a library. You see, their frickin' bushes grew inside of the van. That's how aggressive the wilderness system is in this game. See, I can clear this tree. I'm gonna get a tree out of the way here. But it's just, there's going to be more stuff growing inside of these vehicles. There will be purposes for these vans in the future. There just isn't any at the moment, so I need them out of the way. Just not too far out of the way. You know what? That looks like it's going to be a very tight fit. I was hoping that there'd be room between here for another van. Let me see if I can get the Spiffo van over just a little further. I know how to parallel park, I promise. I'm not that dumb. I'll pull it forward a little bit to keep the assembly line going here. I do want to cut the engine. It will idle the entire gas tank out if I don't. There we go. I feel good about the way these are parked. See, by parking them closer to the river, I don't think it actually reduces the chances of bushes spawning underneath them, but I'll pretend that it does. Why not? Let's get the last one over there. Just barely fit it in there. Okay, perfect. I'm happy about it. It's not a perfect parking lot, but it works. So we have there's our vehicles organized and out of the way for the moment. Just to remind you guys of what I'm working towards, this is my 1-year anniversary screenshot of my 42.7 base. So you see, I found enough sports cars in Riverside for this one to have my own dedicated fleet of sports cars to tow the trailers with. We're not going to have that this time. The only sports car I found is not a particularly impressive one. The Spiffo vans, I repurposed those for gardening and farming. Probably I'm going to do the same eventually, this one. And then the Electromax vans eventually became vehicle part storage, which I ain't got no vehicle parts to store right now. Literally the only vehicle part in my collection is this this muffler, performance muffler that I picked up at one point, so we don't have too many vehicle parts to worry about yet, but someday we will. So that's a thing for the future. We've got this is our just going to be our general workhorse logging and other purposes, because it's got our highest storage, having a 184 in the trunk and 104 in the trailer. And the trailer already has the stuff we'll need for logging in it. You know what? I need to clear out a way to turn around over here. All these stupid trees right here are going to make it impossible. So let's park it like that for now and get rid of these ugly... Ugh, I hate them. I hate saplings so much. It's mostly the fact that they just grow in clusters. Look at this. 4 little saplings all clustered together. It's not how nature works. This is Lysenkoism bullshit here. Plants don't grow that close together. Not big plants like trees. There's a reason trees are spaced out. It's because they compete with each other for resources and only one of them survives. But whatever. I digress. I got plenty of muscle strain built up just from doing that. It's so silly. But whatever. I'm not doing any combat right now, so. Okay, that feels a little better. It's not perfect. There's still some, and there's going to be more. There's going to be plenty more. Speaking of combat, I am going to go ahead and gear back up now. I was leaving these on the ground because I did not want to overweigh myself, but that is no longer necessarily a concern. Like I said, procrastinating on the library, but I gotta get it done now. Well, now. It would behoove me to get it done, but what I really need now, in order to get, to get the ambulance out of here, and get the, all the books out of the blue van, which is my library, I need to establish another series of crates. On this side, it will be firearms and library, basically. So maybe the library will be here. Yeah, these 3. And then space, and then maybe like, several columns of guns over here. That feels good. Let's empty some of this crap out of our backpack. Let's hold for that. The rest of these vehicle parts, there's not necessarily a need to keep them over here yet, because this is not my parking lot yet. I was a little bit preemptive by putting it here. Just gonna pick all this up, and we're gonna move it down to the vehicle yard in the police station there. water container here. Speaking of water, I'm actually out of it. Let's get a refill. I can top up the generator before I forget about it. Now the ambulance needs a fixer-upper. As you can see, the hood's a little damaged, windshield's a little damaged. There's another couple of other parts that need to get fixed. Oh, I am ready for this cow's milk 2-liter here. Let's just drink that now because proteins are a little low. Now I would like to use my van for something other than storage, book storage. So I'm actually going to go ahead and I'll repurpose the black van here as entertainment book storage. Just basically transfer the contents of the ambulance to the this one here. There we go. Select all. Transfer to the other trunk. There we go. So all that's in here now. I'll figure out what to do with that later. Then I'll worry about a library. Get the ambulance out of the way. Let's get the blue van in with the other vans so that basically I got the blue van's library is skill books, and then the black van is entertainment books. So at the very least, they're both right next to each other. Now remember, if you run into the water, it's like running into a brick wall. So I can go like that far, and that's it. Gotta be careful about going any further, unless I want to take hood damage. I'm gonna go ahead and empty these book bags, because they're all mixed anyway. This will actually help me identify whether I have any more duplicates. I don't really need to have duplicates, all they do is waste space. So we've got one duplicate CD and a few duplicate books. Let's grab those. Duplicate crosswords are fine. Duplicate mag. Duplicate book. Duplicate book. Okay, everything else is unique. 108.8 worth of books and CDs in here. And this is all skill books and skill magazines. The skill magazines I do want to keep in their own garbage bags because otherwise I'm scrolling through a lot of crap. Yeah, let's just keep that as is for now. I've already got the books that I want to have with me. So I rename this garbage bag and we'll get that back in with the others. Actually, I'll carry those around so I have some. And then these duplicates, I have a sort of informal duplicate bin already that I established over on this side. A trash can, if you will. far as I recall, you can actually use books as crafting material. I don't know exactly what you would use it for, but yeah, it is a thing. Okay. Vehicles sorted. Very, very nice. All these bags of gravel, we can use these to start making it so that, so gravel, I use it for roads, but you can also use it to basically just cover up places that you don't want the stupid trees and saplings to start growing on. Let's pour some gravel. I'm going to take a military backpack in one hand, fill it on up with gravel, and then put the rest in the backpack, and let's start. We could actually start our road. I'm just going to do like a single tile to get started on it. So not only will it be easier to drive on this, it will also prevent any more of those stupid trees and bushes from growing on these tiles. Not that we have anywhere near enough to actually make it much wider than what we're currently working with, but we can at least get started on it. What are we looking at? Oh yeah, we could do maybe another tile's worth all the way down. Yeah, I know there is another road directly to the south, but that's a little too far south. I want to connect the parking lot of the police station to the road in front of my base. That is, that's been my goal from the outset here, ever since I picked the right spot. Now remember, all this gravel, we didn't have to go through the effort of picking it up ourselves. We just found this, basically, in the Electromax warehouse. So we've emptied it all. Now we have 18 sacks to work with. In addition to the other ones, it's like 20 sacks worth. Another 5 I need to... So I'm going to take the car battery charger and the other car parts out of here. Just leave it, like, right here, maybe. And you know what? I'll use the trunk of the fire truck here to put the muffler and the spare engine parts. Seeing as the spare engine parts, I literally need to use them in this fire truck itself to fix it up. And then let's put a jack and a tire pump and a tire iron right over here with the rest of the tools that we'll need for repairing cars. And then we have another jack and tire pump, so those I will actually leave up in my base where my future parking lot's going to be, just so that I have a set everywhere, basically. And then the last thing we'll do before we go to sleep is clean up the gravel area here that we just laid down. Not wide enough to be a proper road yet, but we're on the way there. Tell me I left the engine running again. Someday. Someday I will learn my lesson. Today is not that day. So everything in these garbage bags is sand. I'll come back to that. There's a part of me that just wants to lay the sand down underneath these vehicles, but I've chosen to parallel park them as opposed to perpendicular park them, and you can only place tiles perpendicularly, so that's unfortunate. Let's get our sacks together, actually. We got a lot of sacks. 21 on our person, and there's like another 18 over here. That'll be my midnight task, actually, because I am active on the latest tailoring book, so I can work on making more sacks as an overnight activity tonight. Let's just take the ones that currently exist, put them in this garbage bag. So we got 38 total that currently exist. Just drop that there, and let's get dressed up warm and go to sleep. Alright, lights on. We're going to do a little tailoring now. I'll need a crafting surface, I believe. I don't really have any spare crates to use for that, so I'll just have to... I'll improvise. What have we got? We got 4 burlap pieces. We're going to go ahead and rip up these laundry bags and mail bags. Each one of them gets us 2 burlap pieces that we can then turn around and sew into sacks. Oh, I need to sew a large sack. I think I just need... just a needle. I've already got the thread and burlap, so... the rest of my tailoring equipment is back at the gas station, so now is the best time, I suppose, to start moving that up. I'm gonna get the grindstone too. Stone, it's pretty small actually. They'll make it bigger in the future, I'm sure. There's no way that they intend for a grindstone to only weigh 5 encumbrance. Its construction components to build it are twice that, 10 times that actually. These stones. Yeah, here's the tailoring bag. That's what I really want. And then some other stuff to... This is related to tailoring, so I'll grab that. Okay. There's all of my tailoring stuff. One more pair of scissors, and then... yeah. Alright, I can now sew sacks. Let's see how many I can get through. 8 tailoring experience each. This might take us to... Well, this won't take us to the next level. This will get us a nice chunk of the way through level 3. Oh, it's time to sleep. Let's get these sacks into the bag. I need to cut these lights, otherwise I'm wasting fuel. Alrighty. We're going to pick up right where we left off. Finish up sewing up those sacks. More, so we are now one full trash bag of sacks plus a little bit more. I should probably use the big hiking bag for that. The big one, don't I? Yeah. Big hiking backpack has got a little bit more storage. Not quite as much as a military backpack, but that ought to be enough to fit all these sacks. Wow. It fit a little bit more. It fit like 2 or 3 more. That's a little bit... okay. The encumbrance reduction is nice, I suppose. I will store the rest of the sacks up here for now. 52 is enough for the time being. Let's put the jack and the tire pump over here in the corner. Alright, let's get the hot gear, sleeping gear off. Alright, now, if I really wanted to continue working on the gravel driveway, I could use these sacks, this huge collection of them. But then I've also got to deal with the fact that in the trailer here I've got the sheet rope. What do I do with the rest of the rope? It's in the glove compartment. Yeah, also some of these clothes I need to do something with. I think I held on to this small strapless dress because it might be a match for... It might be a match for my military gear. Let's take a look. Not quite. I mean, actually, okay, hold on. I'm being thrown off by the prop top. Let's pull that off. You know what? That, if we look at it from this angle, it is a pretty close match for the forest camo. It's goofy as hell, but I like it. I'm gonna hold on to that. That's going into the forest camo match. This strapless dress looks like it's closer to red than it is purple. That's tough. That's like a wine right there. That's like right at the midpoint of red and purple. I'll put it in the purple for now. You know what? I changed my mind already. Put it in the reds. The icon pushed me over the edge on that, so... I got a TIS t-shirt here. It's a little goofy looking, but it would match the light blues. Okay. Coming along alright. Coming along alright. Kind of want to have a separate container for the sheet rope and the rope. Let's grab that other large hiking backpack for that, so that I can go back and forth between that as necessary. This other big hiking backpack is just being used to store general stuff for tailoring. I can transfer that to this garbage bag. I'm not going to be able to fit all the rope in it. Should have known better than to assume that I could do that. But I suppose that's alright. I will place it off to the side here, and I'll also leave the rest of the sheet rope on the floor next to it. And actually, now that I think about it, let's go ahead and drop both of them. Because what we're going to work on next is, we're going to do a, should we get started on vehicles? I'm thinking about it, but I'm not married to the idea. If we head in the direction of Electromax, we can come back with a bunch more crates. Let's see if we can get a target number. I need 2, 4, 6 to fill that corner. Another 2 for that. So that's 8, 10, and then 12. So I need 12 to get everything up to full columns on the left side. So that's 12 plus... $3, $6, $9 for books. And then 3, 6, 9, 12 for weapons. So that's 12 plus 9 plus 12. I'm never good at mental math, to be entirely honest. 12 plus 9 plus 12. It's 33 as a minimum. So we could set that as a target and then get a few more. So we're looking for at least 33 crates. And then we can go get some, well, probably have room for a little more, maybe. Let's head down to Electromax and see what we can get. I'm tempted to also milk the cows. No reason not to. Let me grab the, just grab the bottle. Grab the dispenser and my empty cups. Because we're going to be driving past the cows, so we might as well stop by and say hi. Alright, headed out. We'll also need to churn some butter too, because we're down to 75 kilo and we want to put on some weight. So best way to do that is to churn some butter. Got a couple of spawns up here. I'm going to deal with them all now. This is way too close to my base to not deal with them. I like her jacket though. I'm taking her jacket. Give me that hoodie. It is a pretty blue hoodie. It's another pretty cool hoodie, to be honest. Look at that, they're almost exactly the same. Was it a sister's dress up day or something here? Fuck did you all come from, huh? Y'all wanna fight? Y'all wanna fight? I got a mace. I'm short blunt 7. I don't know what y'all are thinking. Y'all about to die. Okay, that's a little too much. I hate fighting from the south. Friggin' respawns, man. Stop smudging up my window. I don't care if I've never been in the burger shop. It's mine. I like her dress. There's another blue dress there. Dress blues, as it were. We've got an umbrella stuck in him. Is that an umbrella in your chest, or are you just happy to see me? Wasn't really expecting to find a bunch of zombies right on my way out, but this is what happens when we spend a bunch of days working on our base. We step outside and respawns. Silly, silly, silly. All right. I don't want to. I don't feel like doing a whole patrol right now, but it's a patrol is on the docket of things to do now. Unfortunately, we've clearly not patrolled enough. If we had patrolled enough, there would not be so many respawns at once. I have a feeling there's going to be more on the way to the animal farm because this was a pretty big hotspot, honestly, at the very beginning, which means it might be a hotspot for respawns too. Now I just see the one guy, but there may be more. Why? You're on the road. Get over here, Walter White. A lot of clothes I left on the floor here from my initial purge. Oh, hello. Had a stutter there. I see one zombie all the way up there. I don't see anybody else out in the field. Bright purple pants she's got. Not my style, though. Aha, I had a feeling there'd be more. Yeah, look at that. Some of them are blending in with the trees. Probably by design. We might be able to get most of them. We may have also spooked our own animals, but that's alright. As long as they don't get too spooked. Yeah, look at that. We're pulling them down from where they would be. Some of them would be up there pissing off our animals, so pulling them down this way is actually a good idea. Alright, I'm cutting the engine. We're doing more killing. I just wanted to visit the animals, but no, now we gotta have respawns and shit.
Hey!
How far have I gotten through the aiming book? 77. Not quite ready to start shooting. Soon. Goofy dork over here missed us completely.
Hey!
See, I really, really hate it when they go in the completely wrong direction and end up flanking us. The devs love it, though. I can guarantee you that is 100% intentional on behalf of the devs. They do that to make them flank us because combat is too easy. We need to make it harder. There's no reason that asshole should not have seen me, but I guess I gotta make up one. Let's have a drink of milk since we're getting thirsty. Yeah, that's right. I didn't lose track of you. You lost track of everything else. It's a nice keyring. I'll take that, though. Is that like a plumb bob color right there? I'll take that. Thank you. And this group just completely overshot me. Ay. Gotta deal with the slow assholes out in the field. Is there anybody further out back this way? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. So these are the last ones I gotta deal with in this field. Rest in peace, Farmer Joan. Your shift is over. Oh, there's another magazine I haven't read yet. At the very least, these farmer zombies have got surprisingly decent loot on them. Alright, let's go see how spooked my animals are. Maybe I will have gotten rid of these zombies before they became a problem, but for some reason, I doubt it. We're going to have some like right in the middle of the left field. I almost know it for sure. Yep, as predicted, there's a whole bunch in the left field. Our cows in the left field are just going absolute nuts. There's our food supply over here. Still got a little bit of food. They're good. Let's kill all these assholes who are making our cows' lives miserable. Pissing off my cows, guys. You gotta be respawning like that, huh? Can't y'all find another plane of existence to pop into? Oh yeah, I do. This is the whatchamacallit, the step van that I'm using is much better storage in the back, so I'm using it for the visit to Electromax here. Ambulance is in need of a little repair, ideally. Oh, those look cute. Alright, how far did Bessie run? Is she all the way down here now? No. Oh, she's all the way down that side, okay. I think I still have a rope around here. You are not a bad cow. You are just easily freaked out. I don't blame you. I too would be freaked out by zombies. Where is my... Should have a rope. Right? Or am I a doofus? Did I not leave a rope here? The one thing that I thought I should do is leave a freaking rope here. Okay, well. That means I need to do something creative to get the cow to move back into her zone. See, if I yell right here, I can scare her back into the zone. But I will also spook... Actually, no, this is good. So, this guy is out of his zone. This gal is out of her zone. If I yell right here, they should go away from me and back into their zones.
Hey!
It didn't work too well for the bull, but it worked for the cow. Right? Don't run all the way out. Please don't. Okay, she's still in. That's all I need. So this guy, all I gotta do is yell one more time.
Hey!
And he is now back into his zone, right?
Hey!
Okay, there you go. Just so that he knows where to find water. Otherwise, he will dehydrate and die. I believe all the cows over here are accounted for. Let me check the zone. We got 11. 11. What am I missing? Am I missing someone? I don't think I'm missing anyone. We do have a calf. Calf was born while we were out. Running a bit low on water. Let's check on the chickens. Check on the clucks. Go ahead and clean them up while I'm here. My past self left this mopping bucket here for my future self. So that my future self can clean the chicken coop so that they don't die of their own filth. Oh, it's not even fully dirty. It's only 56% dirty. Sure, they could still use a little cleanup. I accept your eggs. Thank you. These two are likely to be the most stressed, so I'll give them pets. Running too close to the animals also stresses them, so I tend to not run once I get too close. So let's see if she's got any milk for me. That she does. Thank you, ma'am. Now, something that I could do that I'm considering is just to build a very small coop and have just a cow and some chickens. And then eventually, when I have the time, build a larger field and put the cows outside, keep the chickens inside. That is most likely what I'll do in the medium term here. But since I'm pulling the trailer right now, I cannot pull the animal trailer, so I can't do that yet. Have any sacks here? See if there's any feed bags that have been emptied. It looks like there may be on this side. Yeah, got a couple sacks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will go ahead and move the metal trough here outside so that it starts catching rainwater, assuming there's any rainwater to catch in the next couple days. This does not feel like a Project Zomboid September right here. Nothing compared to my last character. We had rain for pretty much the entire month of September last character. But that is, the characters have different worlds they live in. I'll move the feed bag from this one to the smaller one so I can put the bigger trough outside. Let's actually pick it up, please. Thank you. So there's a lot of poo on the ground. I could put that into a compost bin and get compost. In fact, that is probably something I should start thinking about very soon here, because we're on September 13th now. October is prime fall planting season, so to have a lot of fertilizer ready, it would behoove me to start thinking about getting the fertilizer into a, compost into the compost bin for the halfway point of this month. So, I don't have to do that now, but I need to keep that in mind for the near future. Ideally, on or before September 15th. Because I think most compost will decay within 2 weeks. Not 100% on that. Compost is, I usually just set it and forget it. I've not been very diligent about maintaining how long it takes to get it to decay. So we got a mama cow with a baby cow over here. We need to check the baby cow to see if it's a boy or a girl. If it's a girl, we give her a pet. If it's a boy, we gotta kill it. It is a female. Okay. Reason we gotta kill it if it's a boy is because if it grows up, then its dad will kill it anyway. So let's catch 22 there. There can be only one male cow. Otherwise, they will kill each other, and then there will be only one. But let's milk mama dry here. She almost filled up. Let's get her to top us off. Barely producing anything. Are you sure you're a Holstein cow? Because you don't seem like one. Pretty sure that Simmental produced more than that Holstein. Now the good thing about calves is you can, when you're doing animal transport, a mama and a calf will actually fit in the same animal trailer together. So even though we are having live births starting now, that's not going to make it too much harder to transport them yet. I just need to absolutely make sure that I transport them to the primary base before the calves start growing up into full-fledged cows. Because then that basically increases the amount of time I gotta go back and forth. Alright, so we've got a 15 liter of cow's milk and a whole bunch of fountain cups full of it. Let's get those transferred into the back of the truck here. So we don't have to keep carrying it around. I'll also put a garbage bag back here to put all the clothes I picked up. Seeing as those zombies weren't really good for anything else. Damn it. That was supposed to go in the trunk. I put it on the ground because I'm a doofus. Couple seed packets. Sack. And let's get these eggs crated up into cartons. Make them smaller to carry. Let's put them all in there. Okay. Alright, so I could say I'm done with the cows. I do kind of want to turn some better, though. I do not need to have this this place up here defended anymore because I'm not sleeping in this house anymore. So I'm going to go ahead and remove some of these barricades. To get a couple of planks so that I can make a butter churn. And I just need a couple of nails. Is this? It's 40%, so that's a couple of... That's about 4 sacks that I need to bring to empty that compost bin that I dumped the rotting food into. Let's get some nails from these chairs. Being carpentry level 10, I'm actually getting nails from them, as opposed to just not getting anything from them. Okay, I can now build the butter churn. I'm gonna do that down at the shed over here. Butter churn requires 5 liters of milk per 1 stick of butter. So I've got an entire 15-liter dispenser bottle full of milk right now. Just gonna move all of my fountain cups so they don't get used up. And I will go ahead and churn 3 sticks of butter. This will take a minute, so we fast forward. And this, honestly, I need to put on weight, and I'd rather do it before I fall below the 75 kilo mark, so I am just going to go ahead and straight up eat one of these sticks of butter. Normally I would not. I would like to try to do something more refined than just straight up eating a stick of butter, but this game doesn't give us the action economy really to get away with feeding ourselves very nicely. Now, eating the butter made me sad, so I'm going to pet the cow, and that gets rid of the sads, and I now have happies again. And I'm going to turn around and milk the cows once more to see if I can get another 15 liters to keep as milk as opposed to butter. Two liters out of the Simmental there. So these Angus cows are going to produce literally nothing, but I might as well just grab... They're right in front of me. I'll milk them. That's a bull. We don't want to milk the bull. That won't give us milk. That will give us not milk. It's starting to become difficult to keep track of who I've milked. I think this young lady I already have. In fact, am I full? I'm full again already. I don't have to milk them anymore. We have taken our fill. That sheep is still in the zone, right? Yes, okay. So between the 32 cow's milk fountain cups and the 15 liters in the dispenser bottle, we're set on milk for a very, very long time. But I still do want to eventually get the cows to my base soon. I left the van running the entire time I was churning butter because I'm an absolute literal doofus. It's alright. I still love me. I'm not going to be that mad at me about it. Just a little bit. I believe I can be better than that. I can remember to shut my damn van off. Help me, help you, help me. Or whatever. I am very glad to see we don't have any respawns here. We did go through quite a lot of effort of clearing this place out last time we were here. That was just the other day in real life, but in the game that was a little ways back. As you can see, that large group that we annihilated is just about done decaying. Does that mean we actually have a clean parking lot? I don't know. I'm skeptical. Yeah, see, we do have a couple of losers hanging out here. Let's clear them out. Not as many vans in this world. Actually, no. They're just all on this side. Okay. So we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 total that are still in this lot. The south lot I've already cleared out. So we got 10 vans to work with out here. It's not bad at all. And then these are throwaway vehicles I brought down here, down there. We've got our sleeping spot right here. So I'm going to start getting together some... we need at least 33... crates. That will actually be relatively easy to grab because all I got to do is drive straight inside. Should have brought the generator with me because I could. I actually do have a spare now that I could hook up to the lights here so that I could see what I'm doing. But that's all right. Damn it! It's a stupid doofus move right there. All right, here we go. So all I got to do is park right next to these crates here. And I can unload from the crates into the van. We've got 30 whatchamacallit, crates in these crates. And then I can sleep here because I have a bed and a pillow. Because past me knew that future me would be coming here a lot and probably needing to sleep. Okay, there's the trunk full. Or the trailer full. Let's actually fill the trunk now. I think we're gonna have just enough room to fit all the crates that we need in the truck itself here. I think we can fit maybe one more. There we go. I close the doors and I go to sleep. It's bedtime. What have I got room for? I think one more crate. And this will go in the passenger seat. And then I can fit some stuff on my person, which is what I'll do next. I'm going to focus on plaster powder for now because that is what I'll need for the walls. Compost bag I'll need eventually. Might as well take it. Lots of plaster powder bags. It's probably enough for more than just one floor. parse around just a little bit, see if I can't find a can of red paint. I'm pretty sure there isn't one, because if I had noticed it... Oh, wait a minute. I think we got one. Yes, we've got a couple cans of red paint. Okay, that's great. Put those in the glove compartment. Bag of compost, I'll put it on the driver's seat. Still a little bit over encumbered, but that's alright. What I'm actually going to do at the moment is, because the animals were low on water, I'm actually going to go to the farm again, and I'm just going to sleep in the shed there. And the reason for that is I want the rain to fill up those animal troughs. I want the rain to fill those up, and if I sleep there, that will ensure that it's filled up. Zoom all the way out so that I see all the containers of water. Sleep. And all the rain fills up the water. Or the rain fills up the containers with water. We slept a little bit early. That's alright. We'll deal with it. Why didn't those fill up? What the hell's going on over here? I can't open the stupid gate anymore because of that sapling that just appeared there. Okay, I guess we didn't get very much rain last night. It's not actively filling up, which is stupid. Oh yeah, no, okay, so it's filling up like extremely slowly. Whatever, game. I guess this rain that we're seeing fall is like the tiniest trickle in the world. Whatever. We managed to get a little bit of water into them, I guess. tight, but it works. I'm actually going to put the plaster powder into the white van for now, because I don't have a way to mix it all right now. And even if I did, I don't have walls to put it on yet, for the most part at least. Jeez Louise, it's already 9 p.m. Boy, howdy. Time can certainly fly sometimes. I've only been at this for 7 hours. Jeez Louise, how has it been 7 hours? I went nuts with storage sorting. That's all I can say. I went absolute nuts with that. Let's get all these crates down. Yep, absolutely. 100% sorted. It was worth it. Just a little bit mind-blowing that it took that long. Alright. I'm gonna get this, this wall needs to be plastered and painted before I put crates in front of it. We are in need of more planks. Let's give a little count. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. Yeah, just 22 planks. That is, that's 8 logs. That's 2 trees. We just gotta cut down 2 trees. We'll have a couple planks left of it. Still have some loose nails over here, I think. Yeah, some loose nails, not quite enough. We'll open another box here. Oh no, spooky sounds. Whatever will I do? Oh no, there goes my hammer. That must have been why that lady was screaming in the background. Can't blame her. I would scream too if I was just hammering nails and just my hammer exploded for no reason. Like the devs just reached into the game and deleted my hammer. Stop that. You're having too much fun. You're not allowed to keep building. You gotta stop. You gotta have your shit break. Well, joke's on you. I've got more hammers right here. Couple planks left over. We'll get further down the walls on this side. And that's it for the planks. Drop the nails. Put these backpacks put back. Should still have a trowel and a paintbrush somewhere here. Where'd I put it? In the kitchen? Yes. Oh, shush. That's right, I put the paints. So I got red paints in there. Need to put that on the floor right here. So that I know that I have options for the kitchen. That is just the grindstone. I can put that. Its final destination, I think, is just going to be here. And now all those dull blades, I can sharpen them up. Actually, I have an industrial grindstone in real life over there on my kitchen counter. I don't usually need to sharpen blades, but I'll sometimes use it for other things. I used it as a ghetto sander at one point, actually. Kitchen knives, couple fillet knives, alright. And then hunting knives up into the weapons container. Now we got some plaster and some orange paint. Let's get the plaster out first. Got another can of plaster and another can of paint. Leftover plaster there. Use up this orange paint. ourselves another can. Alright, so now even if I put crates all the way over to that side, we're good. We are good. Leftover orange paint here. Paintbrush, plaster tool on the floor here. And I already have a couple of crates in my backpack. Get those unpacked. And this is the beginnings of our library here. So there's 3, 3, and 3, and then 4. I'm going to be short by, like, 1, maybe? Yeah, it's fine. Alright, that should take care of the library, just those 9 crates, for now. Let's start our weapons stash, or firearm stash on this side. Give like a space of 2 between the library and the weapons. Right there. Two more, so I actually have 1 spare, it looks like. I'll put the spare right here. So there's all the crates that we've gotten so far. Then we just have a garbage bag of loot from zombies that we picked up. And some eggs. Toss those in the fridge. Cartons into the freezer. Maybe one of these back into the fridge so it can thaw. Couple of sacks for the sack god over here. Fun stuff for the fun stuff bin. Need to wash that. Watches. Those all need to be washed. some greens here. And some light blues. Some dark blues. In need of repair, but we have them now. It's good. And then this is a skirt that is like a nice yellow. I'm going to go ahead and leave that intact. I was going to use it for tailoring, but no, that's a nice color. This umbrella, can I actually... No, that's going in the fun bin. And get some... Alright, let's establish... We've got skill, skill, and skill, and then... Wait a minute, we'll do skill magazines in the top. So books, books, and then magazines. Seeds on this side. Get this vehicle out of here now. This is kind of actually in the way, so I'm going to pick it up. Put it over here somewhere. I won't be driving. Couple garbage bags full of magazines can all go up here now. We've got a lot of magazines. There's a lot of skill magazines in this game. Possibly a little too many if you ask me, but whatever. We got a whole box dedicated just to skill magazines now. Now we can start moving books. I'll start with the sets. Now that we've finished butchering one, we can pack some books into the boxes. Electrical and butchering, we'll pack those back into sets. Pack a set of books in box. Butchering. And then electrical. It will be a little while before we read the next issues of either of those books, so we can afford to put those back into boxes for now. That will free us up some room in the main skill book box at the bottom here. Yeah, there's only 58 encumbrance worth of books now. Oh, carpentry. I don't know why I did not pack that into a box, because I'm literally done with it. Boom. So this actually makes it much easier to tell what books we're missing, because we've taken all the ones that we've got full sets of and set them aside. I can even fit that on a single page. I'll do that next after I get this van out of the way. Well, I'll do that next after I take care of emptying the van with my non-skill books in it, the funny, haha funny books. This is why I parallel park, because it's always easy to back in or out. Let's put the CDs in their own little box first. So we've got magazines, paperbacks, books, and then more magazines, duplicates, and then media. So here's the media. I can actually move the VHS tapes up there now too. The few that I have on hand. Oh, you know what? I should also probably separate. Let's get the hardcovers first. And now let's get the magazines that are not crosswords or hotties. Those go in the bottom. Paperbacks in the middle. Beautiful. And now all we're left with is other sorts of fun stuff like comics and dirty magazines, RPG manuals, picture books, that kind of stuff. Just put that into its own little bin on the bottom here. Or maybe the middle. Yeah, let's do the middle. Bottom, or something else I'll put there maybe. Figure it out. So we've got a general purpose for all those. Now, I think I've got enough crates for each caliber of firearm. I don't actually think I have examples of every firearm caliber at the moment, because I don't have a very large collection of firearms yet. Getting a little thirsty. Let's actually eat. You know, the civilized thing would be to actually cook for myself here. Let's take some of these eggs we took and make ourselves a couple omelets. I know there's a mod for this, but I would give my kingdom for the devs to just add a recipe system into the base game. Let us make our own recipes so that we don't have to keep constantly clicking on things to add ingredients when we already know exactly what we want. And there's one stick of butter gone. Plenty more to work with. So basically, it's a really simple recipe, just 3 eggs and some butter. And we toss it into a pan, make an omelet out of it, and we've got ourselves something to eat. While that cooks, I need to grab another book to read. Reloading back for the moment till I finish aiming. I'm just gonna straight up eat 2 of these now. And I'm out of water because I'm a doofus and I forgot to refill. Let's take care of that. Basically, if I just eat one of those 30 fries every single time I get hungry, that qualifies as overeating, and it will also put me into weight gain because it's going to have a lot of butter in them. So I'm actually going to go ahead and make a bunch more of those. That's 7 times 3. I need 21 eggs total. Get another carton out and put back a couple of griddle pans. I'm over encumbered. Guess those frying pans are heavy. It would be amazing if we had a cooking book to read so that we would get more experience for all this, but I have found many copies of every book series except for cooking. I only have 2 of the 5 books. I've been strangely unfortunate when it comes to cooking, at least in terms of books. I do not currently use guns. No, I only just noticed you then. So the basically not yet is the answer to that. Like now we're more than 2 months in. So since we're more than 2 months in, my character no longer gets so panicked from seeing zombies that she is gonna, So the panic mechanic in this game, if your character is panicked, your aim gets worse. I took a trait that makes it so that you get more panicked when you see zombies. However, I can, as time goes on, basically, as you survive longer, you get less and less panicked from seeing zombies. So basically that negative trait that I took is only a problem for the early game. So now that we're 2 months in, I don't get quite as panicked, so that's no longer a problem. Now the only thing that I have left to do before I actually start using firearms is to finish reading the aiming book, which I'm about halfway through at the moment, and then to finish reading the reloading book. And then, obviously, I do want to sort all my firearms, which is actually what I'm going to do now that I've gotten myself fed. So we've got just a little bit of everything in the firearms department. What I actually do, and this is going to piss off a lot of people, is I sort my firearms by alphabetical caliber. So it's going to piss off the gun enthusiasts and it's going to piss off the English nerds, but it works for me, which means 308. Actually, we don't have any 22, so 22 should go first. 308 goes next, then 38 special. We don't have any of the mid calibers, I don't think. But let's get some of this 308 boxes in here. 38 special box. No, I don't have any. But I have an M36, so I can put that in there. A box of... So, we don't have any loose 556. There's missing what I don't have right now are any 44 or 45 auto. But I'll just leave those boxes blank for those, and 556 goes up top here. And then we loop back to 9mm and then to shotgun. We will eventually have far more firearms than what we even have room for in these boxes. But for now, this is what we got. There's also like resources that are like right in the local area that have firearms that I haven't even looked at yet. Like the police station itself, I have not even unlocked its weapon locker yet. And one of the things I always do before storing these is pull the ammo out of the magazines, so that when I put the ammo back into the magazines, I get reloading experience. There we go. M9 magazines go in here. That, as well as all of that. I could pack that into a box, but that's alright. I'm close enough to finishing the firearms magazine that I'm not going to worry about that yet. So we've got basically just a quick recap of our firearm calibers. We've got, starting at the smallest, we've got 22, which I don't have any yet, 308, 38 special, 44, I forget what 44, 45 auto, 556, 9mm, shotgun. That's all the vanilla gun and ammo types. Then we have another box here. This is going to be for scopes and other stuff. So where's our the M16 is a 556 that goes in here, and an MSR 788 is a 308 that goes in here. So there's one garbage bag of gun stuff sorted. Why am I using my flashlight? I have a perfectly good construction light right here. I'm a doofus sometimes. Okay. Let's get another one of them their firearm bags. Some more 308 ammo. Some 556. Some loose 9. Box of 9. Whole bunch of M9 magazines. This is from I can already tell you, this is from the Brandenburg military checkpoint. For some reason, that entire military checkpoint full of nothing but 9mm. I remember that because of how weird that is. The Army does not use that many 9mm handguns. They tend to use long guns. Ended up getting a whole carton of 9mm from that. Here's our 556. I guess I should be happy about it because, you know, my ideal military would have every grunt trained on long guns and sidearms. Give them the officer training. Why the hell not? I guess 100% of everybody doesn't need it, but still. I like very highly trained people. My fantasy land, everybody gets very high training. So there's our 9mm. There's one of our few shotguns that we have at the moment. So there's another gun bag emptied. And this is our last stash of gun stuff, I believe. Another box of 308. M14 magazine, that is 308. All those M9s are empty. More boxes of 9. Bullet bandoliers, shell bandoliers could go up top with the accessories. M14 is 308, right? Yeah. And I saw our 788 is also 308. Got our shotgun here, another one of those. And an M36. And finally a bunch more M9s. All the magazines ejected as properly as they should be. 15 M9s. We are rolling in M9s. Stayed up a little bit past my bedtime to get this sorted, but it is now 100% sorted. Our entire base, everything, with the exception of the workshop, everything is now sorted. Obviously the workshop and the conservatory, but those are ever so slightly lower priority because they are not, preventing me from getting the rest of my stuff set up. Have a sleep. I forgot to put my jacket on, but I guess that'll be alright. We're not getting too cold. Oh yeah, that is definitively putting us in weight gain, just eating. We're basically eating twice as much as we need right now. That is, that's pretty good. Back into the side lot with these two bad boys. They are now completely empty, as they should be. That is, all of our vehicles are completely empty, with the exception of the white van, because that is storing our bags of plaster powder, which you got a billion of those, and there's not much of a point in putting those into freight storage just yet. So, now that we no longer need to go, we no longer need to bring vehicles into the base to get things sorted. So now we can, actually think about putting the rest of the walls up, and maybe even putting the roof up. We only need 12 windows, and for the doors we will need 8 hinges and 4 knobs. Okay, not bad. I'm going to go ahead and read for the rest of tonight. Get started on that tomorrow. Look at that, I actually got cold. I'm not even asleep yet, so let's put the jacket on here. And sleep we go. Hoodie and jacket back on bed here. I do really want to start thinking about my workshop here. Now we know exactly what dimensions are. If I put the forge here, it would be like that. Okay. And then if I put the furnace one tile away right here, this is where the furnace would be, these 4. Okay. And then, so I need to make the kiln first, I think. Yeah, I think so. Let me drop my weapons because I'm over encumbered if I don't. M9 and nightstick. and mace. I don't need to carry those around from just working in the local area. The E-tool can go on my belt, because I may need to do some shoveling at some point. Just gonna go ahead and eat another one of these fries right now, because gonna need a lot of calories in my system for the because I'm gonna burn them all off when I start cutting wood here. You know what I'm going to do with the sand? I'm just going to dump it, not like dump it out on the floor, but I'm going to use it to build with, because I want to get the sacks free. This is not going to be the final resting place of the sand. I'm probably going to pick it back up and move it again. But I just want to get these sacks of sand emptied out so that I can turn around and use them to pick up gravel with. The sacks, rather. Alright, all these garbage bags are now emptied. Now I just gotta get the sand out of this, so I'm gonna put sand floors just right out in front of my base here for now. Sand is a little bit slower to drive on, so I would try not to put it on anywhere where I would want to drive immediately. Now, fun fact, if you're trying to prevent wilderness growth, which is something I'm absolutely trying to do, if you put down something like sand and then turn around and pick it back up, that tile that you've picked up the sand from after putting it down, that tile will no longer have stuff grow on it. So basically, by doing that, you are blocking wilderness growth. It is a little bit tedious to constantly put sand down and then pick it back up, but it is an option, something you can do. In fact, it is something I will do in this direction, because it will prevent all this stupid crap from coming back. Does not actually get rid of it initially. The bushes it does get rid of, but not the trees. I just gotta kill the trees myself. Threaten me with a good time. There's a lot of sand. Damn. So that's Electromax for you. The warehouse giveth. Okay. We have emptied all of those sacks, and we can now turn around and use those sacks to make to fill them with gravel by digging up roads elsewhere, so we can build our own roads. Fill garbage bags with sacks instead of the big hiking backpacks, because they are, we have so many sacks at this point, we're going to need probably 3 garbage bags to fit them all. So now I'll use both of these big hiking backpacks to store rope. That makes more sense. Okay, so you know what? I might have jumped the gun slightly. I don't think I need 2 full trash bags for sacks. I just need, like, 2. I don't need 3. I don't need 3. Where's the other one? Here it is. We got 12 here. Is that a perfect... That might be a perfect 104 sacks. Let's double check that. That is a perfect amount. We have 2 trash bags full of exactly 52 sacks. Amazing. Just to recap, that means all of the sacks that we have collected so far that we have now emptied, those add up to exactly 2 full trash bags, as long as they're empty. Generator looking good. Not capable of building any more sacks right now. Okay. I do need more clay. That is probably something that I'm going to go ahead and use the sacks for first, doing a clay run. So in order to pick up clay, what you need is one of these. This little patch of dirt that is like a paler brown than the rest of it, that is a clay deposit. If you have a sack in your inventory, you have a sack and a shovel, you can pick up the clay. But I need to go get the sacks for that. Get the ambulance out of the way. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and park the ambulance at the parking lot over here so that I can start. It needs repairs. Go ahead and take the contents of the passenger seat here. And then the glove compartment, my field kit, shall be moved over to the larger step van for now. Basically, all the tasks that are on my agenda right now require as much vehicle storage as possible, so the ambulance is on the shelf until we can get it repaired and then start taking it back out on patrol. Don't yet know what I'm going to use this compost bag on first. Probably I'll do a crop field somewhere. I just don't know where yet, so I'm just going to drop it there for now. I had 3 more crates that I forgot about, actually. I'm going to go ahead and get those put down. I'm going to save them, actually. I'm going to save them. I'm going to put them in the corner crate right here, because I want to be able to put them in the workshop. So those are going to be my workshop crates. I need to eat one of my fries. And then I'll take a couple with me. Alright, I don't know exactly how much clay I'm going to need. I'm just going to get... I'm going to collect the local deposits here. Actually, I don't even need to do this. I'll just take the entire garbage bag full of sacks. That's all I got to do. Just grab one. Doesn't fit. Now it does. Perfect. And then I will just toss the bags of clay into the trunk as I harvest them. I really should have geared up, actually. There are probably going to be zombies on this road. I think I have a mace in my combat kit. Clay deposits will spawn more or less randomly on the side of the river here. I believe they spawn also on lakes, but I did not see very many last time I went to Muldraw. There's a lake in Muldraw that I like to pick a peek at once in a while when I'm in the area. As predicted, a couple of respawns here. What are my weapon options? It's on my back right now. The axe is on my back. I can toss the axe into the trunk and swap out for a mace. And we'll get some killing that way. Get these guys out of my way. Oi, get out of my reality. So each bag of clay, or sack of clay rather, is worth 8 units of clay when you remove the clay from the sack. And I know I need at least 20, so I have 14 back at base, so I already have the absolute bare minimum. But I would like to get a lot more than the absolute bare minimum, because I know I'll need some crucibles and some other stuff. And there might even be some stuff that I have to make just to level pottery. I've already got the book read, so that's not a problem, but yeah, let's just gather what we can by going down river here. When we run out of road, then we'll turn back and see if that's enough. Howdy, howdy. Come join the pile, would you? Looks alright. I'm not seeing very much clay here, unfortunately. The Riverside little path that goes next to it for the town here, that will end relatively soon here. It pretty much ends after this place. Okay. So I'm not gonna even bother trying to bring the van down that tiny road. I'm just gonna kind of turn a little to the side here, cut the engine, and head down on foot for a little ways, and then turn back. Oops. Yeah. See, I'm coming up on the edge of town here, and the road, the path narrows into like a very small footpath for a little ways, and then it's done. So I've got the sacks in my backpack. We shall continue on for a little ways, and if there's no more clay, we turn back. A bit more here. With clay, I feel like I always either get way too much or I don't get enough. I feel a lot more comfortable going in the direction of way too much these days. Interesting. That was actually a double deposit. Neat. And here's where the path ends. And now the game tempts me by throwing 2 more deposits right after the end of the path there. Fine, I'll bite. Don't breadcrumb me too much further, please. Damn it, it's breadcrumbing me. You see, I kind of hate the fact that now that we're outside the city limits, it seems like there's more clay. Kind of makes me annoyed, because we're getting further and further from our vehicle. This is always how it happens, too. The further I get from my transportation, the more clay there seems to be. Okay, you know what? Yes, we stop here because all the way down this run and there's nothing else. We're done here. Good haul. Good haul. Use auto pathing to get the way back and avoid most of the trees. Alrighty. For anyone joining, we are currently, we've gathered some clay, and we are now on our way back to the base with our haul of clay here. Greeted by a couple of zombies, of course, while I'm out of breath. You think that scares me? I'm short, blunt 8. Ain't got nothing on me. Hiding in the blind spot behind the van there, like a little bitch. Get out here. Yeah, I know you're back there. That's what I'm talking about. One of the very, very few times I have taken a bite in Build 42 without, just, losing in a fight, in a fair fight, has been because I was getting into a vehicle and there was a zombie standing on the other side of it, like this. And you see how you can't see my character right now because she's behind the van? That's where the zombie was hanging out. Such a stupid thing. And it could only ever happen in a game like this, where it's top-down isometric, and the player literally cannot see things that the character should be able to see. But it is what it is. I've learned my lesson on that in a very hard way. Very tight fit here. This is supposed to just be a footpath. It's not really designed for vehicles. Oh shit! I went a little too fast over that corpse. Did a bit of cut some air. That's why I like to keep my roads clear. Alright, so if we need more clay, we just do exactly what we did, but go the opposite direction to the north instead. So we've got plenty of clay to work with now. So what I do is I have, like, I don't know, 11 sacks of clay on my person. I just head on over here and just use take clay from sack until I've removed all the clay. And I'll toss it into this trash bag here with the rest of it. And that trash bag is now full. I'll drop the rest on the floor. Refill this garbage bag full of sacks. Right, there's another 6 sacks of clay here. Alright, now the garbage bag's full of sacks. All 104 of our sacks in our collection there. Returned to where they were. How much clay do I have? I have 48 on my person, so my pottery area will be somewhere in this general vicinity, so it doesn't hurt to just drop this on the floor. Let's put that in there. Now, what do I need to build the kiln? Have they changed it yet? No, it's still just a mason's trowel and 20 clay. I have a feeling that to build an advanced kiln, the recipe for that is going to change significantly in the future. But right now, it is still, you just need 20 clay and a trowel. That's it. So, the placement of the kiln is actually going to be very significant because it's going to determine where we can place other things. Get this TV out of the way here. Where's our trowel? You know what? The time has come. We need to move our workshop table up here. So I'm going to go do that now. I'm going to leave the trailer here. I don't need to tail that around for this part. Just going to take the truck itself and fill it up with all the contents of my workshop at the gas station. And come on back with that. So all I gotta do to transport that is just toss it right into the trunk from here. Got this. This is some surplus tailoring. This is all small form lumber for leveling my carving and other stuff, so most of that I don't even need to worry about bringing, just the maybe the long sticks and the medium handle and the wooden rod. Yeah, toss that back in base, and then the smooth table is basically just a crafting surface. I'll put that down somewhere in base maybe. Don't yet know exactly where I want my new workbench to be, so I'll cut the engine here and drop the smooth table parts on the ground. Figure that out later. Let's get the small form lumber pieces up here with the rest of them. I'm actually hungry. Let's have a bite of fry. Our mason's trowel, which is going to be in the duffel bag here. Acquired. A lot of the other contents of this duffel bag will be eventually transferred into our workshop here, but for now we just need the trowel. Okay. I'm actually going to use some of this clay to mark where I want things. So, I want the forge to start here, which means it's going to take up those 4 tiles. Okay, so that's the forge. I have to think about this a lot before I actually put it down. That means the furnace is on, I want a nice space between them. Maybe 2 spaces? No, 1 space is fine. So there is the furnace. Probably means the kiln could just go right here. I could make that work. Yeah, I could make that work. Because then the rest of the pottery stuff could be on the other side of the kiln. Yeah. Okay. We're doing that. Because then the charcoal storage starts right here. Yeah. Okay. See, again, I cannot... once I put the kiln down, I don't believe there's any way to move it. So that is a permanent fixture unless I want to, like, you know, get out a... frickin' sledgehammer or something. Do I want to put it there? Because if I put it there... Let me actually get the rest of the clay out of the way that I'm not using, so that I don't have to have that polluting my vision. This requires much vision. Okay, yes, I like that. We're going to do that instead. Kiln is here. Alright. What do I need if I want to make a furnace? advanced furnace. Just a bellows. That's the critical point. So I've got a bucket of clay cement and the stone blocks already set aside. In fact, let's grab half of those and then put 5 back, because I need 40 in there. So there's the blocks we need. I'll go ahead and pick this clay back up. It would actually be very beneficial to use the stone blocks themselves to mark the extent of the furnace, because then the blocks will get used up when I actually build it. So yeah, this is our furnace right here, these 4 tiles. And here's our forge. Bucket of clay cement over here for the furnace. And in order to make advanced bellows, I need leather. So this is where the butchering project comes in. I've mentioned this a couple times before. If you guys have watched any of my streams before, I will need to kill one of my cows to butcher them and get a large piece of leather. And then I will need to process that leather. So that is on the docket. These orange barrels, I'm going to need to actually transfer these into charcoal burning bins. So I'm going to go ahead and put those in my backpack. The rest of the clay I'm going to leave next to the kiln here. And this back. Now, in order to make the forge itself, I will need an anvil. The anvil can be made at the furnace, so that's why the furnace comes first. What is the advanced bellows recipe? I gotta make sure it hasn't changed. Large bellows, sorry, not advanced. 2 planks, 2 nails, 2 medium handles, and then medium leather tanned. So the real kicker there is the medium leather tanned crude. If you don't know what you're doing in build 42, it's going to take a long time just to smack your head against the wall until you can figure out leather working in this game. I hated that. That was a miserable process initially, trying to figure it out, because it's not documented properly anywhere. Players just have to kind of smack their head against the wall until they figure it out. So that was not fun, but I managed it. What do we need out of this? Not really anything right now. I want to be able to make the burn barrels so that I can get charcoal, because I'm going to need charcoal to build the crucible for the kiln. For that I just need stones. Should have bags of stones in here. Yeah, I do. That I just need 4 for each orange barrel, so that should make 8. Now I can make 2 burning barrels. Make them both out here. Or actually, I will put them out here, where I can collect all of these like random tree branches and crap out here. And collect all those, and then back a vehicle with them and up to that. Okay. They have not changed anything about burning wood. I just need to get the wood and toss it in there. Thankfully, these can be moved. I can pick them up and move them, so that's no problem. Don't need to get charcoal immediately, but that is, we have the ability to get it now when we need it. Do I still have the planks sitting around over here? I do. However, I'm going to need way more than just these. Actually, I should probably just use these planks to make a compost bin for those rotten eggs. I need 4 for that. Let's saw some logs for that. Where'd my axe go? I usually leave it on the... Oh no, I left it in the trunk, like a doofus. Is it the trunk or the trailer? Trunk. I can put this mace back in my combat kit. Get rid of these stupid, ugly, tiny trees. I'm so done with them already. Oh, those are bushes right there. Okay, let's get those out of the way first. Saw a couple logs over here. I hope I don't regret the placement of this composter. I'm just going to put it flush with the wall. No, not right there yet. I'll put it on this corner, I guess. Alright, I have 4 planks in my backpack now. Those will be for the bellows. Egg cartons that are rotten into the composter. For leatherworking, I need to make several structures. For those structures, I'm going to need twine and long sticks. For long sticks, all I got to do is search around for saplings. You get a sapling every time you cut down a large tree. I cut down plenty of large trees in this area, so I just got to pick up the saplings now. One, I think I need 6. So what I'm getting materials for now is a leather drying rack. A large leather drying rack, specifically. And I believe that is six long sticks, and then what else? Let's search in the building menu. Large leather drying rack right there. Yeah, 6 long sticks, 8 units of twine, 2 nails. So already got the nails, got plenty of twine. There's 5 saplings, and then 6 saplings. Run on back to base, carve those saplings down into long branches. Grab a couple nails, grab some twine, get that large drying rack put together. It's not currently possible to build basements. I really wish it was. I would probably... I mean, a lot of players would probably exploit that if it was possible. I don't know if the devs intend on making it possible. I feel like they should, but I don't know. That is an open question, to be honest. Do I need a crafting surface to carve these? No. I can do 6 long sticks without crafting surface. And we got some twine in the materials box here. Just take a couple of these unfinished twines. Should be able to make a large leather drying rack now. This can be picked up and moved at will, so it's a little bit... this is not its final place. I'm just building it here for now to get the materials out of my inventory more than anything. And now I can sleep as soon as I eat something here. Have this fry. And it is sleep time. Just gonna toss these layers on in case it gets cold. My girl is really, really tired. You can hear her breathing heavy there. Well-deserved rest there. Ugh. She ain't the only one tired. I'm been at this for 8 hours 40 minutes after our 12-hour yesterday, so I'm definitely not doing another 12-hour today. I'll probably call this in a couple of hours here, maybe one or two. I do want to see if I can get this forge and furnace up, at least the furnace. We'll see how that plays out though. On the bright side, my weight gain strategy of just making a bunch of fries is working out tremendously. Got 2 more of those beautiful things. I'll just put those straight in my backpack. Open an egg carton so we can make more when we're ready. What do we need next? We need a... So, we've got a leather drying rack. Basically, the way butchering works in this game is you need to butcher the animal at a butcher hook. The butcher hook, I'll build that up at the farm where we're going to go to get the cow. It's going to be a bull, because we have an extra Holstein bull that we don't actually need, so I'm going to butcher him. So that's the butcher hook. I've already got the hook for that. I'll need some extra planks. But after that, we will have, we'll come back here with the meat and the hide. Toss the meat in the fridge. The hide. I first need to flesh it. For that, I need a... What the hell is it called? I need a scutching board. That's what it's called. Scutching board. 2 planks, 4 nails. Easy peasy. But then I need a tannin barrel. Tannin barrel is also just 2 planks, 2 nails. So we just need to go get a few more planks. There's still some logs over here we haven't sawed up. Right? Yeah, 2 more logs over here. That'll be 6 more planks. That'll handle us. Don't ask me how I've memorized all this dumb crap. It's not written down anywhere. It's just all up here. The hard drive in my brain is somehow still got some room. I have no idea how. Let's get these logs sawed up. Fit what we can in the backpack. Consolidate that twine, and I'll drop that on the floor because we're going to need it again soon here. What needs to sharpen? My paring knife does. Next up is scutching board and tannin barrel. I just need nails. That's what I was missing. Scutching board and tannin barrel can both be moved. So again, this is not their... I'm not doing a leather workshop inside my base. This is just... I'm just putting it here because it's right in front of me. And it will be... I don't want to have to run around all over the place. Now, on the flip side, a butcher hook... As far as I know, a butcher hook is a fixed object in time and space. I think you can't even destroy it with a sledgehammer, if memory serves right. For some reason, the butcher hook is just, don't try to destroy it. Just make sure you place it right the first time. That's all I can say about the butcher hook. That's one of the reasons that I'm glad I can go up to the animal farm where the animals still are. I don't have to think about where I want to put it here at base yet. Okay, wait a hell, what am I... Was I wrong about the scutching board? Damn it. So the scutching board is just for flax. Softening beam, that's what I was thinking of. They look the damn same. They really do. When I build the softening beam... You know what, I'm going to build them side by side, so you can see exactly what I'm talking about here. So here's the scutching board. Look at the softening beam. This is not the first time I've made this damn mistake. Look at these 2 damn things. They look so damn similar. How am I supposed to tell these 2 things apart? More importantly, why can't I do one the same thing with the other? I don't know. I'm sure one is pointy and the other's got a groove in it. That makes all the difference, I'm sure. Whatever. If it isn't already obvious that the devs have gone down a rabbit hole of making crafting increasingly tedious and unnecessarily... just give us a damn workbench. Give us a leather-working workbench where we can do all this stuff. We don't need to keep making the game that much more complicated to suck up all the real estate in our base here. But yeah, the scutching board is what I don't need. So the scutching board, I'm going to pick that up. I'll toss it into the furniture. I don't know if I'll be able to actually grow flax. Flax has been broken for most of build 42 as I've played it. Maybe this will be the run where flax doesn't die on me. Most of the other fall crops, they just all fucking died for no reason. So that's and then we need a fleshing tool. Thankfully, 42.0.2 it was almost impossible to find those, but now plenty of them. I think I have like 3. Yeah, I got 1. I just leave the fleshing tool in front of the softening beam so that it's accessible whenever I actually come up here with some leather that I want to pull the fleshing fur off of. Hold on to those nails. Maybe even grab an extra 4 planks so that I got the necessary parts to build the butcher hook once we're up at the animal farm. I think that's all I need. Yeah, that's all I need. I'm gonna read for a little bit more and then go to sleep. There we go. Jacket comes off. Of course, now that I gotta drive up to the animal farm, that means that fog is rolling through. Whatever. Now that I've transferred my field kit to the this van here, that means that I have rope, so that I can actually bring the bull where I need to bring him to kill him. You don't want to kill a bull in front of the other animals. Always lead the animals. You know that phrase, take them out behind the shed? That's a real thing. You don't want to kill animals within sight of other animals. They'll go nuts. Take them out behind the shed before you kill them. Generally speaking, I don't like killing animals in this game if I can get away with not doing it. Now, that does not apply to rabbits. Rabbits in this game, oh boy, do I have opinions about the rabbits in this game. And the way the devs spawn them in the middle of the road to ensure that the player will run into them on accident, damage their friggin' hood. I have opinions about rabbits. Especially for the simple fact that they're mammals who abandon their young. Yeah, I know, right? Hopefully. I don't happen to have my mace on me right now, and I basically just got a hammer, a shovel, and a knife, so I'm going to work on my knife skill. Since there's such small numbers, I can actually afford to do that. When you're leveling your knife skill, but you don't have any skill whatsoever, safe way to do it is just push them on the floor and then go for the ground shot. Yeah. Eventually, I'll get some short blade skill from that. It's a nice finisher because short blade is very, very, very light on endurance usage. So in an extended combat situation, if I were to hit a zombie and then knock it down but not kill it, switching to the knife to finish it off is actually a viable strategy because it conserves your stamina. You just got to be really good at knives so that you can guarantee that it will be a finisher. So in order to get good at knives, you gotta practice. Lots of practice. So in order to tan the leather after you've removed the flesh and fur at the scutching board, or not the scutching board, the scutching board, or the softening beam. Once you do that, you have to make a bowl of brain tan. That requires a brain. When we kill this bull and butcher it, we will have a brain, so that's not a problem. What do we got here? We got our butcher. We've got our butter churn. Right next to it, we will put our butcher hook. Will we? If the building menu doesn't glitch on me. Can't reorient the butcher hook. So here's a question. Okay, you still can't pick up the butcher hook. See, I'm in pickup mode. I can pick up the butter churn, but if I try to pick up the butcher hook, nope. Can I dismantle it? Nope, it doesn't give me the option. Right, so that is still a major problem. Butcher hooks are fixed objects in time and space. Maybe I should build butcher hooks around my base instead of walls. See if the zombies can't get through those. Anyway, this is the cow here. I want to keep the cow. The cow's a good cow. I'm going to pet the cow. The bull is the one I do not need anymore, because I already have one of the Holstein variety. So this gentleman over here is he is going to become our furnace. I shall give him a pet because he has served me well. I didn't bring the rope, so I need to go get the rope now. Rope is in the glove compartment of my van. Rope. Equip primary. Turn to the gentleman. Nah, R.I.P. in peace. Like this if you cry every time. This is part of the reason I don't name the cows until I bring them back with me. Because by the time I'm bringing them back with me, I know for 100% certain which one I'm going to keep and which one need to become the parts to my base. I had a friend of a friend from West Virginia. Grew up with cows, and she never ate burgers, and I never really understood why. And after playing this game for a bit and actually getting attached to my cows, I can understand it, yeah. Realizing that those cows become your burgers. Yeah, I get it. I'm not necessarily, I don't take the vegetarian or the vegan mindset, but I understand it a lot better now. And now we literally take him behind the shed because we don't want the other animals to see this. I'll give him one more pet because he's a good cow. Good night, sir. Right click, pick up. Come on now, let me pick him up. There we go, pick up. So actually, you can pick up a dead bull, which is the silliest thing imaginable. You would need like a forklift to carry something like this. His encumbrance is 594. Somehow we can pick it up. I don't know how, but yeah. Click on the butcher hook. That opens a UI menu behind my ugly face here. There it is. Okay. Add corpse, dead bull. So, when you have a corpse of an animal on a butcher hook, you could bleed it out and capture the blood into a bucket or something. I ain't got no bucket right now. I'm not really worried about it. I have yet to find out what you can actually do with animal blood, so I'm not worried about that. I just want to... I will bleed him, just for the sake of... I think you get butchering experience for doing it. So I'll bleed him out first. When you remove the head, it comes to you as a discrete object. You can slice the head with a knife. That gets you the brain and the skull. I toss the skull into my backpack. The brain I also toss in my backpack because that's what I'm going to use for the brain tan. Damn, those are huge. Oh, can't show that on YouTube. Let's hurry up and gather the leather here. +1 to butchering from that. So we've got our Holstein leather. It is large leather. And then we just gather the meats. We did not get very much meat because we don't have very high level butchering, but that's fine. It's a little bit of protein for our next meal. Then we just need to gather the bones. The bones we can actually use probably for some tailoring stuff, because there's a lot of tailoring recipes that involve using animal bones. So we toss those into the backpack. That was a lot of bones. We can't actually fit it all, but that's fine. We have gotten what we came here for. I am going to lead this other Holstein cow into the same area as the other one, so that this field up here that the basically is just empty now. We no longer need to have them separated or anything, because we just had it so that the bulls wouldn't kill each other. I still have a total of 3 bulls. I can't open this door because of that stupid tree. Yeah, I agree. She makes a good point. I'm gonna cut that tree. Thankfully, I have a hatchet in my field kit. My past me has learned a lot of lessons about what to keep with me, and a hatchet is one of them. And for stupid reasons like this sometimes. Again, just in case it isn't obvious how stupid this is, I cannot open this gate. 1, because it only opens in one direction, and 2, because this tiny little sapling is in the way. I really hope this doesn't piss her off. Okay. Sometimes, if you cut wood next to animals, the noise pisses them off, they run away. She is okay, though. She's not mad at me. I'm gonna pet her for that. Thank you for not running away, madam. And I put her back on the rope. We take her inside. We leave her in the group with the rest of them here. How's everybody's water over here? Let me double check that. 62 liters. We're still good for now. Coming down the home stretch on food. They're down to 6.19 food. That's good because that means I can switch to grass soon. Once I switch to grass, they'll never want for food again because, whatchamacallit, grass is everywhere. All I gotta do is scythe, then I'll get millions of grass. Yeah, I'm good to go. Just want to toss the hatchet back in here. Get these bones into the trunk. I don't need the bones right now, thankfully. I was hoping the fog would lift, but oh well. Ain't too bad. We got the zombies out of the way. Easier to take this road. I need to make sure that I raid the bait shop over there before I deploy to look for any more books. That's not an immediate concern, that's just something that's been floating around in my head because the fishing books might spawn in there as well. There are also a couple of barrels in there, and that would behoove me to steal those now that I can pick them up without any chance of damaging them. Alright, so I've got a animal brain. I'm also getting hungry, so I'll eat this fry. And we'll get some of this beef and steak into the fridge. I'll put the highest nutrition bits into the freezer, and then the rest straight into the fridge so we can make a roast or something. Bull skull, I'll find something to do with it. For now, he shall watch over me from here. And the sinew, animal sinew is a tailoring ingredient actually, so that can go over here with the thread and other stuff. And then, so in order to make a bowl of brain tan, I've already got his brain. Just got to grab a bowl here, an empty bowl, fill it up with some water, and then we can mix that up. Make bowl of brain tan. Easy peasy. We got our brain tan. Put that in the backpack. The rope needs to go back into the glove compartment. So that's where I'll find it when I need it next time, when I forget about it. Frying pan back into cookware, and then I need to refill my water because I'm thirsty because I'm a doofus and forgot to refill it. I do that in real life plenty of times too. There's a reason I drink out of massive pitchers. There's a reason I drink out of these, because sometimes I forget to drink, and it's a lot better to just have massive pitchers of water for me. That's one way to go about it. 32-ounce pitchers. I drank, now I just need to fill the container, and then I need to go. First, we are hitting the leather here at the sketching board, or softening beam, whatever. This removes the flesh from it. Then we remove the fur from it. Now, if I wanted to tailor with this leather, I could leave the fur on it and make some Holstein leather stuff that would actually look black and white, like the cow. Like, it would have a black and white appearance. I think that is a thing now, but right now I just need crude leather, which means you've removed all the fur from it. So we have large leather crude. What we need is to tan it now, which we just dip in this barrel along with the brain tan. So now we have leather that is tanned, crude, and wet. And now to turn it from wet into tanned and crude, we go to the drying rack right here. So to recap, first thing we did was we butchered the bull at the butcher hook back at the animal farm. Then we went from left to right. We furred and fleshed the leather at the beam here. Then we went to the barrel here after we made our bowl of brain tan with a bowl of water and the brain. And then after tanning it, we dried it here at the drying rack. Now we have large leather, tanned crude. So what we need in order to make bellows for the forge and furnace, we need medium leather. So all we got to do actually is cut this leather in half. For that, we just need our scissors from the, yeah, we need our scissors. Do we need a crafting surface? Yes, we need a crafting surface, so I go over to one of my crates here and cut leather in half. So that cuts our, cuts this large leather into 2 medium leathers. And as fate would have it, we need 1 medium leather for each of our bellows for the forge. So that is exactly why I only needed to kill 1 cow. Toss this bowl back into the cookware. Scissors back into the tailoring gear, and then let's get our bellows put together. That's what I need. Medium handles. In order to make medium handles, I think I can, yeah, I'll just grab a couple of tree branches. I need a total of 4. I've used most of my medium handles to level carving, so. 1, 2, 3 more tree branches. Each of those is 1 medium handle. Right? Oh, I need a crafting surface, don't I? There we go. 4 medium handles coming right up. And now I can craft 2 large bellows. So large bellows, they live up to their name. They literally are very large. In fact, they are so large that I will probably drop them on the floor after I craft them here. Which, that is okay. I can come back, pick it up. Yeah, see? It doesn't even have an item sprite, so it's literally just this little 2D image here. I need to go get 2 more planks to finish building the other one. I think I'm out of... Yeah, I'm out of logs to saw. I'm just going to saw a couple tree branches. Large branches, rather. There's 1. There's 2. I'm a doofus. I didn't finish picking it up. There we go. make saw those planks. I can carve them if I wanted to. That's neat. Large bellows. There's another one coming right up, so we got two now. Where'd the other one go? Let's put one into the crate in front of us. The other one, I will probably need to drop some stuff so that I can actually... Yeah. So large bellows are as large as a fridge in terms of encumbrance. So in order to simply pick it up, I have got to drop some stuff. There we go. Now I'm under 10 encumbrance, so I got room to pick up something that weighs 40. Now it's in my secondary hand here. Put this stuff back on. And all I need is a masonry trowel, which I already have. I can now build my furnace. Right? Oh no, I need 40 stone blocks. Really? Oh, it was the forge that needed 30. I got them mixed up. Okay. So 10 of these stone blocks need to come with me. There we go. Now if I stand here, I can make my furnace. I got the dimensions wrong. The furnace is not 2x2. It is 2x3. Yeah, it's 2x3. That's fine. I have room on this side. Okay, here we go. Advanced furnace is built. Beautiful. So this is how we will cast our blacksmith anvil when the time comes. We'll need a lot of tools for that. We already have some. Large ceramic crucible full of iron. So, as you can see, what the requirements is a ceramic mold and a ceramic crucible full of melted iron. For that, we're going to need ceramic stuff. When you think of the word ceramic, that means you need to make it with pottery. So that's our next activity, making things with pottery here. Let me drop this sack of sand to use for crafting here. And then, I don't need these nails anymore. This is where the fire sources are going to come in handy, and as well as the charcoal. But before we can do any of that, what we need to do is actually sculpt the clay items that we're going to need to fire here. I think I just need a pottery wheel. Pottery wheel is one of those things that I think is just another couple of planks and nails. Yeah, 4 planks, 4 nails. So I just need to go... I'm going to cut another tree. Cut another tree, and plenty of nails on the floor there still. I'm also going to cut this ugly thing because get out of my base. So done with those. I'm so done with them. Alright. Go get a couple of logs into my backpack here. I get the distinct feeling that I'm going to need more than just 4 more planks, so I'm going to go ahead and saw all of these and leave what I don't need on the floor. Or 8 more planks on the floor there for later use. Now we can build our pottery wheel. We also are going to need a hand-operated press. So both of those are for different pottery-related things. Put the pottery wheel right here. Thankfully, these can all be moved, so... the hand-operated press, I don't think I actually need... No, I don't need a hand-operated press yet. That's for things like tiles and whatnot. So I'm going to go ahead and make some bowls. I'm going to sculpt some bowls. I think that is the cheapest way to level my pottery. For that, I need water and clay. So I've got some buckets of water over here that some of them are full of rainwater. Some of them are still empty. So I'll just pick those up, put them in my hands. And then grab some of this clay up off the floor. And basically all we're doing now is just sculpting stuff to level pottery. Because we cannot make anything that we need to make right now unless we have level 1 pottery. That's what we need to sculpt a crucible. So we gotta just sculpt some bowls for the sake of leveling it. Started with that. Getting a lot of experience because we've read the book. There we go. Only needed to make... Yeah, let's make one more so it's an even number. So we don't even need to actually fire these in the kiln yet. I mean, we don't really need to ever, because I don't actually need clay bowls right now. But if I get to a point where I feel like firing them, I can. You don't get pottery experience for firing them, so there's no point. I just made those to get the level. Now I can actually do what I needed to do and make these crucibles, which requires sand. I got a bag of sand right around the corner here. And where did my clay go? Here it is on the floor. So I'm going to start with a regular crucible. There is a small crucible as well. I need 2 crucibles. I forgot about that. So it's just something I memorized from last patch. They've been tweaking this a little bit. Crucibles are a little annoying to keep track of because large ones are they kind of show up the same in the system here. So now what I do is I need to leave these on the floor until I can fire them, and in order to fire them I need charcoal and a or a fire source rather. The charcoal is what I need to go get. I got plenty of fire sources. Charcoal is acquired from just burning lumber. In these burning bins right here that I strategically placed in the middle of all these tree branches, the ratio is 9 branches to do a single burn. That'll net you, I forget the exact total, but that'll net you a fair bit of charcoal to get us started here. Can I get enough tree branches to do 2 of those burns? I would need to carry around 18. I don't have enough room for that. I'll just drop these here and then go get 3 more. There's even a tree branch on this sprite. You right click these sprites, you get another tree branch. Alright, we now do 2 burns of large wood. We don't even need a fire source to do these burns. The B42 fire does not make sense right now. But I'm not going to complain about that. We've got ourselves 24 wood charcoal. I'm just going to carry it up and drop it on the floor up here. Because if I drop it on the floor right here, on this particular tile, I'll be able to use it at the kiln, the furnace, and the forge. Because you can access the furnace and forge and kiln, you can access it from 2 tiles away. So that's an important thing to keep track of. Yeah, now I just grab the unfired crucibles here. And I already have some matches in my Alice kit. So all I gotta do is stand right here on the charcoal to access it, and I can fire clay crucible. Oh, it won't let me use my matchbook because I favorited it, so I just gotta unfavorite it. There we go, problem solved. 1 and 2. So there is our large clay crucibles fired. We don't have a roof right now, so I'm actually going to put the large crucibles inside of this duffel bag, because if I leave them on the floor, they'll actually start to collect rainwater if it rains, so I need to put them somewhere where it won't rain. Now that we have a crucible, we just need a couple of other things to start melting some iron. We need tongs. That is in our van. We have all the tools that we set aside. So we got tongs. What else do I need? I'm just going to start setting aside my metalworking stuff here. Tongs, vice grips, smithing hammer, scissors. What else? Not too much else from here. There's some other tools that I want that I'm going to grab from the tools and tool weapon bins here. Small file set, punch and chisel set, pliers, hand drill, hacksaw, calipers. I think that will do me for now. There's a couple of other tools that I'm gonna not have yet. What I do, so you want to make sure that you don't accidentally smelt your tools. That you know, the tools that you set aside specifically to do metalworking with that you don't want to smelt. So I'm going to use this red toolbox in my hands. What I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer the tools that I just gathered into the red toolbox here, and I'm going to favorite them. Remember how just a moment ago I tried to fire the kiln, but I couldn't use my matchbook because the matchbook was favorited? That's sort of the other way around with tools. If you favorite them, you can use them for crafts that don't involve consuming them, if that makes sense. So by leaving the tools here, I can reach them here at the forge, but it won't let me smelt them. Now, I did not do the same with my masonry trowel, so let me favorite that. And now I have nothing to smelt because all of my things that I want to I would smelt are favorited. Now that just means we've got some stuff over here. All of this is steel that I left on the floor here. We need iron. Does a spade head count as iron? Let's find out. It does. Okay. So we get started up with this. We are putting the spade head from the shovel we broke, tossing that into the forge here, and it is going to fill this crucible with iron. Wow, it didn't fill it with very much. So we're just going to put that on the ground here, and we're going to keep filling that up, hopefully, right? Yeah. So basically we just keep filling it up. Let's get some more iron stuff. We've got an entire box of iron here. I'm going to take a couple of these. I'm going to take the garden hoe head and a couple of these iron bars, just 2 of them, and see if that's going to be enough. I don't know if it will be. We're just taking a shot in the dark. The devs have been constantly balancing this, so I have no idea if this will be enough or not. Definitely not. I'm getting really hungry. I should probably handle that real quick. Let's leave these buckets of water right here, where I'm most likely to need them for crafting with pottery. Let's grab ourselves a bite to eat. Do we even have any? We don't have any. We don't have any stir fries left, so let's cook ourselves something here. Water pot. We'll make a beef and steak stew with eggs. You can add a little bit of lard and butter to it. Toss the lard into the fridge here. So there's our first. I'm gonna go ahead and toss that in now. And while that's cooking, I'll prep up our second here. By standing a little too close to the small form food, we are making our menu really big. Right, there's another stew just like the previous one. And we also have, for some reason, a leftover bit of steak. I'm going to toss that just straight up by itself into the oven. And we'll read a book while we wait for that. Stew is done. The steak is just about to be done. Straight up eat that. Pages of aiming while we finish this off. So we got ourselves a couple of steaks with lard here. One is in both pretty much 80. I'm gonna bowl them up since we have bowls right here. Now, fun fact: I cannot bowl them up using these counters as crafting surfaces. I've got to go use a crate somewhere here. It's a little silly, but apparently those counters don't count as crafting surfaces. Divide that, divide that. So we've got ourselves a couple bowls of 40 here. I'm going to go ahead and eat one of those straight up. And that was great for my calories and proteins. To be entirely honest, I don't know if... No. I can afford to keep eating those because I'm gonna burn a lot of calories. I'll leave one in the fridge, put a couple in the freezer. Cooking stuff back in here. And back to what I was doing. We need to smelt these iron bars next. I don't know if a large item. Don't want to overfill this. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's not at risk of overfilling it. Okay, that's like halfway full. I think we need an entire full one. Yeah, so it doesn't show us on the icon, but if we look at the trying to craft the blacksmith anvil, it shows that we have 12 out of 32 uses of the large ceramic crucible with iron. So we have got some more iron to smelt before we can get any further with that. Let's grab some more iron here. Just go ahead and smelt these iron bars up. That's almost full. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and stop doing large iron. I'm going to do medium iron if I can. Iron bar half, I think that counts as medium. Let's find out. Yeah. Let's see if that fills it up. Almost. One more. Damn it. I put it in the wrong one. That's alright. That should fill this up. Okay. We've got one completely full ceramic crucible with iron. We got another one here. Are we out of... Yes, we're out of charcoal. I was thinking 24 would be enough. I was wrong. So let's drop this other one here, and let's go get some more charcoal. Let's grab another 9 medium branches. That worked out great last time. Another ratio you can use is instead of like nine medium branches, you can use 3 large branches. So now I have 18 medium branches. I can do 2 burns. Come back with another 24 charcoal here. I'm almost certain this isn't going to be enough now that I know what we're dealing with here. But that's alright, because we can do it in chunks. Okay, let's see how much iron that is. If we try to make a blacksmith anvil, we have 26 out of 32 uses, so we need to get a little bit more iron into this. We have another iron bar, it looks like. So we were at 26 out of 32, we are now at 30 out of 32, so that means a large iron item counts as 4 units of iron in a smelted crucible here. So that means we just need another medium. Because if large is 4, then medium's got to be 2. That's the logic that I'm operating on here, and that makes sense to me. I don't have any more iron bar mediums, so I'm gonna make what is an iron pipe? Let's find out. Iron pipe, is that medium? It is. Okay. Oh no, it's medium plus, so that means it's going to be 3. Damn it. I would really hate to have just a single unit of iron left over. That would actually make me really mad. Let's put that back, and let's do 2 small ones. I think these iron bar quarters are going to count as small. Let's do 2 of those. That should do it. Okay. That should be enough iron to make the anvil. Right? Yes. Yes, we have exactly the correct amount of iron smelted to make the anvil. So now all we need is a ceramic blacksmith anvil mold. In order to do that, we're going to need to make a hand-operated press. Just yet another couple of planks and nails to make that. So grab 4 planks, 4 nails, and I'm going to build it right next to the spinning wheel so that we can operate it from the same supply of materials. Right? Yeah. I may move these around. This is probably not going to be a final location. And I tried to click to place it, but it opened my build menu instead. That needs to not happen. There we go. Alright. Oh yeah, so if I want to actually make a blacksmith anvil mold, I need to, before I press it, I need a wooden mold. For that I just need another 4 planks and 1 nail. So thankfully I got 4 planks right here, just gotta pick up 1 nail to go with it, and then I need a crafting surface, so let's head on over to one of these crates. Make wooden blacksmith anvil mold, put all that crap together, and we have a wooden mold. Now we just need the clay that's right on the floor in front of us, and the wooden mold, and we operate the hand-operated press for that, and we've got ourselves a clay blacksmith anvil mold, unfired. This is a huge frickin' mold. I'm gonna put this on the ground over here, I guess. All we need to fire it is charcoal and a fire source, which we got both of right here. So we fire that bad boy. We got ourselves a ceramic blacksmith anvil mold. Ceramic molds get used up when you use them. So we stand right here, and we've got all the materials. We are crafting our blacksmith anvil. We have a blacksmith anvil on the floor now. It fell on the floor because we didn't have enough room in our inventory for it. If I drop this book, I can carry it now. Equip in both hands, and then all I gotta do is carry it right over here, drop it on the floor here. We are missing one other item to make the advanced forge. That is a wooden bucket. We've already got the large bellows over there. Wooden buckets. It is not a carved wooden bucket, it is a much larger thing. Let's put these crucibles back in the trauma bag there. Aiming book into the backpack. I'm going to go ahead and sleep because it's 2220 hours and right about time for me to sleep here. I'm going to say I won't get cold because it's 67 degrees right now. Yeah, we got a nice temperature for the moment. I'm just going to drink some milk when I get hungry now because my calories are really good. We're in the 3000s right now. We are now looking for the materials for a large wooden bucket. For that, we need 2 iron bands. Damn it. I'm mad about it because we have exactly 1 iron band. There is a way to get iron bands. I would have preferred not to do this, but we can weld it from a car. Just gonna go ahead and dismantle a wrecked car. For that, I need a welder mask, a torch. I can do that despite being low-level welding. My return on investment is gonna be shit. I normally hate dismantling cars at low-level welding. It doesn't get you very much experience, and the amount of materials you get at a low level are terrible. But it's our best chance of getting another iron band right now. We can get either a regular iron band or a small one. I literally need either, because if I get a large one, I can cut it up into a small one. So that's what we gotta do. We need to find a wrecked or burned car now. I'll just hop into the van and parse around for that, I suppose. I know there's one in the local area. In fact, if memory serves, there's going to be one at the... Yeah, there's one at the shopping center. Because the van that we picked up earlier to use as a throwaway vehicle was actually crashed into a wrecked car. Yeah, here we go. And as predicted, there's a couple of respawns here. I'll cut the engine, kill the respawns. Split them apart. Practice my knife skill, I guess. Alright, now I need to be very careful about making sure there's no other zombies in the area, because dismantling a wrecked car is a long process, and I have to wear the stupid, nobody cared who I was till I put on the mask. And when I wear it, I can't wear glasses. So I'm going to be blind as a bat while I'm doing this. Let's move up just a little bit. These headlights are terrible. Alright, that ought to do it. Alright. Dismantle car wreck. Okay, I see a couple of bands on the floor. Yes, we got exactly what we needed. We got a couple of iron bands. The rest of this, I'm going to separate into a different backpack. Only 12 encumbrance worth. Honestly, as I said, absolute shit return on investment. I would not have done that if I didn't have to, but that was our best chance of finding an iron band. They're actually not a very common thing to find. There's a reason I only had one, despite all of the loot that I picked up so far. So... Alright, oh, geez Louise, I did not see that group down there. Holy crap. I'm glad I didn't engage any of them. It's not that I can't handle them, I was in the middle of welding something right there. I'll come back and deal with them later. Stupid trees I couldn't see on the other side of, so I had no idea they were there. Also no noise because it was a little far away. Ugh. Respawns are a hell of a thing. Alright. Let's put away the stuff I don't need. Some iron here and some steel. Scrap metal. Sheet metal scrap. Aluminum scrap. I'm gonna put that in with the electrical here. And then just a bunch of steel. Steel is for later. We did get a little welding experience from that. We got like 18 welding experience. Not worth it in the slightest in terms of experience, but that's alright. We didn't do it for the experience, we did it for the materials. We got ourselves 2 small iron bands. Now we just need a couple of other pieces to make that wooden bucket. A couple more, we're gonna cut another tree. The deforestation will continue until the workshop is complete. Out of water again. Let's fix that, shall we? Oh, I'm completely out of water. It's unfortunate. Let's boil some. I don't know if you can boil a paint bucket, but I know for 100% certain that you can boil a regular bucket. So I'm just going to transfer this paint bucket into a regular bucket and drop the paint bucket. I'm going to stick this whole bucket of water, to all 10 liters of it, stick it straight into the oven, and there's another 10 liters of water to work with. Fresh water is no problem if you know how to get it. Get rid of this axe, put the welding torch back. By the time we put that back, we should have our water. There we go. Bucket of water has been boiled. Just gonna transfer that into the dispenser bottle here. There's another 10 liters of fresh water in the dispenser. If only milk was that easy. Alright, I'm going to saw the logs, and by the time I finish that, it'll be time to sleep, so let's do that. And let's do the sleep. Alrighty. See, had a little bit of rain, but we didn't get wet. Thanks to those couple of floor tiles upstairs. Right, now we need, a small handle. And some wire and some nails. So let's grab the planks first. Just need 2, maybe? I don't know. Small handle, I'm going to carve that from this broken handle here. I need 4 planks, so get 2 more. And then a little bit of wire, which I have plenty of. Alright, here's our bucket. And that is the last thing we need. What I do now is take these 30 stone blocks, put them in my backpack, reclaim this here garbage bag, clay out of the way, and anvil, or I'm sorry, I need to free up some storage space in my inventory to pick this up. Let's drop the E-tool, let's drop the claw hammer, let's drop the water. That ought to do it. Now let's equip the bellows in my secondary hand, large bucket into my backpack. And what else do we need? We need plaster, cement. I think so. Yeah, I'm gonna need another bucket of clay cement, I think. Yeah. That and a log. Go figure. I sawed all my logs, damn it. Now I gotta go get another log, then I gotta get another bucket of plaster. I can make a bucket of plaster from I need a bucket of water. I can't afford to put this stupid bellows down again, so I'm just going to be over encumbered for the next while. More buckets over here. That's what I need. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put a military backpack in my primary hand, and then put the log in there along with this bucket of water. And then I need some clay and some sand to make another bucket of clay cement. Clay and sand I should both have over here. Yep. So we got ourselves another bucket of clay cement. We've already got our mason's trowel. We can now make an advanced forge, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. I'm gonna make it just right there. Is that it? Yeah, that's fine, I guess. That will work. I'll make it work. If I move it forward a little bit, that will... Yeah. Okay, that will work. Boom. We got ourselves a forge, a furnace, and a kiln. The culmination of lots of effort, to say the least. Now we can actually start metalworking, and right as I burn out, I mean, honestly, I've been at this for a while. What I'm going to do before I peace out, though, I'm going to get things sorted out here, so that next time I start streaming, I can basically just go nuts with doing some metalworking stuff. And in order to do that, I want to get some crates put together, so we've got 3 crates here. I think that's all we'll need. We'll place them strategically. One is going to place where this charcoal was on the ground here. Get that charcoal picked up and put a crate where it was right here. And then we'll put another one right here next to the forge and furnace, and then another one we'll place that's a good question. Let's put it in front of the kiln for now. We can put all the clay in there and maybe we'll move it. It doesn't look very aesthetically pleasing to have it in front of the kiln like that, so I probably will figure something out with that. But for now, we have a destination for the clay. And I can reclaim this garbage bag here. Put the plaster on top of that. I'll just put all the paint, that stuff on top of this. This anvil mold can go in here. Yeah, I can make that work. Okay. Also, the place cement can go over there. And this wire on the ground can go into this crate right here. This crate is now our smeltables crate. So all that stuff that I left on the floor over here will get moved into that. The trauma bag with the crucibles can go here. And the toolbox with the tools can go here. Yeah, that looks nice. Alright, all this crap on the floor right here, this is to be smelted for steel. So I'm just going to pick it up, straighten my inventory, and then dump it into that crate there. There we go. It's so much cleaner already. I can see the floor. Beautiful. All right. And then this is all tailoring stuff for later. This is parts for our table for later as well. These buckets of water I'm actually going to put on top of this right here, because we want these to be accessible for when we are doing pottery, right? So that operating the hand-operated press or the pottery wheel, we now have access to both water behind us and clay in the box behind us. And there's one other pottery-related thing that I don't have placed yet. It's a pottery table. Right? Pottery bench, sorry. It needs a sheet and a plank. Every single sheet that I could possibly own has already been converted into sheet rope. So I'll figure that out. Still clay in my backpack. Let's put that in there. Nails can go back on the floor with the rest of the nails over here. The hell? I made a large bucket, but I didn't use it. The hell? A bucket is still required. Huh. Item duplication glitch, I guess. Because I built the advanced forge, so that bucket should have been used up, but it didn't get used up. Okay. I'm not going to complain about that. In fact, I'm going to place the bucket right here so that it starts gathering rainwater. Do I care that I have it threaten me with a good time? Give me a free duplicate bucket? Sure, thanks. Thanks, Indy Stone. I'm sure you'll fix that immediately. Can't have things benefiting the player. No way, not a chance. Anyway, let's get some more tools here. We need a metalworking chisel. And sheet metal snips. That'll work. Maybe even a carpentry chisel and a file. And these are all going to go in the red toolbox here, so we're going to pick that up and toss them in there and favorite it. Oh, we're actually out of room. Let's pull the hand drill out really quick. That working chisel and file can go in there now. And the sheet metal snips, that'll work. So the toolbox is full now. We can start putting things into the trauma bag, though. I'll put the hand drill and carpentry chisel in there. I don't even know if I'm going to need either of those, but I'm going to put them in there just in case. Favorite them so they don't get eaten by the forge. Mason's trowel can get stored over here for now. The welder's mask and back with this. And what can I start smelting for? Well, I've got a whole box of stuff to smelt. But I don't have any charcoal left. We can go get a little bit of charcoal here. Don't let the rain fool you. We got plenty of charcoal to burn. I'm just going to start picking up all of the small form lumber off of the ground and just dumping it next to these burn bins. Find another large branch, we can do another large burn large wood. That ought to do the trick. What do I need next? I need, yeah, I'll come back and get some more for wood charcoal, but I did another 2 there, so we've got 24 wood charcoal now. Toss that into the charcoal bin. What am I missing? Nothing. I just need to start smelting a little bit. Let's start smelting some of the stuff that we have in this smeltable bin. Wait a minute, no. Do not smelt. I want to... Oh, no. I do want to smelt. I just want to make sure that it doesn't go into the crucible. There we go. Let's do the scalpels next. Smelt the steel from the broken scissors. These are all scissors that are like ready to break or broken already. So we'll just get the steel out of all 7 of those. I'm actually getting cold and hungry, so I'm gonna go ahead and take care of the hunger, and I'm gonna wear a jacket. I should have figured that. Why are these wet? They should be under a frickin'... Well, let's wring them out. I guess being underneath a small overhang is not enough over here. Let's dry ourselves off. We got a bunch of towels. We can do that. 50 bath towels here. Don't want to get sick. Alright. Bunch of small steel chunks from these scissors here. Toss those into the bin here. We want to break the hunting knife and the kitchen knives now. Dismantle bladed item. I'd rather not use the hunting knife on my chest. I'm going to favorite that. Alright, now it'll let us smelt the blades. That was spooky. And can openers are iron now. They used to be steel. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't remember exactly. And we are now out of charcoal again. That's alright. Medical shears and safety scissors are not smeltable. I thought they were. That's kind of sad. Oh well. Toss those into the garbage, I guess. We go get us some more of that charcoal to burn after we dry off. You know what? I actually need a poncho. I don't need a military jacket right now. I need a poncho. I got a couple of ponchos somewhere. That's more like it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of impressed that they've simulated the rain so that the little overhang that I built is not enough to keep things dry under there. That's cool. I'm glad they did a thing. They did a good thing. Continue the process of cleaning up my road here. There's another 24 charcoal. One of these days I'll do a mass burn so that I stop doing it in such small chunks, but this will work for now. All those bath towels are finally coming in handy. got ourselves a bunch of iron and steel chunks now. Why the hell can I not smelt? It's not letting me smelt from this hunting knife blade. Well, that's kind of stupid. Whatever. What am I missing from all this? I'm missing... Am I really out? I'm out of frickin' charcoal again. This is... Man, I pissed that stuff away. Okay. I'm doing a bigger burn. I'm getting tired of this. We're doing a big charcoal burn. For that, we're going to need some logs. I could be wrong. It feels like they've increased the amount of charcoal you use for these recipes. Maybe it's because I'm low-level metalworking. I don't know. Alright, I shouldn't have done that. That probably earned me some muscle strain. I'm just going to sit down in the van for a bit and read. Yep, red muscle strain. I shouldn't have did that. I'm a doofus. That muscle strain's going to take a while to go away now. That's alright. Worse things have happened. We're almost done reading the aiming book anyway. That's a large burn right there. And we still got room left, so we're not done. I'm gonna go get more lumber here from the trees we just cut. Alright. That is a lot of charcoal. Better be enough. tired of running out of charcoal. Now, of course, the question is, enough for what? And that is a good question, because honestly, we've got a lot of metalworking to do. We'll just see how far we can get. So we just filled the military backpacks with charcoal, left them right there. We're going to have a bite of stew because we're hungry. Pull one of those bowls back out of the freezer here. And get ourselves dried off here. Alright, where were we? We were doing some forging, right? Yeah. So what can we do at metalworking level 0? Not very much, to be honest. How's about we forge some key rings? That's one thing we can do. That we just need iron pieces. Got 5 of those right here. And we can even saw these iron bar quarters down into pieces. We can now make 15 of those, and we've read the metalworking book, so this will get us plenty of experience. 5 experience each, but that's a lot, relatively speaking. I'm literally never going to use those key rings again, so we'll just toss them in here. We also got a little bit of steel from that, so I will go ahead and make some steel key rings now. There's metalworking level 1. Cancel that progress so that I can see what I can make now. Got a couple of level 1 recipes we can use, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm going to start moving some of the steel and iron pieces and chunks and whatnot out of these boxes and over to the metalworking bin. If we had a heading tool, we could make some nails, but we never did find a heading tool. We could research it. Well, we need to get the recipe. I'm just gonna double check my magazine supply. I don't have any magazines I haven't read yet, right? No. Can I research the nails? Yes, I can. What does this teach me? I can make a heading tool. Hell yes. Okay. I only needed to research the nails. Good. Let's make ourselves a heading tool. That got us a lot of experience. That's great. Gonna put that in the trauma bag since the toolbox is full. Favorite it. Trauma bag put back. Now I can make nails. Hell yeah. I mean, I don't really need nails, but I think this will get me a lot of experience if I do. Yeah, 20 experience each. This should get us to level 2, no problem. Yep, level 2 metalworking. Easy peasy. Forged 7 nails. Dunzo. Now we just gotta read the book, of course. I do believe I have metalworking 2. But it feels great to actually get started on metalworking. We've got a long journey ahead of us for metalworking. What are our book supply right now? We've got 1, 2, and then 5. So we're missing 3 and 4. That's actually significant. We need to find 3 and 4. So that actually means, honestly, that means we might do Ekron in the next stream, because we're gonna blow through metalworking 3 and 4 after we read this book, and then we're gonna need to find the next books. And where's the best book resource on the map? Ekron. So yeah. Before I go to sleep, I'm going to finish the aiming book. because I've only got like 10 pages left to read. There we go. I can cut the lights, go to sleep. Damn it, I'm getting really wet. I need to sleep. I need to sleep inside tonight. Let's get rid of this stupid poncho, put my proper jacket back on. And we're gonna go sleep in the we'll sleep in the gas station tonight. Still got a bed there. It's been a little while since I've gotten that wet. Don't read too deeply into that. The whatchamacallit, rain has been... I think the game heard me when I started talking some shit about not getting any rain in September. Definitely said too much in that regard, but that's fine. Got our nice warm, comfy bed inside the gas station here. So this is probably where I'm going to go ahead and cut it, because I've been at this for 10 hours. I do need to work tomorrow. My shift starts at 5 a.m., so I got to get a couple hours of sleep here. I will probably stream. So on weekdays, I usually kind of try to stream starting in the afternoon at some point and going to the evening. I definitely am not going to be doing no 12-hour streams during the week. That's like a weekend thing. So, yeah, let me go ahead and I'll read through the rest of tonight, and then tomorrow morning I will call it there. I like to end in the mornings so that I have a fresh start at the beginning of next stream. So we're getting started on Metalworking 2, the book. And tomorrow what we're going to do is we're going to finish reading that book first, and then we're going to do some metalworking to get to the next 2 levels. And then when we hit the gap, or we hit the wall, we can no longer level effectively with metalworking. That's when we're going to prepare to depart to Ekron and acquire the next metalworking book. I'm going to wash myself because I don't like being covered in blood. Alright, folks. Good game. I will catch you all in the next stream. It's my thumbnail for next time there. Alrighty then. Always a pleasure, folks. I appreciate everyone who stick with me here. Average watch time for my viewers is 23 minutes, despite all the folks who drove by, so that's pretty great. And for anybody who's not familiar, always want to show you the last thing that I do here after each session. Create a new folder in my backups here and copy my entire save folder into the backup there. My saves keep getting bigger and bigger. There we go. Yeah, copying 200,000 items, about half a gigabyte. That's a lot of stuff. All right, folks, I will catch you all in the next one. GG.